quite rightly, Simon Fuller was like, hang on a minute, if you're doing X Factor, it means I can no longer do Pop Idol in the UK.
There was always rivalry between the two Simons. There was like, did Simon Cowell make Simon Fuller? Did Simon Fuller make Simon Cowell? Who was helping who the most? But I think it was healthy competition. I think both of them did really well out of it. The rivals, okay. Like, they are the real pop stars, the rivals, those two.
I'm going to be careful what I say because there were mega legal lawsuits around that. Hasn't arrived.
Inland lawyers, professors, retired judges of the International Court of Justice, and former UN legal officials, they've all agreed that under international law, the UN doesn't need the consent of the Syrian government or even a Security Council resolution to deliver cross-border aid.
For us, it is clear. It's been our long-standing position from the Secretary that in order to deliver humanitarian aid across an international border, we need either the consent of the government or, in the case that we have in Syria, a binding Security Council resolution.
Are you saying that what they're saying essentially is wrong?
What I'm saying to you is that, we can have academic discussions for weeks, months, and years about international law. There are thousands and thousands of international law experts, all, I'm sure, many very eminent. Our position is that it has not delayed our work.
But in that instance, what was delayed was earthquake-related aid equipment, and that's what they needed, and that's what they didn't get based on the UN stance and their interpretation of the law.
To blame the law for any hampering of delivering of humanitarian aid, from our position, is wrong. We operate within a given mandate, and that's the Charter of the United Nations, international law. The United Nations is made up of 193 states who guard their sovereignty jealously.
It's now 3 weeks after the earthquake. Omar Haji and his son Abdulrahman were finally reunited.
قبل الزلزال كنا أنا وأخوتي وأهلي كنا قاعدين عايشين أحسن عيشة. بعد الزلزال فقدت أخواتي وأهلي كلهم. راحت نص العيلة أو أكثر من نص العيلة، 7 أشخاص. ما بقى لنا إلا عبد الحق، بقى لنا عبد الرحمن. يعني شعور ما ينوصف، خوف. حتى المدينة لحد الآن أنا ما عم حاول إني أتجنب المدن خالص، عم حاول إنه أعيش بخيمة وبعيد عن البيوت. الخيمة حاليا نحسها هي بيت الأمان طبعا. الخيمة هي بيت الأمان.
The devastation has stripped Omar's family of everything they'd worked so hard to keep during the years of war.
المساعدات تبع الأمم المتحدة للأسف كانت ما هي على المستوى المطلوب. كل المساعدات كانت على مستوى الأهالي، أهلنا وناسنا، كانت مساعداتهم أضعاف المجتمع الدولي. المساعدات الأممية لو واصلة بشكل مبكر كان الوضع تغير كثير.
Omar Haji and Abdulrahman are left. I was with the boys everywhere they went. Instead of going to my classes, I went to theirs. I barely passed classes. Or I cheated to get good grades.
They were terrible, all of them, terrible, and very bad students, which is something very, very incredible, because they were so bright, so bright.
How refreshing. They're not the only ones that need a clean. I do too. Use Dettol washing.
Hey, looking sharp, huh?
tough as you can look without turning into a nigger.
Or a stick.
Stick. Put your dick in a stick. Does it get bigger in a nigger?
I don't know.
I got scored tonight, man. I'm horny, you know what I mean? Horny.
Yeah, man, I know what you mean. Horny, right? Horny.
Anybody scores, you get in the car for 10 minutes and you out for the next guy, right?
Yeah,
You get a Medal of Honor with rubies and a piece of the Pope's ass.
What are you talking about, man? The Pope don't got no ass. That's why he's the Pope.
And shake up, you assholes, with a face.
Oh, how's it going? All right.
Hey, Mom!
Hey, Tony, you see Pauline around here at all?
No, we ain't seen Tony.
Do you see Pauline at all?
Right.
Oh, give me 7-7. Yeah, I'll take a beer.
Hey, I'd like a vodka and tonic.
You guys want to go see the next
Yeah,
time? Good, everybody? Give me a, yeah, 2 weeks from now. Yeah?
I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, like a dance, but, you know, you're not my dream girl, nothing like that.
You want a dream girl? Well, then go to sleep and have a nightmare.
Hey, Gus, this is Spin.
What are you doing? Take this.
Hello again, this is beautiful Monty, your delicious DJ. Remind you about the Universal Day Hall sweepstakes, so get in line. Give it a try.
A trip. A good trip. Feel good, man.
Look at that chick. You want to dance with her? Which one?
All right.
I like your new haircut. I like that polyester look. Turn your turn.
Hey, Tony, you know something? You're keen out there. You're great. Great dance. You can do as good as me if you practice. Yeah? You gotta be a good dancer, Tony. Sure, why not? No. No.
Ain't you gonna ask me to sit down?
No, you do it.
But you'd ask me to lay down.
No, you would not do it.
Double thing, move over. Once you read my friend is.
Hey, Tony, listen, you want some speed? It's very good stuff, Tony. Really, it's good stuff. You want some? Get you guys get off from dancing.
Tony, can I wipe off your forehead?
Why not? So go ahead.
Hey, Doreen, it ain't no blowjob. If you don't know fuck about women, Joey, you get a blowjob easier than you get that. Who knows?
I love to watch you dance, Tony.
Yeah.
I love it. I love to watch you dance. I just love it. Watching you dance.
Hey, Tony, listen, now do her a favor. Let's take a third dance, huh? It's a good idea. I want to dance. Would you like to dance with me? I'd dance with you.
Charlie.
I'd love to watch you dance.
Hey, what's the
Love it. Watching you dance.
Hey, move up a little bit. Come on, dog. You're doing with him. Jesus Christ. Get your head out of this belt there, bro.
Oh, Jesus.
You can't dance in this shit.
Hey, Money, what are you playing that shit for?
What are you talking about, baby? Look at that chick. She's dancing, man. She's moving. Joe, yeah. You know that girl? No. You ever see her before? No. Yeah, man, I seen her here about a month ago.
She can dance, you know that? She got her own partner, of course, but she can dance.
Go ask her. Yeah, which position?
Hey, Penny,
Hey, Tony.
how you doing?
Okay, how you been?
All right. You can dance for me?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Well, Lucille,
Hello, Maria. How you doing?
you got a 7-7 for me.
Sure, Dom.
You and your butts too, all right?
Sure. Having another sweepstakes.
All right.
Double the prize money. $500. You going to enter? Or you need a partner? We won before.
But we're gonna have to practice.
We'll have to practice.
We got people coming in from Manhattan, Revelation, Gazebo, you know that.
We'll have to practice.
That's practice, and that don't mean dating, it don't mean socializing. It means practice.
Why not? We had a date.
Yeah, once was enough.
What?
Why? And that the whole time you talked about your married sister. And then he was talking about your other married sister. And then your third married sister. I got the idea that all you was interested in was being a married sister yourself. I got bored with you. Hey, look, who's I take care of it, huh? Hey, Tony, look, Double J's been in the car 25 minutes with some chick. So what? So I can't get the selfish prick out. This guy's can't do nothing without me, right? Hey, listen, are you gonna make it with a net? No, I don't think so. You know, Joe, you make it with some of these chicks. They think you gotta dance for them. All right, get out. You've been in there 20 minutes. Come on.
25 in the car, 20 in the chick.
Yeah, well, get out before we pull you out.
She ain't come yet.
This is when you can. Hey, come on.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's happening. It's happening.
It's happening! I'll be out in What did you say your name was?
Kiss me. Kiss me. Oh, I just kissed Al
Pacino. Attica, 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 Attica.
Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
I'm questioning the size of that nose. No one's questioned it before.
That's right.
The Great Celebrity Bake Off for Stand Up to Cancer. Now on Sundays.
Wow.
Starts Sunday the 19th of March on Channel 4 and All 4.
Do you get people asking where Dracula's grave is? All the time.
Jonathan Ross is uncovering myths and legends from all over the UK.
Things they speak to a more irrational part of ourselves.
This reminds me of the first time I interviewed Spandau Ballet.
A brand new series, Jonathan Ross's Myths and Legends, starts Monday at 9 on More 4 and All 4.
In a game where anyone can be in power, a cross-section of ordinary people compete to elevate their way to the top of a new society, whilst avoiding a life of hard work at the bottom. But what will it take to rule? A ruthless new reality series, Rise and Fall, starts the 19th of March on Channel 4 and All 4.
Where did you find
and they are so delicious.
I make myself in this competition because I'm the complete package.
Love meets drama in The Bachelorette New Zealand. Stream every single episode, free on all 4.
Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
Hey, you want to see that pussy picture of the office? Hey, you want to know something? Bruce Lee's dead, so I don't give a damn. Hey, look, man, you got no respect for the dead? Hey, you guys see what the Knicks gonna pay Frazier? They're never gonna make that much money on a home life. Hey, douche, douche. Alright, it's okay. You know what? You don't know. You'll find others that go straight to heaven. Hey, sweetheart. Hey, here's the heavenly group of door, you know? Hey, double dirty. Hey, you know, this is a drag. You drag, huh? Well, I'm just trying to be doing 2001. Yeah, well, fucking do it. Well, fucking do it. 20, 30 bucks, asshole. You get me like 30 bucks to go twice a week. Come on, Tony. Hey, Tony. I'm gonna get myself one of these, you know? You're never gonna get yourself one of these. These things cost too much money. You never had that kind of money. Hey, you know I had you up to here. That's your favorite speech. You're never gonna have that kind of money. Not you, not me, not anybody. Hey, put it together. It's all over the street, huh? You see this? It's a caddy for Bill. My Uncle Lindsay's got one of these. And he's got a Mercedes-Benz, too. You know how he got it? He forced his partner to sell out. Give him a real screw. It's dog-eat-dog world, man. Everybody's out for what they can get. That's true. They got it all locked up. Ain't nobody gonna give you a chance. Nobody gives you nothing, Joe. Yeah, you know, it's every man for himself. It's a stinking rat race. Hey, that stuff goes on beautiful, Tony. Best vinyl I ever seen it. That's right. See, I told you, this is something right? You know, you said you've been changing it, yeah. You know, hey, you ever want a job as a painter? Why don't you let me know, huh? You make twice as much as you make here, but you break your back. You understand? No. I don't. You make twice as much as you break your back. Well, fans don't know. Just pay their fix. Give me a raise. Give me what? A raise. You kidding me? Come on, look. See how much it is. You gave me a raise. Thank you. I can't believe this. Wait, you gotta look first. I gotta look. It don't make no difference. You gave me a raise. That's the important thing.
It's only $2.50.
So what?
It's $2.50. It ain't much.
The important thing is to raise. I think that's really great.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you $3.50. Right? Next week I got you $3.50. I'll give you $1 more. Well, wait. Shut up, will you? 4. I'll make it an even 4. I haven't seen anybody so shit-ass happy over a crummy $2.50 raise.
Wait a minute. You said $4, didn't you?
What the hell are you doing?
I just feel like it, right?
Girls do that.
I got a raise today. How you like that?
Yeah. Why don't you say so during dinner? We could have used the conversation. Put that down. How much you get?
It's gonna be $4. It was $2.50, right? But he raised the raise when he found out I wasn't so disappointed.
$4.
Yeah.
Shit. You know, $4 buys today. Don't even buy $3.
I don't see nobody giving you a raise down on unemployment.
$4.
I knew you'd piss on it. Go on, just piss on it, right? A raise is like you good, you know what I mean? You know how many times somebody told me I was good in my life? Twice, 2 fucking times. This raise today and dance at the disco. You sure as fuck never did, asshole.
$4.
Shh. Why don't you wait inside?
Well, I wanted to watch you come down the street. I like the way you walk.
Ah, shit.
Tony, listen, I've been thinking. Maybe I'll make it with you.
That's what you call thinking, huh? Jesus Christ. You know, you're too much in it, you know that? I mean, you say we're gonna make it, that means we're gonna make it, right? I mean, like, I got no say in this at all, right?
It's time we went out. You told me you wanted to do it. You told me how horny a man gets when he's 19, how much his balls ache, morning and night, 6 days a week, sometimes 7 if you don't get it.
How do you remember those things? Look, Annette, we're gonna be spending a lot of time together, you know, rehearsing, practicing, whatnot. If we was balling, it would be like we was going together. I don't want to be going with you. Look, I mean, what are you anyway? You nice girl or you cunt?
I don't know. Both?
You can't be both. I mean, that's the thing girls gotta decide early on. You gotta decide whether you're gonna be a nice girl or a cunt. How you doing, kid?
Hey, don't even mad.
You got a studio free or what?
Yeah, 2 is free.
Good.
There you go.
Ah, steady at 65%.
It's always busting my onions. I send them a lot of customers, you know, it gives me free studio time.
What do you mean 65%?
Well, that means that he scores with 65% of the chicks that come in here. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, good, 2, 2, 3, good, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, good. That's it. That's it, good. All right, again.
It's only dancing. Jesus.
Only dancing. Forget it, Annette. You're not gonna take this seriously. I don't want to dance.
Don't get mad.
Don't get mad.
Look, I think we've done enough dancing for today. So why don't we dance Wednesday? All right?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
You walking home now?
No, I'm gonna stick around and talk to Peter a little bit and work on some stuff myself. I'll see you later, all right?
Yes.
He was good today. Hi. How you doing? Hey, you're a very good dancer, you know that? I would like to meet you.
Would you mind just going away?
What?
Don't be hurt, but I
Don't be hurt.
yeah, I want to be by myself now, you know?
I seen it 2001.
Yeah, so.
Well, I mean, you was looking at me and I was looking at you, remember?
But what is this? I look at a guy alone and then a millionth of a second already he gets delusions of grandeur.
You know what you are? I'm gonna tell you what you are.
I bet it begins with a C. Mr. P.
Oh, fine. That's, I know the type. I know the type. What you doing up so late? What is this? I walk in, you don't got no criticism on me?
Brothers upstairs.
You kidding? Hey, Frankie! Hey, how you doing? Hey. It's good to see you. You too. Yeah. You look good.
No, I don't. You do. You look wonderful.
You checking out my trophy?
Oh, yeah, that's you, huh?
Yeah.
First prize. Looks just like you.
Hey, what you say to them downstairs? They look crazy. They look like zombies. Like somebody died or something.
I think they're in shock.
Shock?
I'm leaving the church, though.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm in the church. Come another one.
I'm leaving the priesthood.
Oh, come on, Frank. Don't fool around like that. You think I'm losing my hair? It looks awful thin right over here. Are you serious?
Can I borrow some of your clothes until I buy some? I don't want to wear the uniform.
I'm sorry, Frank. I really am. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about?
You got fired, huh?
I didn't get fired. I quit.
Quit?
Yeah, you can do those things, you know?
What did Mom say? What did she say about it?
She said, "Dear Lord, what am I going to tell Teresa and Marie?"
And Dad, what did you say
They're
about it?
ashamed, for both of them. They're ashamed, right? You ashamed of anything?
And that's why nothing?
No. I think they're afraid to. Like I might say celibacy.
You gonna sleep here tonight? You wanna sleep in my room?
Yeah, I thought I would.
You get any blankets for you. Who left, really?
Not easy to explain, Anthony. A lot of things. One day you'll look at a crucifix, and all you see is a man dying on a cross. But that's only a backdrop to something else. Mama and Papa, their dreams of pious glory, they turn you into what they wish at times. You can't defend yourself against their fantasies. All I ever really had any belief in was their image of me as a priest. That's all.
Guess we're gonna have to take your picture down for the mailing. You know, it's weird. Like, I always felt like I was the shit of the family. And you was always like perfect.
Now that I'm the disgrace to the family, I'm not so perfect anymore. So maybe you're not shit anymore.
Yeah, maybe if you ain't so good, I ain't so bad, you know?
You can go grocery. Hey, come on, I don't eat my groceries, man. What are you doing? Hey, come on. Hey, come on. Hey, don't eat the apple. Give me it back. Yeah. Gee, what's the matter with you anyway? What are you doing? What are you doing? We're about to quit the church. You believe that? Yeah? I feel wild. I go insane. I can't believe it. Yeah? I guess I'll call you later tonight, all right? Yeah, well, just, hey, see you later, Gus. I'll see you. Higher with the odds. Yes. Yeah, do it. Peach, come in. I told you on the phone. She comes in on Tuesday. I know. So she come in or what? And what is it today, huh? Tuesday. Yeah. Hey, go. Watch it, man. That one's practicing to be a bitch. Come Hello, Stephanie Monero. I'm Tony Monero. We both got the same last initials. How do you like that?
Now we get married, I don't have to change the monitor in my luggage, huh?
Somebody told me you was practicing to be a bitch. Is that true?
All right, Mr. Monero, what are you going to ask me?
I'd like to take you out to coffee. Would that be good?
That's it, huh? You want me to have coffee with you?
I think you're a very good dancer. You know that 2001 Odyssey, they got a dance contest now. And I think that we could be that in my team together.
How old are you, huh?
I'm 20. Well, I'm 19 at the moment, but I'll be 20 very shortly.
What I think is this. There's a world of difference between us, you know, not just chronologically, but emotionally, culturally, physically, every which way. In this world, we get much bigger and much worse with every passing week.
What kind of shit is that? Coffee, not sex.
It's coffee. See, look, where I work, the people are very remarkable. They're not like these hippie rich people at all.
I mean, snobs instead of slobs, right?
What?
No. Hey, you know, Bay Ridge ain't the worst part of Brooklyn. You know what I'm talking? I mean, you know, it ain't like a hellhole to me.
Yeah, well, it ain't Manhattan. It isn't Manhattan. You get no idea how it changes. You know, just right over there, right across the river. Everything is different, completely different. It's beautiful, just beautiful. People are beautiful. Offices are beautiful. Secretaries, you know, they all shop at Obama Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, the lunch hours are beautiful, too. Like, you know, they'll give you, like, 2 hours for lunch to do something that's related.
Oh, yeah?
Like, we've seen Zeffirelli's Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet, yeah? I read that in high school. That's Shakespeare, right?
No, it's Zeffirelli, the director of the movie. Not a movie. Film.
And you know what I never understood about that Romeo and Juliet. I never understood why Romeo he took the poison so quick. You know, I feel like he could have waited or something.
That's the way they took the poison in those days.
You're gonna eat your little bit.
No, I just have tea. Tea with lemon. I started drinking tea recently, you know. It's really a lot more refined.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All those women executives in my office, they all drink tea with lemon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They know it's got it too.
I like coffee. You know? I drink coffee.
Yeah. It seems like I've only been with this agency a really short time, but already I'm functioning in a kind of a public relations capacity, you know, and I fill in for the agents when they're elsewhere. Like this week, you know, I had business lunches with Eric Clapton at Cody Bass and Cat Stevens at La Magic Gal.
Oh, far out.
Yeah. You heard of those restaurants, huh?
No, I don't know those exact restaurants. I know the type.
Yeah, but you must have heard of the artists.
No, I don't know. Not really.
So what'd you say far out for?
It sounded like far out, wasn't it? I mean,
Oh yeah.
we like a lemon with some tea now, and I like a cheeseburger and some coffee.
Hey, you know who came in the office the other day? Lawrence Olivier.
Who's that?
Who's Lawrence Olivier? You didn't know who he is? Lawrence Olivier, he's the greatest actor in the whole world. Oh, come on, you know who he is. He's the English actor, the one on television. Does those Polaroid commercials. You know, Lawrence Olivier.
Oh, him. Oh, he's good.
Yeah.
He's good.
Well, anyway, he comes in the office, right? So I just do a few errands for him. So he goes around, he tells everybody in the entire office, he says, I'm the brightest, I'm the most, the best thing in the entire office he's seen in years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that you could get like a camera from him and like a discount?
I didn't ask him about a camera.
Because you got one already, right? It's not box.
Look, you enjoy all the stuff I'm telling you.
Sure, it's good.
Well, I just think maybe you can't handle hearing about a kind of like that. It's so completely different than yours.
You mean better, don't you?
Yes, I mean better. Sure, it's better.
There's some ketchup.
I mean, I'm out of the scene almost completely. You know, this favorite scene. I'm moving into Manhattan. I'm getting my own apartment. I'm changing. I'm really changing as a person, and I'm growing. You know what I mean? Nobody has any idea how much I'm growing.
Once you go on a diet.
Okay, listen. I like it. We could dance together. That's it. We could just dance together, and nothing more, nothing personal. I don't want you coming on to me.
I know.
Because I don't think guys like you anymore for one thing. You're too young, you haven't got any class, and yeah, I'm sick of drip-off guys ain't got the shit together.
Hey, come on, this is get shit together. All you need is a salad bowl, and potato masher. Get your shit together. What do you have to know what I do?
It's not necessary.
I'll tell you what I do. Open a paint store. I got raised this week.
Right. You work in a paint store, right?
Yeah.
You probably live with your family, you hang out with your buddies, and on Saturday night you go, you blow it all off 2001, right?
That's right.
You're a cliche. You're nowhere. On your way to no place.
What do you got, a fucking stairway to the stars or what?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm taking a course nights at the new school. Next semester I'm going to take 2. Now you probably didn't get no college, did you?
No, I did not.
Well, did you ever think about going to college?
No.
Not ever?
No, you?
Well, not back then. No.
What the fuck you about it for?
Well, why not? Why didn't you ever
I'm
want to go
just
to college?
off for you, didn't I?
Oh, really? Tell me, why
Oh, Jesus
not?
Christ. I didn't. The thing is, the high get in 2001 is just dancing. It's not being a best or nothing like that. The only thing is that I would like to get that high someplace else in my life, you know?
Like where?
I don't know where. I don't know. Someplace. You see, dancing, it can't last forever. It's a short-lived kind of thing. But I'm getting older, you know. And, you know, I feel like, you know, so what? I'm getting older. Does that mean like I can't feel that way about nothing left in my life? You know? Is that it?
Listen, you don't live here.
No, I walk you the rest of the way.
No, I'll meet you at the dance studio, just like you said, okay?
Stephanie, I can walk you home.
Look, nothing personal, right?
Oh, come on, Stephanie, I can walk you. Jesus Christ. You know. Smash Barracks. Hey, that's my fucking car! Get the car! Just give me the keys. The rest of the You know, I can't believe it. I just saw him.
He could have run, you know. Hang tight, that's Gus.
Don't worry about it, right? I got in the hospital. See, he got a broken nose, busted wrist, a broken leg, and 4 teeth knocked out. Shit. I mean, all he was doing was walk along the street carrying his groceries and treat him to a shout number on him. Put his fucking groceries into the street. So, you know, he sort of says under his breath, grease balls, stick dicks, and they laid into him. All right, now check it out. All right. This is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna cruise around to this enough room that we can handle. Yeah. We'll just pick up a couple hours straight. Yeah. Oh, you that pussy, man. You're fucked up. You know that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll forget it. All right, dream's good. Drip off better. Tony, I'm getting out. Will you cut it with that shit? No, listen, I just want to let you know. All right, look, if you get married, we'll all go with you on your honeymoon, all right, bro? Okay. Take it easy. Come on, Bobby, get in the car. Hey, you know, we should go to the hospital tomorrow. You know what I'm talking? And you cool off. You know? All right, night.
Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
Paula.
An icon.
Oh yeah, it was next to Princess Diana, the most famous female in England. It just went crazy.
Is it true you had an affair with Prince? No. Oh, come on. Paula. Starts Monday at 9 on Channel 4 and All 4.
My name is Nazanin Scary Ratcliffe. I'm a hostage. I'm a political pawn. My daughter lives with my husband in London. I am spending every night away from my child.
Nazanin was jailed in Tehran in 2016.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I think they won't tweet you, Stan. This is bonkers. Of course she's not spying.
This has got to be about the money.
Suddenly, this is a lot darker and a lot bigger than I appreciated.
No one can take us apart. No politics or even prisons.
In her own words, Nazanin. Thursday at 9 on Channel 4 and All 4.
Fred Sirius is giving 12 young Brits the chance to win a life-changing job
Just relax, breathe.
in the 5-star hotel industry. But will any of them
I need 5 minutes.
have what it takes? Brand new Fred's Last Resort starts Tuesday at 9 on E4 and All 4. Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
Tony, what did you say to Father Frank Jr.?
What?
What did you say to him? What did you do?
Yeah, what did you say? What are you talking about?
You must have said something. You sleep in the same room, you talk to him, the next night he stays out all night, you don't come back.
I said nothing to him.
He's staying out all night.
A priest is not a priest no more. He's grown up, so he can do what he wants.
Something you said to him.
Oh, yeah, you trying to blame me that he ain't a priest no more?
You were right, Tom.
I don't believe this. She's trying to hang this on me.
Yeah, all right, he called. In a couple of days, he's going to see he's wrong. He's going to like a child soul, you know? He's going back to the church. He's going back.
No, he won't. He's not going back to the church.
He's going back to the church, I'm telling you! He's going back! He's not every liar! You don't got every liar!
And you got no saint. You got nothing but 3 shit children now. Good. sorry, Mom. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I never say that. I love you, Mom. I really do. How you doing, man?
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Listen, look, Annette, I gotta tell you something, right? It's very hard to tell you this, but I changed my mind about us dancing together. I got no partner. Look, it's professional, you know what I mean? Like, it's like things like this happen when it's professional. Oh, Jesus Christ, the fucking mother, now you.
Why do you hate me so much? All I ever did to you was like you.
You do great, huh? You made it.
5 minutes, that's not late. How long you been here?
I don't know, 6, 7, something like that.
It's been here 15.
Oh, who's he? Yeah, I got some records over here. I don't know if you like them. Like these guys.
Yeah, super.
You do the New York hustle, the Latin hustle, or what?
New York Latin, I did all.
I've seen you doing everything I never really looked before. But now you take my breath away. Suddenly you're in my life. I'm out of everything I do. You got me working day and night. Just trying to keep a hold on me.
Follow me this time.
Here in your arms, I found my paradise. My only chance for happiness.
Yeah, that's really nice. What did you do? Make that up?
Yeah, no, I saw it on TV first, and then made it up.
You know what I had this one. What I did.
Wait a minute, this is super. What this guy's so happy?
All that I want to be. All that I want.
Come on. Stay right there. Now we commence.
Can you show us, okay? The Latin one I was going to show you, okay? Now take your hand like this. Then come. 1, 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. Keep it to yourself.
Okay, I got that. That's good. That's good, I like that.
Yeah.
Do you know the table hustle?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try it. Would you like some coffee?
Yeah. No, well, no. I got home.
You know something? I like you when you're like this. When you're quiet, you ain't laying all that shit on you.
Oh yeah, well as a matter of fact, guess who I had lunch with today? Paul Anka.
Wow, had to open my big mouth, right?
It was very interesting, very interesting, very intelligent fellow.
You cream over that word interesting, don't you?
What's wrong with interesting?
I don't know, something. You know, I'll tell you something. I've never told you this before, but I think you're full of shit.
Oh, you do you, huh?
Yeah. Except I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much is shit and how much is bullshit.
Oh, listen, when you figure it out, just let me know, all right?
We should really practice a couple more times. Maybe go to 2001 with a crowd. How about Saturday? Would that be good?
Maybe.
Stephanie, I want to ask you something, all right? I'm gonna say it. Do you think that I am either interesting or intelligent?
Interesting, yeah. Intelligent? No, maybe. I don't know, I gotta know you better, you know what I mean? You got a way of putting things together, you know? Seeing things a certain way. Interesting, yeah. Intelligent? Yeah, maybe. Maybe intelligent.
Well, what do you know? All right. Hey, Stephanie, how come we never talk about how we feel when dancing? How come we never talk about that?
Good night and thanks.
No, but maybe I can walk you the rest of the way. Let me do that.
Nope. You shouldn't have asked. You should have just done it.
Oh, hot stuff. Jesus.
Hey, what's up?
I'm surviving every lonely day. With this gun to me, no chance for me. My life is red. It doesn't matter how I cry. My tears so young are a waste of time. If I turn away, am I strong enough to see it through? I'm crazy is what I will do.
You guys have a Moses effect. You arrive at a crowd march at the big city. Then over faces and something. How you like your father? What father? I look like your father? Please don't call me that. I never could stand that. But yeah, I think the place is, energizing. It's all right. Good face. Burn them all down. Let's go with
Hey, are you as good in bed as you are on that damn spot? Are you? Are you as good in bed as you are on the dance floor?
Hey, you never made it in bed.
What's this name a regular partner, but just say one.
No, we're gonna have to drink to get some, huh?
77.
77.
So when's Connie gonna get her answer, huh?
You know, Connie,
Yeah.
you're as good in bed as you on the dance floor. I bet you wouldn't last a fuck.
So how come they always send me clowns the next day, huh?
You know, some guys don't know last a fuck when they got one. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah?
But maybe they thought she was dead.
Fine. Well, here's something. Listen, I got a girlfriend of mine, she's such a good Catholic father. She tells me she loves to taste the communion wafers. Hey, Mr. Monero, can I talk to you for a second?
What's he doing? Right.
Fine, yeah, listen.
Oh, forget this.
Look out, you think it's some room, he's taking over again. Right, go, right, go. Come on. Right on. Okay. So can I talk to you for a second, Father? Yes, call me Frank. Frank, listen. Yeah. Come here, you want to hear something? Listen. I got my girlfriend, you know? Can I tell you something? Yeah. Come here for a second. Listen, Frank, want to hear something? I got a lot of ideas. See, like I was reading up about the Pope. Hey, Father. Yes, you're Frank. Yeah, Frank. Okay, Frank. Yeah, listen, Frank. I got a girlfriend, you know? She's Pauline. Her name's Pauline, and yeah. What do you get her pregnant? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. She loves the taste of communion wafers. Well, I got a lot of ideas that are swimming around in my head, and I was reading a lot of stuff lately. I heard like the Pope, he gives you know, what is this? Yeah. The Pope could give Pauline an abortion. He'll give you a dispensation for an abortion. Yeah, you think you can do this? I don't think so, Mom. Well, maybe, you know, maybe. I'm sorry, Bobby. I don't think so. I was just thinking. Did you talk to your priest? Yeah, I talked to everybody, actually. I talked to a lot of people. All right, thank you. Thanks a lot, all right? It's like your pay. It's fun, man. Don't forget, everybody. We're going to do that. Cisco University. You don't step in the No, I don't step in. Did she come in yet? No, she's getting it. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Right. Don't forget to get Tony, that's really great. Oh, you like it? Yeah, listen, I want to go home now. You go home? Yeah. No, stay a little longer, Frank. It's nice. It's not nice seeing you. No. Come on, you didn't expect me to stay a whole night, did you? No. Yes, I thought maybe you'd stay a little more. No, it's not just of course not. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. It's not, no. So what, right? Come on. Walk your door. Hey, you know, your dancing is really marvelous. It's exciting. I mean, it's exciting to watch you out there. They can't keep their eyes off. I gotta go now. Okay? All right, well, have a good night. I'll see you later, right? Okay, she come in or what? Hey, you just asked me that. I told you she isn't here. It's fine. Just had a stomach thing. I
We ain't practicing seeing each other like you said, so we could make it.
Look, we make when I decide, alright? No one to tell me. I say so, alright?
I'll just make it with somebody else.
Who?
Somebody. I don't care, anybody here.
There's somebody here.
Yeah. Double J, Joey.
Oh, fuck you, Will. Hey, look, hey, Bobby, look, we're gonna go out to the car and when I get back, we go to the bridge, right? You fixed? Huh? You fixed?
What do you mean?
You know, you're on a pill or what?
No.
No? What do you got? The IOU, that thing? Huh?
No.
No diaphragm? Nothing?
Doesn't matter though.
You don't got nothing?
Doesn't matter, Tony, I love you.
Are you kidding me? Oh, forget it. Just give me a blowjob, right? Come on. Just a minute. Forget it. Just fix yourself up. Everything was cool. Everything was all right. You had a good time. And it? Cigarette? Guess not. In there. Can you dig it? I knew that you could. Dude! Find out the game! Hey, Ollie! Come on, let's get some of this motherfucker! Alright, let's push him off! Alright! You gonna eat your big fucking hump system, right, yeah? Come on, Tom, let's get him! Come on, let's go. Come on, let's get the fucking self motherfucker! Hey, touch it! You stupid bitch.
Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
My name is Nazanin Scary Ratcliffe. I'm a hostage. My daughter lives with my husband in London.
She's bonkers. Of course she's not expired.
No one can take us apart. No politics or even prisons.
In her own words, Nazanin. Thursday at 9 on Channel 4 and All 4.
Do you get people asking where Dracula's grave is? All the time.
Jonathan Ross is uncovering myths and legends from all over the UK.
Things they speak to a more irrational part of ourselves.
This reminds me of the first time I interviewed Spandau Ballet.
A brand new series, Jonathan Ross's Myths and Legends, starts Monday at 9 on All 4 and All 4.
Food prices prices and energy costs are going up. So I really wanted to be as useful as possible by developing delicious recipes for under £1 a portion. Frozen fruit has turned out to be a game changer. We might be cooking on a budget, but this is delicious food.
Jamie's £1 Wonders, a brand new series, continues Monday at 8 on Channel 4 and All 4.
Welcome to Rise and Fall, the game where rulers like me have all the power.
No. In this game, a grafter gets a chance to take control. Let the power struggle begin. Rise and Fall, a new reality show, starts 19th of March on Channel 4. Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
I wish you were staying longer, you know, Frank?
Thanks, please don't stay back home. Listen, everyone's too shocked and disgraced. Family raises, the police, they think they've scored points in heaven. How are they going to lose them?
Done? Okay. Better get moving on. I gotta fix some more people on the way.
Okay. Listen, we got to keep in touch.
Yeah, you gonna like this settlement house? What do you think?
I'm doing until I figure out my next move. What about you?
What about me?
Are you going to do something with your dancing?
I don't know. People ask me all the time, but I don't know. I mean, you know, I feel like my whole life, right? I've been told I'm the no good in the family, and that.
Tony, the only way you're going to survive is to do what you think is right, not what they trying to jam you into. You let them do that, and you're going to end up nothing but miserable. Huh?
I have a good choice, right?
I left you something in your room.
What'd you leave me?
Souvenir.
Money. Give me money.
What are you standing there for?
How come you wasn't there Saturday night?
I didn't say I was going to be here Saturday night.
Fuck you did.
I said maybe. Maybe's a maybe. I didn't think you could go and get upset about it.
Well, forget upset. I'm not upset. It's just that we needed to practice. I mean, you know, you should have been here.
All right, let's practice then.
You can't. I don't bring the records because I don't think you was going to be here.
Yeah, so what'd you come for, huh?
Stugats, you know Stugats?
Yeah, I know Stugats.
All right, use some of this stuff.
If you're not of a mind to break up, you might.
What's up?
We've been waiting, man. Pete said you was practicing. Hey, Tony, we were cruising you know who. Looking good.
No, don't talk about me. I'll talk about me. Stephanie, this is Joey. This is Double J. This is Bobby C.
How you doing, Stephanie?
How do you do?
Steph,
You dancer?
Yeah.
you hungry?
Yeah.
What do you want to eat?
I'm gonna change and then.
Oh, man.
She learned how to act. Nice kids.
It's like I'm gonna be traveling, you know, promotional tours with authors and performers. Of course, I'm gonna hate to even hat and even brief. There's certain ballets and concerts I'm just gonna have to miss.
Tell them about the people coming to the office. That's what they want to hear. Tell them that.
Oh, you know who came in today? This guy, David Bowie. He comes in, he has this Ascatran coat, right
He's a
there.
faggot. It's a half faggot, man.
Hey, relax. Come on, sit down.
You mean he's bisexual?
Yeah, he swings both ways. Men and boys.
Oh,
So
yeah?
funny.
Oh, you know who came in today? Joe Namath. You know Joe Namath? He comes in and he wants some coffee, so I brought him some coffee, and then he asked me to sit down and have some coffee with him.
You had coffee with Joe Namath.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking a little bit. He wanted to know what it was like to be 21. And I told him I didn't know because I was just 20.
Yeah? What else?
That's all.
Ain't that enough? Hey, don't you never chew, Tony. Don't you never chew. Hey, look, when my mother dies, give it a job, all right?
You know what goes down your throat, man? Big chunks of hamburger, you know? Big gobs like dog food, dog friskies, doggy yummy. You know something, Joey? He's gonna turn into a dog. Oh, mother!
Stephanie, listen, can I talk to you for a second? I was listening to what you said in there before, and you seem to know a lot of people, a lot of places, and a lot of things. I got a friend of mine, you know, he's a very good friend of mine, and he got a girlfriend. He got a girlfriend, and I wanted to know if you had to make a choice between getting an abortion and have to get married to somebody, what would you do?
Well, who'd I have to marry?
You'd have to marry me. Marry me. Yeah.
I think I'd get an abortion. Hey, so long, Daddy.
It's very nice meeting you.
So what you guys think of her?
Hey, Tony, I liked her. I thought she was nice. I liked her a lot.
Yeah, she's a snotty bitch, man. She's cool. You just gotta get to know her. That's all.
Hey, Tone, you fucking yet?
What do you think?
I don't think so.
You guys got a lot of growing up to do. You know that? A lot of growing up. You're babies. Hey, Mr. Fusco. Look, I need the afternoon off.
Sam's out, Harold's sick. Hey, take me.
But I got her, Mr. Fusco.
Sorry, Tony.
Well, look, all I'm asking for is one afternoon off. I've been here almost 8 months and I missed a day yet.
Not today, Tony.
Oh, come on, Mr. Fusco. Some of those spots, they miss 3-4 days at a time and say nothing to them.
Hey, call.
Look, I gotta have the afternoon off. I'm taking it.
You do, you're fired.
I'm doing it. Then you're fired. Then fuck you, asshole.
Tony, I don't want to marry her. You know, I don't give a fuck about this.
Marry her.
Tony, I gotta marry her. Fuck it, she won't get the abortion. Everyone says I gotta marry her.
Who says that?
Fuck her fucking parents, my fucking parents, a fucking Patrice on the corner, a fucking high school guidance counselor. Tony, I'm paralyzed. I got no more control. I mean, you and me, Tony, we've been friends for so long. We're hurting. Shit. You're always together, and I'm always fucking up, and you're always alright, you know?
I know. Oh, come on. Everybody fucks up. Really. Don't worry about nothing.
You're great.
I'm in a terrible rush. I hate to leave you like this. You got no idea how much I appreciate this. I mean, this car is very important for me today, you know?
Hey, call me tonight.
I'll call you. Don't worry about nothing, all right? Take care.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Call me tonight, right?
Yeah.
You gonna call me tonight?
You know, Stephanie, this got me fired.
What?
This got me fired. You know, you couldn't do it on Sunday, so my boss, he fired.
Well, I didn't want to get everything in, you know, so I just started fixing up when I moved in on Saturday.
Yeah.
Nobody bitched in my office. I got the whole day off. Hey, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure, no problem. No big deal. I can handle it.
Put that over here.
Hey,
I thought you were going to be out of town.
I postponed the trip.
Jay, this is Tony Monero. He's a friend. Tony, this is Jay Langhart.
Unspecified status. How you doing? Well, I've decided to leave you all the furniture.
What, are you kidding? You're not going to take any of this
I'm
stuff?
going to start fresh. What the hell? You picked out most of it anyway.
Well, super.
Stephanie, I told you not to say super. Nobody says super anymore. Can I get you a beer, a glass of wine?
No, man, that's all right. Hey, I read that book you Tony, to, you know, the
Her or the Lawson?
car.
Should have read the Lawson. Listen, if I can help you guys move in, just say a word with that help.
I get the rest of this stuff. Stephanie, who's that guy?
Oh, he's a arranger, record producer. He wants to do films. Oh, he's gonna move now to a more expensive apartment. I met him at the agency. He didn't want his wife to know how much money he had until the divorce was filed. Come on, let's go.
I mean, who is he to you, Stephanie? That's what I'm talking about.
He's a friend of mine, okay? He's a friend. And I was living with him for a little while.
Are you in love with this man or what? I mean, tell me the story. I mean, that's all I'm asking.
No, I'm not. We had a thing, you know. It didn't work out, and it's over now. And he's my friend, and he still likes me.
He likes you to have you around for a quick piece when he feels like
He
it.
helped me, man. You don't know what it's like at that place. It's crazy. You don't know shit. You know? I didn't know how to do stuff, so I go to him and I would ask him, and he would tell me how to do things, and then I go back to work and everything would be all right. Otherwise, I'd be walking around like an idiot, going, I don't know. And he helps me. He does.
He helps you what? Get in the sack? Is that what he helps you do?
He helped me.
Sure.
What the hell do you expect me to do, man? What do you expect me to do? He helped me.
Don't cry about it. I mean, you know. All right, so we helped you. That's good for you. All right, come on. Let's get out of here.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about nothing. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about nothing. Stephanie, don't. Look, we'll stop here for a while. We'll sit down, all right?
Stop. Just take me home. Just take me
No,
home.
come on. I won't sit here for a while, all right? Just don't worry about nothing. It's pretty, isn't it? Call that bridge is. That bridge, that tower right there goes up 690 feet. They got 40 million cars going across there a year. 127,000 tons of steel is involved in that. The concrete, yeah, they got almost 750,000 yards of concrete. That's right. The center span right there is 4,260 feet long. And with the on-ramps, and all together total, it's like something like 2.5 miles.
You know all about the bridge, don't you?
That's right. I know everything about the bridge. You know what else? They got a guy buried in the cement.
Yeah.
Know how it happened? Well, they was working on it apparently at the time, and I guess they were pouring the cement, and he slipped off, on the upper part of the bridge, and fell in. Oh fuck!
Where do we go?
I come down here a lot, I get ideas.
Oh, yeah, what kind of ideas you get?
I don't know, daydreams. Daydream a lot. Mr. Fusco, come for what I got coming.
Come on, things got a little out of the collar, don't you think?
What are you talking about?
I don't want to lose you, Tony. You're a good kid. Customers like you. I want you to stay on.
You mean I ain't fired?
No. Come on.
Jesus Christ, I don't believe this.
You got a future here, Tony. Hey, Harold's with me 18 years since I opened. Mike, 15 years, huh? Come on, give Harold a hand. He's making a mess.
What are you doing? Trying to get up to 70%? Whoa, man. I didn't know you hung your label on it. What are you doing? The guy's the biggest cunt hound in Bay Ridge.
Oh my god, I've been in serious danger.
It's a fucking joke, Stephanie. That guy's just a fucking sleazy whore.
I was dancing with the fella, you know, dancing.
No, forget it.
Come on, let's dance.
You disgust me, you know that?
What do you mean? Tony, I was just dancing with the guy.
Come on, that would be worse. Oh, Jesus.
I got 6 or 7 of them in there, a couple of chicks.
Listen, why don't we wait down? They get down to about 3-4 people.
1 or 2?
3! All right, I'm thinking. Tony, listen, you gotta help. Shut up, Barry. What are you doing? What are you doing, Double J? Shut your fucking mouth. What are you, crazy? When are they get married? Shut up! Come on! Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing, huh? Come here, it's me! Come on! Show your face! Ticket, man, where is he? Go! What if I was you? Huh? I was driving around.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I was looking for you. Where were you?
Just
Get the number of the truck that hit you.
don't make me laugh, all right? Do not make me laugh.
Look at this. We don't love you, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You got us. Yeah, really, huh? Really?
You guys really, you really kick your ass.
Hey, come on, we got them when they breathe. That Italian style.
Yeah, that's great, Only, I ain't so sure it's the Barracudas.
What are you talking about? You said it was.
No, I said it probably was. Don't be playing on ladies.
Wait a minute.
For that.
You said it probably was.
Yeah,
Right,
I
that's
said
what you
probably.
told us.
I said probably because I wasn't sure, I mean, it could have been a Spanish. Stupid fucking bastard. Almost got a head bust.
Yeah? Not you, though.
Fucking pair of balls on you,
Hey, come on. Hey, I had to say something, right? I mean, I had to lay somebody out for, right?
What are you, stupid?
Yeah, I mean, if I
can't see
who hurt you, right?
Oh my God, what are you doing, man?
I said, what about off? Yeah, well, fuck you, Gus. You know what I feel like doing? I feel like breaking your broken leg. That's what I feel like doing.
Come on, let's get out of here. Oh, God, I can't believe some fucking things.
You want to know something? I could have killed him.
You couldn't kill a fucking crab like
Oh, shit. What do you think I am? You think I'm a coward?
What do you think you are?
Enough of that shit already. I'm bored. I'm bored with it, right?
Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
Paula.
An icon. Well, yeah, it was next to Princess Diana, the most famous female in England. It just went crazy.
Is it true you had an affair with Prince? No. Oh, come on. Paula. Starts Monday at 9 on Channel 4 and All 4.
You just press the guilt-free button. Now you can watch whatever without being judged by boring people. Get stuck into fresh new shows and legendary ones too.
I'm so sorry. Would you mind helping us?
Got some spare clothes if you want to borrow.
Go guilt-free on E4 and All 4. Have a lovely binge.
Who did you find in there? So good looking.
I backed myself in this competition because I'm the complete package.
Love beach drama in The Bachelor in New Zealand. Stream every single episode, free on All 4.
In a game where anyone can be in power, a cross-section of ordinary people compete to elevate their way to the top of a new society, whilst avoiding a life of hard work at the bottom. But what will it take to rule? A ruthless new reality series, Rise and Fall, starts the 19th of March on Channel 4 and All 4.
Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
See, look at this. You're beautiful, babe. Hey, come on, we got the winners here. Let's get a table. Let's go. Yeah, let's get a table.
How you doing?
I'm all right. No handsy face, huh?
Oh, yeah, I cut myself shaving.
With a switchblade, huh?
What?
I'm a whole fashion chocolate. I just take a ride to the oasis. Feel the power.
Be cool, everybody. Okay, good. Okay. Now we have Stephanie Mangano and Tony Manero. All right.
George, hey, you let me one of those, huh?
Hey, come on, you high enough. All right, get high. You know, it's your head.
That's right.
Here you go.
Just
Hey, be cool, man. Here now we have couple number 15. Los Puerto Rico puertorriqueños. Aquí tenemos a María, Héctor y Cio Rodríguez. ¿Quién viene aquí?
Jesus Christ, so fucking good. Thank you, yes. Look at him pacing up the floor.
No contest, man. No contest. I want to hear that shit. They was fucking better than us.
They weren't better, it was different, that's all. It was different.
Bullshit.
All right, folks. We have decision of judges. In third place, we have Elizabeth and Joseph Bishop. Second prize from Puerto Rico. We have Sheila Rodriguez. In first place, the coolest, the first day I broke the boogie woogie man, the man that gave me coolness, hotness, and everything he wanted. He was hot, he was right on. Stephanie McGowan.
won that contest. Motherfucking friends can't even be straight with me. You gotta lie right through your fucking teeth. Come on.
Your ass, man.
Look, we won it.
Stephanie, that was rigged. It's like family. They can't give it to no spick to no stranger. What are you, crazy?
We was just as good as they were, Tony, and I know it.
Oh, you think so, huh? Come with me. Excuse me. Congratulations. Yeah, like, keep it in so I can give you that, because I think you deserve it, all right? Come on. Damn it, good is good. The Spicks are good, they deserve it. That's what we're It's a fucking shithole, you know what? A fucking shithole! God damn it. Friends are assholes I hang out with. I can't believe them sometimes, you know that? Everybody's got to dump on somebody, right? Of course. I mean, everybody can't do it straight, right? My pa goes to work, he gets dumped on, so he comes home and he dumps on my mother, right? Of course, right? Then the Spicks, they dump on us, so we got to dump on the Spicks, of course, right? Everybody's dumping on everybody. Even the husband's dumping most of the time.
All right, okay. Listen, would you just tell me what's wrong, okay?
Get in.
What is it?
Get in.
Just tell me. The hell is wrong with you? Stop it. Oh, just stop it. Let me alone, man. Come on, get away.
You're such a fucking cock teaser, you know that?
You fucking call me no goddamn cock teaser.
You are a cock teaser. Why are you hanging around with me?
Dancing, that's why.
Oh, dancing, huh?
Yeah.
Why else?
Oh, you want to know it's bullshit? That's why. Bullshit, man. I've just been dumping my bullshit all over you. Selling my act on you, using you, making you think that I love you. It's just all bullshit, man. Come on. Just stop it. You stop it. Go.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh, Stephanie.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Tony, come on. Let's go give everybody a piece of snatch pie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the fuck you are. Hey, what are you doing? What is with you, huh? What's with you? You know what you do.
Fuck's a person, man. What the fuck is it? You don't give a shit about her. Come on, man. Give her a call.
Where?
Yeah. Joey, what you doing back there? Hey, you fuck. The first is always the best. Oh. Oh, God. Come on, Double J. You're up.
You guys name, huh?
Hey.
Shit with me, she's gonna cry?
Woo! Yeah! Woo! Alright! Double J! Come on, Double J! Come on! Yeah, huh? Hey! Hey! No fruit! I know it! Yeah, yeah, hey! All right. Fuck you, man! Come to Brooklyn! Woo! Mine's so big I got it strapped into my leg. Ian says I got the biggest thing in town. Yeah?
You proud of yourself now? Is that what you wanted? Good. Now you're a cunt.
When What's around, baby? Who's going?
Where you going? Next. Come on, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, Bobby! Hey, you punk, Tony! Look at me! Look at the punk!
Bobby, get down. That's too dangerous.
Look at me, Tony! Hey, Tony! Look at me! Look! Hey, Tony!
I'm not kidding, Bobby. Get down.
I'm alright, Tony! I'm alright! Watch me!
Hey, Tony, look at me. That's crazy.
Oh.
Now you be crazy.
Look at me! I'm doing it!
Look at me.
Look at me!
Oh, Jesus.
I did it! Becky, come on!
Why? Don't. You make me very nervous now, Bobby.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. No.
I did it!
What'd you do?
I did it!
What?
Bobby, get over here right now.
Come on, dude. Now, don't get upset. Come on, talk. We're going to talk in the car. What's wrong with it?
You didn't talk to me before. How come you never called me? I didn't want to fuck up.
Come on. We'll talk, all
I
right?
didn't want to fuck up this time.
Jacinta.
You guys think maybe he killed himself?
Ways of killing yourself without killing yourself.
Yeah. Okay, you can go now.
Tom? Hey, Tony!
Your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze. Keep me warm in your love and you softly need. And it's me you need to shout. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should.
That you?
Yeah, it's me, Stephanie. Look, I'm sorry about last night.
You're sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stephanie. Look, it won't happen again, I promise you. I just really need to talk to you.
What are you talking about? You need to talk to me.
It's just like what I said, I need to talk to you.
Okay, listen, now if I open this door, you're not gonna pull any funny stuff on me, right?
No, of course not.
First time I ever let a known rapist in my apartment.
Look, I just stay right here, right? So that way you don't think that I'm gonna, jump you or nothing.
What's wrong with you, man?
No, I'll tell you later.
Okay, just stand here. This is ridiculous. Come on.
But I'm just walking, and I'm gonna get myself my own place, and what I'm gonna do, I'm getting my money and I'm coming back, because I ain't going back.
Wait a minute. Why don't you just sit down, okay? Come on. So what are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm just not going back there. So the asshole's back there. I'm fed up to here with it. It's bullshit.
What are you gonna do?
What do? You come in, you get a job, do what you do. Get a nice apartment.
Okay, what kind of job?
I don't know. What'd you do? You came in, you couldn't do nothing,
I
right?
could type when I came.
Big deal. I'm an able person. I can do these things.
Yeah, of course you can. Tony, I'll tell you something. Yeah, I said all that stuff to you about using you, practicing my act on you. Wasn't true. It's a lot of reasons that I was hanging around you. You made me feel better. Give me like admiration, respect, support.
Stephanie, maybe now that like I'm gonna be in town, like I planned, maybe like we could see each other. No, I don't mean like that. I know what you're thinking, right? Yeah, thinking like I'm promoting your pussy, but I ain't. I mean like friends, right? Like you once said, we could help each other.
Want to be friends?
Yeah, I'd like to be friends with you.
Think you know how? Think you could be friends with a girl? Could you stand being friends with a girl?
The truth?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I could try. That's all I have to say, Steph. Try.
Just be friends, alright? Just be friends. Friends, man.
Through your eyes in the morning sun, I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love and you softly need. And it's me you need to shout. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong. know the door to very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest doubt. You're my savior when I fall.
Transform your world with Film on 4. Sponsored by Hyundai.
No! I'm questioning the size of that nose. No one's questioned it before.
That's great.
The Great Celebrity Bake Off for Stand Up to Cancer. Now on Sundays.
Wow.
Starts Sunday the 19th of March on Channel 4 and All 4.
Food prices and energy costs are going up, so I really wanted to be as useful as possible by developing delicious recipes for under £1 a portion. Frozen fruit has turned out to be a game changer. We might be cooking on a budget, but this is delicious food.
Jamie's £1 Wonders, a brand new series, continues Monday at 8 on Channel 4 and All 4.
We're off to Chester now on Channel 4 for the Hollyoaks Omnibus with Emotional Times with Tony.
Hollyoaks, proudly sponsored by Vinted.
3 dates, all in one day. I think that's pretty good if I do so myself.
Technically, it could count this as the 4th day.
Eric is always there in the back of my mind, creeping around in the shadows. I allowed him to terrorise the village Diane. I can't go on like this, darling.
Say this.
I was fuming when you slacked me and my family off. But then I thought about it, and I thought, I'm not going to let you make me hurt Felix. So I'm not going to tell him that you tried to pay me off to dump him.
Seems like you got some explaining to do.
Hey,
Hold it.
Do you want to talk about it? Brace yourself, Pearl. I am going to get Felix and Warren back today if it kills me. All then.
Right, Dad? So with him? Wait, is it Eric's hearing today?
Do you know, after last night, it was
fun, right?
Yeah, fun. Definitely more fun in a bed than in a photo booth.
I don't know. There's something quite exciting about being caught, isn't there?
Your world.
Wildly hungry, actually. So can you make me some breakfast?
Yeah. I'll make a naughty pancake.
Oh, actually, you might want to put a t-shirt on. Teeth wax.
Oh, really? Where?
No, I'm kidding.
about Mercedes. I'm here to get your keys to the garage, alright? Because mine seems to go on walkabout. I don't want to talk, I don't even want to look at your face, alright?
Just give me a chance to explain.
No chances, no explanation, no nothing. Keys. I was just trying to help. Well, you never hear what I say.
So you'll be back as soon as she's finished with this little gathering, yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to invite Maxine and Scott too. They like to get together, won't you?
Yeah, that's great. I'll see you there.
See you later. Oh. Hello. I wasn't expecting you two this early.
James insisted I take the day off because I'm going to be utterly useless with the whole thing that's going on with Eric today. I take it you're not going to the plea hearing either.
Do you know what? I couldn't face it. And neither could Tony, to be honest. Like, he's really struggling at the minute.
I mean, he has been looking pretty rough lately, hasn't he? He's getting charged 10p for them bags under his eyes.
Really?
Says.
I was messaging you because I was thinking, well, maybe we could all get together, like later on today, you know, for some nibbles and drinks. I just want to show Tony that there is life after Eric. Show him that he's surrounded by people who actually love and support him. What do you reckon?
I think that's perfect, Tony. Let's count him.
And where were you last night then?
Stayed the night at Lawrence? Or was it Lillian? I don't know. That first started with an hour though. What did you get up to?
Well, me and Rain kinda.
Jeez, come on, my son.
Yeah.
But that's not the face of someone who poured last night. What's up?
It's just, I've been looking at our socials and a lot of the stuff's quite sexual.
What, like porn?
No, not porn, you know it. Have a look at that.
Wow, bro, she's a freak, eh? Bro, you struck gold there, lad.
No, I don't want to be just another notch on a bedpost. I told her how I felt this morning and she just brushed it off like it was nothing.
The way I see it is, you've got two options there, innit? If you're into her, then just talk to her. Tell her how you felt about last night and tell her how you feel about the stuff on the socials, do the whole communication thing. Or you can just keep your mouth shut and enjoy the ride while it lasts. You alright, bro?
I just been bare itchy all morning.
Well, if we're doing this relationship counselling, I'm going to take a shower.
Right, bro.
You did say he was going to be here, right?
Yeah. You don't think anything bad's happened to him, do you?
Of course not. He's probably just got held up at work or something.
Well, he works downstairs, Max, so he could show up if he wanted.
And Beau, he was supposed to come back too, and he hasn't showed up either.
Look, do you want me to give Tony a ring on his eye, find out where he is?
Because what's the point? No, he clearly doesn't want to be here. Do you know what? I really thought this might work. On him up, Messiah.
Oh, no, Dad, look. I know that you're worried about him, but we'll sort this. All of us, okay? I promise.
Oh, well. Until then, no point letting this bottle of wine go to waste, is there?
I'll be back in a minute.
Babe, where did you put your tanning moisturizer and the toothbrush holder? What's this?
Morning. How are you?
Oh, it's alright. I came in here.
Well, I just thought, seeing as, Joel's moved in with Leela, and the kids are back at school, we could have some us time.
Right, and you thought that this would really get me in the mood, did you?
No, I thought my seduction face would do most of the heavy lifting.
Oh, okay, well, let's see that. Oh my. Are you stuffed?
Yes. Look, I don't know. I was just trying to seduce you, spice things up a bit.
Okay, well, could I suggest that you find something a little bit more tailored to the seducee?
Hello, mate. Mate? You ain't my mate, you're a two-faced rat. And if we didn't have to work in this place together, I wouldn't want to clap eyes on you again. So you know what? From now on, this is my space in the room, and that is yours. Oh, hang on a minute. You've got the toilet on your side. Well, then you're just going to have to find yourself a bucket, ain't you? Mate, look, I only did what I did to protect you. Look, you've been through a lot lately, and the last thing you need is someone like Mercedes McQueen coming in and ruining your life. That woman, any man she gets her claws into, she destroys. Just what? I couldn't bear her doing that to my brother. Mercedes has done nothing but finally bring some kind of sunshine into my life. And you tried to pay her off and break up with me? We ain't brothers, word. We ain't nothing.
Hollyoaks, proudly sponsored by Vinted.
Paula, an icon. Hollyoaks was next to Princess Diana, the most famous female in England. It just went crazy.
Is it true you had an affair with Prince? No. Oh, come on.
Paula starts Monday at 9 on Channel 4 and All 4.
My name is Nazanin Scary Ratcliffe. I'm a hostage. I'm a political pawn. My daughter lives with my husband in London. I am spending every night away from my child.
Nazanin was jailed in Tehran in 2016.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think they want to make you scared. Of course she's not spying.
This has got to be about the money.
Suddenly, this is a lot darker and a lot bigger than I appreciated.
No one can take us apart. No politics or even prisons.
In her own words, Nazanin, Thursday at 9 on Channel 4 and All 4.
Fred Sirius is giving 12 young Brits the chance to win a life-changing job
Let's relax, breathe.
in the five-star hotel industry. But will any of them have what it takes? Brand new Fred's Last Resort starts Tuesday at 9 on E4 and All 4.
Okay, let's plan a wedding, people. I always thought of Ainsley, Duffy, and Craig as more of a trio.
You picked this woman to be your wife.
Have you ever had the feeling you've gone down the wrong path?
Feel like that literally every day.
No, we'll find a way, bro. But I'll wait here just in case it doesn't.
A new spin on the iconic rom-com 4 Weddings and a Funeral. Stream every episode now, free on All 4.
Hollyoaks, proudly sponsored by Vinted.
What do you mean you've got no spaces today? What? Well, fine, I guess we'll see you tomorrow then. You call? Yeah, I did. Nice one for coming. So me and this girl, we sat together. And since then, I've been itchy, really itchy. You know.
Down there?
Yeah, down there. I don't know what to do.
Well, as much as it pains me to admit it, I think I do.
So, besides all this stuff with Eric, is everything okay here, you know, with you and Tony?
Well, I mean, what relationship doesn't have straight spells? Do you know what I mean, Maxine? And when you're being together, as long as me and Tony have, well. I'll tell you what, though. The other night. Sorry. No, go on.
Hello? Right, thank you. It's about Eric.
You said it was an emergency. No, not doing it. Not a chance.
Listen, Mercedes has put her heart, soul, and a lot of very interesting looking food into this. So sit down at this table and work things out before we revert to my idea of clunking your thick heads together until we reach some resolution.
Full disclosure. I hate Warren. Like, I really hate him.
Oh, chill out.
I hate his face. I hate his voice. I hate the whole I'm one thoughts, what are you gonna do about it thing that he does. I hate his weird walk. Like he's got two carpets under his arms, you know. And I hate the fact that he tried to break us up.
Excuse me, firstly, that sounds absolutely nothing like me. And secondly, I don't walk like I've got carpet rolls on my...
But you have a friendship. A real friendship. And I cannot sit back and watch either of you throw that away.
Mate, I am. I'm sorry. Said some hurtful things and I was just trying to look out for you. What in heaven's name is that? I thought you was making curry goat.
Oh no. You see, I couldn't find any goat, so I just slung some chicken nuggets in.
Sorry. Sorry, Scott, I was miles away. Miles away from the family drinks you were meant to be at an hour ago. Thought you'd snuck off to Eric's plea hearing. Maxine text. Pleaded guilty. It's over. Is it? Look, I went to the gathering, I'm fine. Said nobody who was actually fine ever. Just fed up. I'm fed up with feeling like this. I'm trying to fight it, chin up, all head off, but the energy. I can barely keep up with my own thoughts. I'm exhausted, Scott. And every night when my head hits that pillow, I close my eyes and all I can see is him. I mean, he's holding me. And Tony, what you went through with your brother was enough to scar anybody. I know I can't do anything.
Winner of this spin.
Support.
Get obsessed with the best of the...
Ja, du klarer det. Bra. Edna tommene. Det bor ikke noe själv. Nej, bara tänk på det. Klätt ut den där och det bor. Så Ellen och Salke till Götten. Och Stefan. Ja, det kan han.
Not today. The presenter, a guest at hometown club Leicester City this afternoon as the crisis intensified after the BBC decided to drop him for Match of the Day following an impartiality row over comments he made on Twitter criticising the government's language over its new asylum policy. More pundits and presenters, meanwhile, confirming they'd be joining an impromptu boycott in support of their colleague as the corporation's weekend sport output unravelled. No football focus for the build-up, instead an edition of Bargain Hunt. Results show final score also pulled from the schedules. And only this evening it was confirmed a much reduced Match of the Day would be shown, but cut to just 20 minutes with no presentation, interviews or commentary of any kind.
I'm sorry that audiences have been affected and they haven't got the programming. This has been a tough time for the BBC and we care about our audiences. We want to get the right outcome for this. We're working very hard to get that done. And I would like to see Gary Lineker return on air on the BBC.
So, amid a saga that's once again shown the extent to which football and politics now overlap, how did fans attending matches today, like these in Leicester, feel about the Lineker row?
You should be allowed to have free speech. He's not, on his post, he's not referenced match of the day or anything like that. You know what I mean? He said his opinion. The only reason the BBC are bothered is because he's got millions of viewers. I'm disappointed with some of his comments, to be honest. I think he's let himself down. I do believe in freedom of speech. You should be able to say what you want to say, but, you know, I think you have to take things into context, and I don't think he's really done that.
Here at BBC Sport headquarters in Salford, with a much shortened match of the day about to be broadcast, talks are set to continue. And unless a resolution can be found, the impact of this crisis could extend into tomorrow's output and beyond, amid questions over when and indeed whether Gary Lineker will return here. The chaos surrounding a staple of the TV schedules for almost 60 years. Welcome to Match of the Day. And one of sport's most famous brands, ensuring the most controversial episode to date. Dan Rowan, BBC News.
Well, the BBC has been accused of caving into political pressure by taking Gary Lineker off Match of the Day. A former Director General, Greg Dyke, says the corporation's made a mistake and undermined its credibility. But the incumbent DG Tim Davie says impartiality is a founding principle of the BBC. Here's our media correspondent, David Silato.
As Gary Lineker left home today, it was clear an issue he thought was 2 days ago blowing over isn't. And a previous Director General of the BBC, Greg Dyke, who himself left the corporation after a run-in with the government of the time, thinks the BBC has made a big mistake.
There is a long-established precedent in the BBC that is that if you're an entertainment presenter or you're a football presenter, then you are not bound by those same rules. And I think what the BBC has done is actually the real problem of today is that the BBC has undermined its own credibility.
For those running the BBC, this is just a question of impartiality. However, the corporation's rules have...
Football's a load of shit. Nice one, BBC.
Besides, that is my expertise.
Okay, of the 5 in the meditation room, first was Samuel.
No powder burns on his hand. The gun had to be at least 3 feet away.
Camilla Muir.
Successful actress, sort of a wife to Sandra. 2 jazz and came along. Hot number and top model and actor.
Donald Merritt, CEO, Merritt Industries.
But supposedly Samuel helped him with some kind of medical condition. He was one of the top contributors to this, possibly in the millions. Question is, did he contribute willingly to a possible blackmailing?
The Nash, at this time the accused.
Well, we know he fired the gun. And he would have been the next leader of 72. And he hasn't denied doing it. But seemingly tried to kill himself.
Suicide by coma. That's a new one.
So, who's your pick? I know you were there last night. What do you think? Well, I remember most of them. Jasmine Celestine wasn't there.
I'll go talk to her.
No, you won't.
Come on, you said I could assist you, right?
But I don't want any interviews with Jasmine Celestine, not just yet. I'm going to look a little further into Sandal's past. I promised Ariel I'd go see Donald Merritt. Seems he wants to talk to me.
Well, if he offers you a job, take it. You could use the money.
Now that's a smart associate. Oh, and nice job in those background checks.
Call me his associate.
You really are eating the please, aren't you, Ben?
Wines Protected by the Devil. Sierra del Diablo sponsors great movies.
This is boring.
Seriously.
You didn't say.
There's somehow no better way to travel this place than on a plate. The Expedia app tracks the price of a flight and lets you know if the price goes up or down. So instead of searching if your flight got cheaper, you can go on searching for all the best plates.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
The Cheltenham Festival is nearly here, and when you bet fair during the build-up, you get so much more to build your roar. Build your multiple, build the roar. Get a £10 free bet when you bet £10 worth of multiples available every day at Cheltenham. Betfair.
We are the only survivors. I need to get you home.
When you're making an album, it's an intimate thing. Your first single, and it's number one. It's not bad.
When you join us today, you get 50 spins free play. Betfair Casino.
I need a Nero. I'm holding up for a Nero to get a flat white. It's gonna be strong, and it's gonna taste good, and it's gonna be made just right. I need a Nero.
Get 25% off coffee and pastries with Compares the Market. In town, Sergey.
Congratulations, you're a mom. Welcome to a lifetime of bland greeting cards that say, you're a mom. Mom things, momsy, momsy, mom. Just kidding. At Thoughtful.com, 4,000 independent greeting card creators give their unique take on everything, including you, Mom. If you think it and you want Mom to really feel it, thoughtful it.
Real good. You ready?
Police have released a CCTV image of a man wanted in connection with the incident, and the authorities are asking anyone with information.
What are we waiting for? Let's go get him.
Innocent people do that right.
What happens now?
You want to clear your name? I work for the CIA. Right, good today.
The Tech. Friday at 9 on Great Movies. Wines protected by the devil. Casillero del Diablo sponsors Great Movies.
It's a very unique piece. How old is it?
It's only a guess, but it's about 800 years old. Listen.
Beautiful, isn't it? It's called a singing bowl.
What would you use that for?
Meditation, prayer. Though some say it's used for magic, as a tool to transform self or matter.
Do you believe that?
Hard to say.
Sit down, Mr. Man. Thank you.
This check represents 4 weeks of your normal fee plus a retainer.
I haven't said yes yet. And how do you know what my normal fee is?
I had you thoroughly vetted. Your former clients say nothing but good things about you. Do you know what an autonomic neuropathy is?
Some kind of nerve disorder.
Specifically nerves that control some very important things like breathing. I was essentially drowning on dry land. I went to all the great doctors at all the great clinics. There's no treatment and it's progressive. Samuel never said he cured me, but I believe he did. I want to know what happened the night he died.
Hypothetically, with a spiritual leader like Samuel, one would open up their inner being, right? Kind of turn yourself inside out, show all your warts.
Yes, I suppose so, to cleanse oneself.
You donated a great deal of money to the center.
Are you inferring that I was being blackmailed by Samuel? Blackmail is such an ugly word.
So is murder.
Why would I enlist your help if I murdered Samuel?
When it comes to murder, people do the strangest things. You can keep your check. I want to get to the truth simply because it is the truth. Money can't buy that.
I assure you I had nothing to do with Samuel's death.
Then you have nothing to worry about. Good day, Mr. Merritt. Find anything? Oh, Samuel used to sell cars, but I already knew that. You know, he did have some kind of weird vitamins in his room. Like what? Did you ever have anything called inositol? No? Yeah, me neither. I looked it up. It just turns out to be a chemical that's found in things like beans and brown rice, sesame seeds, stuff like that. One interesting thing is the center has a website, and you can download the meditations or all the lectures and everything. I burned a DVD here. Have a look at it. I keep wondering why you have a better TV than me. Because I bought one, that's why. Where's Ben? Right here? Sit down. I want you guys to see this.
I was making great money. I was clubbing every night. You know, I was a pretty hot dancer in those days. Life was good. Didn't have a care in the world. My life was all about me all the time. I loved to go hiking in the mountains. I used to go quite a lot by myself. And one day, I was resting by an overhang, and I fell. I don't know what happened. The trail must have crumbled beneath me. When I came to, I was in excruciating pain. I looked down, and my leg was broken.
Now, watch his hand. Now, he's going to repeat that movement.
I don't know how long I lay there. I was drifting in and out of consciousness, but I felt something nudging me. I opened my eyes, and I was face to face with a wolf, a silver wolf. I was overcome with abject terror. I'd never been a spiritual man. I'd never prayed in my life before. but I can tell you, I began to pray right there and then.
There. Again?
Anyway, I locked eyes with this woman, and time seemed to slow right down, and I felt an intensity of emotion that I had never felt in my life before. And I just surrendered to it. I knew for absolute certain that I was going to die. And that was okay. And then I passed out. When I woke, I sat straight up and I felt no pain. My leg was healed. And so changed my life. With my healing, I began a journey.
Something definitely wrong with him. Backache. Big deal. Well, maybe. I mean, this is from about 4 weeks ago. He never did it before that. But this is the main thing I wanted you to see, right? Okay, there's Panache, Donald Merritt, Camila, and Jasmine. Now watch Camila and Jasmine. Ben, download all of the appearances that Samuel made in the last 6 months. Cut it all together. Let's see what we've got. Got it? John, we have to talk. Sure. You're just encouraging him. That's exactly what he wants. I think that's the key phrase. What? Doing exactly what he wants. I mean, if that's true, that's what he should be doing. Isn't it? He is 1 year away from finishing law school, and you're encouraging him to be a private investigator instead of a lawyer. I've just been playing along with him, hoping that he'd get bored with it. You remember when you told me you wanted to be a cop? Yeah, I remember. I told you I was very proud of you, and I said your dad would have been proud of you, too. Do you think he would have wanted you to be a cop? Well, actually, he liked building. He loved design. He wanted to be an architect. Of course, he said that when you were 3 years old, but still, I think, were he alive, and you told him you wanted to be a cop, you'd be so happy that you found something that you really love doing. And you think Ben has found what he really wants to do? I think I know what he doesn't really want to do. You made up that stuff about the architect, didn't you? Well, yeah. He wanted you to pitch for the Cubs, but I think he would have been very happy with an architect.
Have a seat, Professor.
Thank you. Candace, I really appreciate you taking the time.
It's not a problem. Okay. Cause of death obvious. Gunshot wound to the chest, result in massive trauma. Toxicology's not going to be back for a while yet. Oh wow, this is interesting. Turns out he had advanced pancreatic cancer. It's unlikely he would have lived for another 6 months.
Candace, if there were any pain connected to that, what would it be?
Well, the pancreas is in the middle of your chest, in the back. And the epigastric pain about right here. Whoever shot this guy should have just saved themselves the trouble.
Beautiful. Now let you be a part of this, but don't screw it up, okay? Be cool. Don't worry about it. You can count on me. That's what I'm afraid of.
Thank you, sir.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm taking a break, Raoul.
Hi.
Mr. Brand, may I call you Mike?
Please do. This is my associate, Ben Manners. Pleasure to meet you.
Same here, Ben. Would you care for a drink?
No, thanks.
Frozen margaritas. They're good. You sure?
How about more?
But at least have a seat.
Thank you.
So you probably know that Nash has been arrested for shooting Samuel and is now hospitalized in a coma.
I had heard. Yes. You don't think Nash did it, do you?
Do you?
You know, Samuel and I were close. Samuel felt he could do a lot of good in this world. A true healer. Never raised his voice to anyone.
And?
Something happened. About a month or so ago. Nash was really upset. I don't know what about. I saw him and Samuel arguing outside one night. Panache was really bent, which surprised me because we're all about kindness and love and coming from a heart place.
And how was Samuel's health?
He was a healer. He wasn't supposed to get sick.
Did he?
Something changed. He seemed like he felt pain, but he never admitted it. He confided in me, no one else. He was afraid
Of what?
of what dreams may come.
Excuse me?
That's Shakespeare.
Oh, is it? I missed that class.
And you have no idea what this fear was based on?
None. Unless Camilla was giving him a hard time. You have to ask her about that. Well, if that's all, I should be getting back to the photo shoot. You know, we have a deadline, so.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Take care. How'd I do?
Not bad for a rookie.
Cool.
It smells nice.
Essential oils. Rosewood, sage. They help grief. Strengthen the spirit.
What about the rocks?
Crystals.
Oh,
They draw energy to him. I know this seems ridiculous to you.
I'm afraid I'm more old school than new age.
It's funny.
Do you feel he's aware of our presence right now?
Oh, yes.
You think he can hear us?
On some level. Sure.
Maybe we better step outside a second. It's a cozy little place. Not where I expected to meet a movie star.
I like it. No one bothers me here. I'm treated like a normal person.
Yeah, I guess it could get lonely at the top, as they say.
I think that all depends. You know, with Samuel, I learned the true meaning in life.
It seems he touched a lot of people. All positive. The perfect man.
Samuel had feet of clay, just like the rest of us. But he could control his physical man and allow his spiritual man to be in power.
Did you know that Samuel might have been suffering from an illness?
Oh, I knew he wasn't himself the past month or so. Something was weighing on him.
But he didn't confide in you about it.
Since that other woman came along, Samuel wasn't as open.
Other woman, I presume you're referring to Jasmine Celestine.
Jasmine, you know, she really wasn't tuned in to who Samuel was. He was a novelty to her, a trophy man.
Did you hate him when he left you for her?
Oh, I could never hate Samuel. He brought me true happiness, taught me to be at peace within myself.
You were in love with him.
Deeply.
So you can't think of anyone that would want to harm Samuel.
Ask Jasmine Celestine.
She told me to ask you.
No. Thank you for lunch, Mr. Bryant. If you have any further questions, call my attorney.
Well, I know the police, even the FBI, have used sightings before, but I never had. How do these visions work anyway?
They come mainly when I'm sleeping. Sometimes a dream or vision, if you will, can come during meditation.
You ever dream anything about Samuel's murder?
Last night, I dreamt that Samuel was lying on the ground. There was blood all around. And then suddenly he sat up, and the blood was gone, and he smiled at me as if to say, "It's all right." It might have simply been a dream. Or it might have been something more.
Assume it was something more. What would be the significance of that?
That Samuel is okay? I knew that. More importantly, it's the first dream I've had about the murder. There was nothing before. I might be starting to clear. Oh yeah. There'll be more. More vivid. It's kind of scary.
Are there a lot of gifted people?
A lot of people claim to be psychic. Few aren't.
Is Ariel one of them?
She's a good friend. But honestly, I don't know. Anybody can say they saw anything in a dream. Who's to say they didn't? Feel free to look wherever you want. We're having a small gathering tomorrow I have to prepare for, so.
Joe, excuse me. What's the occasion?
A ceremony. Prayers for Samuel and his journey. Forgiveness for Panache. you'd like to attend, you're more than welcome.
Well, I'm not sure we'll be able to, but thank you.
Namaste.
Very interesting group of people. You know, this is what got my attention before. Inositol hexaphosphate. You said this is a natural extract from like beans and brown rice? Well, it is, but in this concentrated form, it's also an alternative treatment for cancer. Whoa. So Samuel knew he was dying. You know, both Jasmine and Camilla had said he hadn't been himself, that he was fearful. You know, this may be a stretch, but could Samuel have had Panache shoot him rather than face a long and painful death? Suicide by proxy. Explain Panache's guilt, possibly his anger towards Samuel, and that argument that Jasmine raised. I don't know. You know, the sheriff said the suicide note was found in this drawer. Now, wouldn't a suicide note be left out in the open where it could be found, not hidden in a drawer?
I'm afraid to ask. It's a laser measuring tape. It gives me the exact dimensions of this room.
And you're doing that because?
Because I want to build a computer model of the crime scene.
Just what we need.
This will give us a visual image of what happened.
Give me exactly 3 minutes and then fire one off. It's just a starter pistol with a blank, but be careful anyway. We were here. Ariel's behind the counter. People were coming in and out. Everything's just like it was. The meditation room doors are closed, and these are open. Okay. Right about now. Well, that's interesting. So why couldn't we hear it when Samuel was shot?
Just a minute, Solid. I'm almost done. It's good to see you.
Any change?
No. He's got the doctors completely baffled.
You should go home. Get some rest. I'll stay with him until Camilla gets here.
I'll see you tomorrow night.
Oh, you know, guys, it's getting a little bit late. Everyone loves Samuel, but he's dead.
Shot by somebody who obviously didn't like him for some reason.
That's the big question. Why? Thing is, sticks out to me like a pair of spats at an Iowa picnic. Why we didn't hear the gunshot that killed Samuel?
You know, there wasn't any silencer.
Not on the gun and not in the room.
I got one more question.
Yeah?
What are spats?
Aren't you guys getting tired?
No?
No, really.
Mike, your cell phone's ringing.
It's late. Let him leave a message. That's what I'm saying. It's getting late. Why don't we go to bed and attack this thing in the morning?
Hi, Kate's Ariel. I was just wondering how it went with Tom Merritt. Listen, there's nothing new in the sand. I'm leaving the hospital now. Panache is the same. Call me.
Could be a long night.
More coffee, baby? Yeah, sounds good.
Respect for your elders.
really think you can stay in there.
Actually, I'm okay, Sheriff. Just a little shaken. Sore elbow.
Well, I'll fill out a report. But without a license plate or at least a description, I'm afraid there's very little we can do. We did find some broken headlight glass. Yeah, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, you know? Something. I'll make sure she gets home safely. Okay. Drive carefully. When I get you home.
Wines protected by the devil. Casillero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
I love this car. But what if it gets cracked? By an unfit, unfriendly, uninsured driver? Can I actually do this? Oh yes, I can do this.
What's that?
Said let's do this.
Enjoy the week with Churchill.
Have a break, have a Kit Kat.
Waitrose are introducing new lower prices on hundreds of your favourites, like frozen garden peas, British pork sausages, fair trade bananas, carrots, cheddar, butter, what's that butter? Blueberries, cherry tomatoes. Okay, that is a lot of arrows. New lower prices on hundreds of your favourites. Waitrose, food to feel good about.
Betting can add a little excitement to any sporting event.
But only if it's done safely, responsibly, and within our means.
Never gamble when angry or feeling low.
Set yourself a limit for time, money, or both.
No matter what the problem is, gambling is never.
Never the answer.
There is always someone to talk to when you feel gambling is becoming a stress.
Check out responsiblegaming.paddypower.com.
Why Violida? Because when I get home, we like to play crocodile on the floor. Violida Turbo Smart removes over 99% of bacteria. Water and dirt go straight in the bucket. Easy to spin. Violida Turbo Smart. Try. You'll see. Violida. It feels great to feel at home.
The Dyson Supersonic Hairdryer comes with a flyaway attachment. The high-pressure Dyson digital motor harnesses the Coanda effect to hide flyaways in a single pass and leave a smooth and shiny finish. For fast drying with no extreme heat, Dyson Supersonic, engineered for every hair type. Buy direct from the people who made it.
Introducing the TV hub that's shaking things up from TalkTalk, where you only pay for what you want to watch and not what you don't. Access your favourite channels and streaming services in one place, plus over 10,000 apps on Google Play. You can even talk to Google to do more on your TV. Try saying, play Succession on now. And with the TalkTalk TV hub, you could watch in 4K Ultra HD. The TV hub that's shaking things up. TalkTalk.
To send heartwarming cuddles, loves, and thanks this Mother's Day, it must be at moonpig.com. Download the app now.
Maybe it was amazing. Or average. Whatever it was, free your feel good with Viagra Connect. We can be dirty in more ways than you think.
The fact is, we're holding on to germs we picked up throughout the day. So when you wash us below 40 degrees, add Dettol laundry sanitizer to kill 99.9% of germs.
Ah, how refreshing.
They're not the only ones that need a clean.
I do too.
Use Dettol washing machine cleaner for my hard-to-reach places. Ah, that's better.
Get a white box for $3.99. Feel like a big deal.
ultimate thing.
Your first single, and it's number one. How do you top that?
Play for free. Play Beat the Timer. Thousands of prizes. Daily. Grosvenor. It's entertainment time.
Every Monday, we pick a great movie.
What do they say to you to make you try so hard? Be the best. Where you are.
So you'll never have to dread another Monday again.
Are we clear, Kristen?
This week, it's a star-studded cast.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
A Few Good Men is your movie pick. This Monday at 9 on Great Movies.
Wines protected by the devil. The Casillero del Diablo sponsors Great Movies.
All secure?
Yeah, everything checks out. I still wish you'd take me up on that offer. I got a great couch. I would stay on. Or Jonathan has a guest room if you prefer. It's just, you don't even have a security system.
Sure I do. He's got 4 legs and big teeth.
Yeah, he's a vegetarian pacifist, you said?
Angel. Guard. Angel, relax.
Wow, where'd you get all of that?
Abandoned in a house up in the canyon. I adopted him not knowing. Turns out he's highly trained.
Remind me to stay on his good side.
Kneel down. Say his name, followed by the word VISIT.
Angel. Visit.
Think I'm safe?
For me, at least.
It all happened so fast.
Thank you. So, no idea what kind of car or anything like that?
All I saw were headlights. I tried to get out of the way. Almost made it. Then my lights went out.
So what do you know that's worth your life?
Something about Samuel? I don't know. But if it was about Samuel, doesn't it help Panache?
It might. This isn't wine, is it?
Goji berry juice. Want some more?
No. Try it. So Samuel convinces Panache to shoot him because he couldn't do it himself. Pretty chancy way to kill a person. And nobody had a clue that Samuel was dying. No, except Jasmine and Camilla. They both said they noticed a change in the last month. Said he was depressed, afraid. When Jasmine asked him of what, he said, of what dreams may come. And I know it's Shakespeare, but I don't know what.
Hamlet. The guy was bummed, wanted to die. And he was afraid because you don't know what kind of nightmares you're going to have when you're dead. Finally fixed your faucet. You forgot one little thing. You put the new washers on the sink, you let the old washers in.
Oh, thanks, Ben.
Yeah, no problem.
You fix the plumbing.
Yeah, well, I used to fix the plumbing at the girls' dorm at school, so that's where I learned.
And exactly what were you doing? I wouldn't go there if I were you.
Oh, I almost forgot. I found this washer on the floor of the meditation room. Think it means something?
It might. You got something, Jonathan? Now I think we may know why we didn't hear that gunshot. Yeah, but why? In front of his friends. And why was somebody trying to run Ariel down last night? If that's what happened. Ben, do you have that recreation?
You bet. Jonathan's computer is blazing. It's not dual core, but multi-core. I couldn't have done this on your antique.
Hey, my computer works just fine for what you're supposed to be doing.
All right, check this out. Using CGI and the digital photos and measurements I took, I was able to render
CGI? Your computer generated images like in the movies. Yeah, I know what it is. I didn't know he could do it.
It's pretty simple, actually. It's just like creating a computer game. All right, now, I recreated the scenario from the police report. Watch this. Pretty cool, huh? Now, I'm compressing time right now, so pretend like an hour has passed.
That is amazing.
You did that? No, the cat did.
It's great work, man. It's really great work. Can you take it back to where he shoots Samuel with a sound off?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ben. Listen up. Remember, this isn't what necessarily happened. It isn't what happened.
What happened?
I think we know why we didn't hear that gunshot.
We do?
Ben, find out where the center visor hardware and go get a list of everything they bought in the last, say, 6 months.
I'm on it.
No, it could have been Kalash.
Why?
Because if he had killed Samuel, we would have heard the shot. And we didn't hear the shot because of that. Ben found it in the meditation room behind the table there.
I don't understand.
It smells of gunpowder. We didn't hear the shot because that pistol had a homemade silencer.
With a rubber washer. You can get the instructions off the net. You just get some PVC pipe, a series of bath holes separated by rubber washers, slip it over the barrel, and instant silencer. But why just a washer left behind?
Because after the killer shot Samuel, he took the silencer off. This fell up on the floor.
What happened to the rest of it?
The killer took it with him when he left.
Well, Nash didn't shoot Samuel. That someone else in that room had it on them when they came out.
Would appear so.
Is this done in a meditation room?
No, outside. It's called a fire puja. All morning they've been making scorpions out of margarine and sesame seeds.
Why are there scorpions?
There's the ball. All the negativities and mistakes we've made in this lifetime. And previous ones.
It's asking a lot of margarine.
I had another dream. I was in meditation with them when Samuel was shot. I didn't hear a gunshot. I heard an odd noise, like a...
You know, the reason we think we didn't hear the gunshot is because there was a homemade silencer on the gun. Would have made it sound just like you made.
Sometimes my dreams are very confusing. And other times they're very clear. You're still having a hard time believing all of this, aren't you?
Not anymore. There's a face I haven't seen around here before. His name is Debbie Kanesh. Runs a spiritual center in Santa Fe. He's a mentor to Samuel. Maybe we're talking to.
Have to stay here. Get a go home right now.
Why?
It's not safe.
Oh, no.
Stay here. Come on. Ariel, you're not hearing me. Ariel, you need to listen to me.
Could Tanasha put himself into a deep trance?
Yes,
Could you put yourself into one of these trances?
maybe.
Did you know about Samuel's physical condition?
I knew that he was dying.
Could that have had something to do with his murder?
You don't murder someone who's already dying.
What did he tell you?
What if the healer can't heal himself? Is he a fraud? I think it throws his entire life into question. Samuel was authentic in my opinion, but everyone dies.
How was he going to handle it when it became obvious?
Before that happened, he would simply vanish. come to Santa Fe, I have a second house. He would pray, meditate, and transcend, we hope.
And you can't think of anyone who would want to harm Sam.
No one. Samuel was one of the most peaceful, honest, and loved men I have ever known.
You know, obviously somebody didn't share your opinion of him, Sam. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Knish.
Samuel was a dear friend. I wish you speed in finding the answer you seek.
There were no broken headlights. Of course, there couldn't be much to replace one, or both, so the new one doesn't stand out. We're missing something, but what? It is so simple. I mean, we're just not seeing it. I'm going to drive up to Ariel's, make sure she's okay. You better go check on Ben and go home.
Doctor?
Hello?
It's Ariel. Professor, I need to talk to you.
Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm fine.
Where are you?
In the car. But listen, Professor, please don't call Mike. I want to explain this whole thing to you in person.
All right, I'll come to you. What do you want to meet?
I'm heading back to the center.
I'm on my way. I'll meet you there.
Thank you.
Ariel!
Hi, this is Mike. Leave a message.
Mike,
It's Jonathan. I just had a very strange conversation with Ariel. She wants me to meet her at the center. Look, I'm on my way.
and I'll wait for you. All right? Mike? Mike?
Hey, it's Ben.
Have you heard from Mike yet?
No, not yet.
Well, look what you do. I want you two to meet me at the center.
All right, listen, I got that list of all the hardware purchased by the center over the past few months.
Oh, good. Anything interesting?
Boy, was there ever. Washers and sheet metal.
That is interesting.
Get out of the car, Professor.
Didn't know it was going to be a party.
Why enjoy a sense of humor to face death, Professor?
I'm so sorry, Professor. I am so sorry.
It's going to be all right. Promise. Look, just look at this word.
Sit in the chair.
Couldn't be better ago.
Sit in the chair, Professor, or I shoot her. Hey, Your Honor.
He made me call.
So between your questions and her dreams, it was only a matter of time.
Samuel was dying. He was going to disappear and leave the center to charity. But by murdering Samuel and framing Panache, it all goes to our devout, peace-loving friend here.
It was you who almost ran me down last night.
And got back to Panache's room before I was missed. I didn't think we'd ever put together the shooting, though.
You knew that meditation would be so deep, everyone would be virtually unconscious. You got a homemade silencer, so no one could hear the shot. Hardware records built at the center show there was a third key made, a key to the meditation room door. You put the gun in Panache's hand and pulled the trigger, which left gunpowder residue on his hand and his clothes. You didn't notice that one of the rubber washers fell on the floor. Then you put the gun in Samuel's hand and walked unnoticed back into the lobby. Waited a few minutes, Then you went into your big act. All in all, very simple plan, based on the existence of only 2 keys.
Looks like Samuel shot himself.
But with no gunpowder residue on Samuel's hand, that's impossible, isn't it?
Idiot sheriff didn't check everyone's hands. Fortunately, they were able to get some powder off of Panash's clothes. And the best part of it is, Panache is so crazy with grief that he doesn't even deny doing it. There's just one more mystery. Whatever happened to Ariel and Professor Maxwell?
What are you doing?
It's an old arsonist trick. Balloons filled with inflammable liquid hanging over a trash can full of paper. You light the paper, paper burns, heats up the balloons burst, and boom.
Very good, Professor. Not a trace of anything left.
Please don't do this.
You can't possibly think you'll get away with this.
Well, what do I have to lose? As long as you live, I'm dead for sure. There will be nothing left but ash. You know, I think you'd like a Hindu cremation.
Mike knows we're here.
Oh, good for him. As soon as I light a match, I'm going to take your car, drive it up to Ariel's, say you came by here and then went up there. You're the brains, Professor. I'm not worried about him. I'll see you in the next life.
Pull it out.
Oh, very impressive.
Stupid, but impressive.
Didn't know you knew that stuff. Sorry you don't know about me, Mike.
Hey, fellas, do you mind getting us out of these handcuffs, please? Oh, I suppose finding a key wouldn't be out of the question, huh?
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. Thanks for calling. That was the hospital call.
Marshmallow cup.
How did you know that? Don't ask.
I had another dream last night.
Tell me.
It was you. In Cabo. In a hot tub. With a beautiful woman.
I like it.
Except it wasn't me. Still friends?
Sure. You didn't get her number, did you? Hey, Mike. You guys gotta come see this. Achieve oneness. Step deeper into yourself. Sense light building from within. Sense the light building from within. Achieve oneness, Professor. Jonathan, are you kidding me? Surrender to the light. Achieve oneness, Professor. Jonathan, can you hear me? Step deeper into yourself.
You're disturbed by Tantra.
Surrender to the light.
Wines protected by the devil. The Sierra del Diablo sponsors great movies.
This Sunday, we're bringing out the stars for Great Romances Cinema Nights. And they're lighting up these love stories to bring out the romantic in all of us.
We are mysterious creatures, aren't we?
Be seduced by an evening of star-studded romance.
Is this some attempt at flirtation?
Well, when you put it that way,
Okay, you get little.
Cinema Nights. Sunday at 8 p.m. on Great Romance.
Not all hybrids are born equal.
It's my lucky
Toyota CHR self-charging hybrid.
There's help for households. Are you over state pension age? If your weekly income is below £182.60 or £278.70 if you live with a partner, you could be eligible for pension credit, even if you own your home or have savings. It's worth, on average, £3,500 a year, and you could get help with heating bills and more, plus up to £900 in cost of living payments. Search pension credit or call 0800 99 1234.
Yo, hey, what's up? What's up? Everything apparently. So we've got to get the bills down. What are we doing about it? Well, I'm on my way to save the Wilsons £390 on their car insurance.
Well, 4 months for the savings, 410 for the parking. The rest of you keep focused. Let's start saving people serious money.
Super Save and car insurance with Money Supermarket.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Powerful. Cleanster services. Killing germs in the hardest to reach places. New Domestos Powerful. Unstoppable.
A little story. It doesn't matter where you read it or share it. That one little story can open their world to a lot of possibilities. But 1 in 5 children say they don't own a book, so we provided over 130 million books since 2013. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot.
LV have always made it simple for me. To get great value home insurance, I can get cover from only £119. That's a nice touch.
Get your quote today at lv.com.
I'm a 13th century countryside inn. I'm looking for someone in need of a peaceful, impromptu getaway. Here you can fortify yourself in a proper restaurant or take a picnic hamper and explore the grounds. Join me for a weekend jaunt. I'd be delighted.
All the things I feel inside when I see my mother's eyes.
Receive a free bracelet when you spend £99 or more at Pandora this Mother's Day.
There's love, laughs, and tasty treats on this week's Great Sunday.
Your eyes desire. Vanity working on a weak mind produces every kind of mischief. The whole town's against me.
You make friends with us, you make enemies of others.
I do promise.
Something must be done.
Yes.
How can I help you?
For starters, you can give me a divorce.
You and I are in love with two different people.
Cozy up to a great Sunday that will leave you wanting more. This Sunday from 2.
Police have released a CCTV image of a man wanted in connection with the incident. The authorities are asking anyone with information.
What are we waiting for? Let's go get him. Listen, people do not run.
What happens now?
You want to clear your name?
I work for the CIA.
Right, good today.
The Tank. Friday at 9 on Great Movies.
Wines protected by the devil. Casillero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
You are listening to Barry and Miranda on your favorite talk radio, KYBO, coming to you live from Santa Anita Racetrack.
This is a historic day, folks. Not just for this racing for America, for the world. We have to say goodbye to a superstar. This is the day Evan Love runs his last race.
What must be going through the hearts and minds of owner Jacob Brawley, daughter Diana, and son Jake, seeing the horse in his final race?
What about Bernard Alger, a guy who they said was washed up as a trainer? The Brawleys gave him a shot, and the rest is history with one horse. Evan Love, who won our hearts and over $10 million in 2 years of racing, could be on his way to earning 100 times that in retirement.
You're right, Barry. They do say he'll be worth $1 billion in stud fees. After all, in the thoroughbred game, it is all about breeding.
Why are we rushing? Because we're late. Because you made us late. Can't be that late. This is a horse race. Probably the most important horse race of the century. It's going to start with or without me. You intend to make the gate.
In Evan Love's case, it's all about heart. 19 out of 20 races, losing only one by a nose in last month's Muddy Belmont Stakes, and of course, losing out on the Triple Crown because of it.
Wait, Brian! Bob, thought you weren't going to make it. So did I. I'm his nephew, Ben. Pop. Come on!
Joe Train in the lead, Aquarius second, Mercy Time third, and Kevin Love, followed by Wide Angle, Committed Babe, and Didgeridoo.
You did that quite well, Barry.
Down the stretch, Kevin Love makes his move. The crowd is on their feet. The cheering is deafening. Kevin Love takes the lead by 3 lengths. Now he makes it 5. Coming to the wire at the pole. Kevin Love.
What's going on? The race is over. We missed it. Hey, we can always catch the highlight on the 10 o'clock news.
Yes. Jonathan? Professor Maxwell!
Mary!
What kind of are you on? I was calling, no, yelling your name.
I'm sorry, it's the dark hearing aid. I can't get upset right.
Oh,
It's kind of one of the perks of the golden years.
Well, I'm not golden yet, but I wear them too.
Oh, well, see, now you can hide yours.
There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Yeah, I got surround sound, I got telephone, I got voice. Either I can't hear anything at all, or I'm hearing a pin drop for you.
Let me see if I can just help you just a bit.
Whoa!
Sorry.
Oh, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Oh, here's the book you ordered.
Now you got it from the library. You got it.
I can ask an old guy like you to walk all the way to the library.
That's an age joke.
That's right. It's your big day, boy. That's right. The press are coming to say goodbye.
So we know that most murderers have some kind of intimate connection, or were a member of the victim's family. That's true about 90% of the time, a good place to start. But of course, the criminologist has to look beyond all the statistics and look for the human complexities involved. You know, DNA says we're all very different, we're all unique, so each murder has its own unique complexities and its own motives. So we haven't learned anything else in this class. Learn that. I heard that. I know I say it about everything, but this time it is especially true. Okay, class, see you next week.
Well done, Professor.
I'm sorry, I didn't know someone was sitting in on the class.
I kind of snuck in when it was dark. Oh, bad habit. It's been a long time. Are you focusing only on murders now? Murder's such a primitive crime. I mean, no strategy, no gamesmanship, no finesse.
It would depend on the murderer.
Like those statistics say, most murders are a crime of passion or a grudge against Eddie. Your talents as a criminologist should be elevated to more challenging pursuits, like they used to be.
You seem to know me, but I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure.
I think you've had the pleasure of sending me away for a very long time.
May De Leon.
It warms my heart that you were the
Biggest scam in horse racing history, right?
until they brought you in on the case.
So, when?
When did I get out? About a year ago. If you remember, the sentence was 15 years. It might be an increase.
This is different. Never been to a horse retirement party before.
Not many people have.
George, you want to get the horse trailer ready?
Hey, Mike.
See, you can make it. Nephew, I met you at the race.
We don't talk about that.
Uncle Mike told me he used to be a jockey 100 years ago. Let me introduce you to Heaven Love, the greatest racehorse of this century. Never been this close to a racehorse before. Never been this close to any horse before.
This horse is pure magic.
Hey, when you were a jockey, you ride a horse like him? Son, there never has been a horse like him.
One of a kind.
Wow. I thought you only knew about surfing.
But I liked horses since I was a little kid. Playing Lone Ranger.
Who? Hey, Billy, you want to change the head stall and bring him down in about 10 minutes?
You got it, Tom.
Okay, so.
Well, if you didn't come to kill me, then I still don't know why you came to see me.
Oh, just to renew acquaintances, I guess. To see and be seen.
So what do you now? You straighten out me?
I'm not exploring some choices. Say, would you like to get a drink or maybe some dinner?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You still don't trust me? Trust me.
Oh, no, it's not that. I'm cooking for some friends.
Or perhaps.
Listen, Renee, how about coming and talking to my students sometime? I mean, I'm always telling them that investigate a crime, get to know the person.
Well, we both share a love of crime history. How does that saying go? Those who can do, those who can't teach.
Pops, I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Oh, both, I guess.
I guess so.
This is Mike Brandt
Hello.
and his nephew Ben. So Diana Brawley.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for coming. Have a nice afternoon.
See you later.
She's the salt of the earth, that girl. But her brother?
I don't know. I can't believe you came from the same bloodline.
Good to see you.
Diana. It's a very happy day for me. Never again having to run against Heaven Love.
You know you've enjoyed watching Heaven Love race as much as anyone.
Yes, I tried to buy him from you since he was a fool.
Well, we'll both be making some money from him now, won't we?
Of course. What? Congratulations, Larry, on the race and your engagement to Diana. I found someone to believe. I will always regret letting you go as my trainer. No, you won't. Perhaps not. I will definitely regret losing the sloppy lady. Oh, you don't have enough wives already?
Okay, when are we going to bury the hatchet?
Time is moving on, Diana. Make your announcement.
Yes, sir.
Go on.
You both behave yourselves. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Can I just have your attention for a few moments? On behalf of my father, my brother, our wonderful trainer, Bernard Alger, I'd like to thank you for being here today. It's a very special day for us. We're here to celebrate the amazing career of Heaven Love. He is going to be leaving us today for a breeding farm, but he will always remain here in our hearts. We would also like to express our love, gratitude, and respect for the sport of horse racing by announcing today that half of our profits of Heaven Love's upcoming earnings as a sire will go to benefit the Jockey Pension Fund. It is greatly needed and long overdue. We're honored to be able to contribute. Thank you for coming. Please enjoy your afternoon.
Morning. All ready to go? It's ready.
Oh, Pops. Believe me, Kevin Love is going to have a great time on the reading farm. Plus, you have visitation rights.
Load him up.
Yeah, he's finally gonna make us some money. If Miranda doesn't give it all away.
Is that all you care about?
He's costing us a fortune.
My fortune?
Dad? Dad? Dad, are you okay?
What's going on?
Breathe, Dad.
Yeah, I've got an emergency. Looks like a heart attack.
Take it easy. Wines Protected by the Devil. Casiero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
It's Bastion 455. I'll collect it within the hour.
I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. It's the first model we've sold in the area.
So, how much is it then? On the road, £949.99. All yours today, my friend. Hey, babe. When's it?
Anywhere.
Buying a car has changed over the last 100 years or so. Thankfully, our dealerships have stayed at the very heart of it. Bristol Street Motors.
At Direct Line, we know hazard avoidance is a big part of driving. But even if you're the best driver on the road, no one can take evasive maneuvers if they're not behind the wheel. Or predict lightning. Or an escaped herd of cattle. At Direct Line, we do things differently. So when these hazards strike, we won't take away your no-claim discount. Why should you lose out? Come direct to find out more. We're on it. Direct Line.
And Amazon, find products you love at prices you'll love too. So you can rock your world, not your savings. And enjoy the perfect blend at the perfect price. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Powerful. Cleanster services. Killing germs in the hardest to reach places. New Domestos Powerful. Unstoppable.
Baby, baby, baby. I'm running home. Running on you baby, baby, baby.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
Let's play Mecca's Winner Spinner for free every day. Win great cash prizes and free bingo. Let's play online with Mecca Bingo.
So, Money Super 7, what have we got?
I can save people up to £390 in car insurance.
Good start. What else?
I'm on it, mate. Just had to get it.
Well, what are you doing chatting to me? Get on with it.
I can save people up to £215 on a new credit card.
Exactly, well, you don't do it. Not bad. The rest of you keep focused. If we can't save pretty money now, no one can.
Super Save with Money Supermarket.
Wines Protected by the Devil. Casiero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
We've got the secondary survey and I'll call it.
We're writing it.
Pops, you ride with Heaven Love. Diana needs me.
Go. I gotta go, boys. The old guy's okay. Jacob Brawley, he'll live forever.
Thanks again, Pops. We'll see you.
See you, Mike. Anybody? George? George?
You know, your Uncle Mike always wanted to be a cowboy. You remember that old horse we had named called Beans? Frijoles. Never forget him. You bet on frijoles?
Jonathan, you got your hearing aids turned off.
Oh, yeah. I turned them off coming home in the traffic. Every stop like that, boom, 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 would drive me nuts. As I recall, you were never too fond of horses. I never get on an animal bigger than I am.
I can't believe I got so close to one of the greatest thoroughbreds in horse racing history.
You smell like you got pretty close to one. Vacuum's in there.
You guys feel like barbecue?
Yeah, look in the fridge. Anything you want. Yeah. Mike's got a big birthday coming up on the next one. No. No? Well, you'll understand when you get older. Oh, yeah. I want to get him a really special gift. So if he drops any hints or anything, let me know.
God. All right, guys, your choices are burgers or burgers.
How about burger?
Sounds good.
Burgers it is. Go on. You're supposed to have that steak. That can't eat it.
I'm telling you, Dad, this PI stuff, my lifestyle is not as glamorous as you think. How can you say this is not a glamorous lifestyle? Living at the beach, surfing at sunrise, stacks of unpaid bills. Mike, Pops, need your help. Come as soon as you can.
You gotta get dressed.
Fine, but I'm coming with you. You said I could tag along on everything, right? Right. And then you're gonna go back to law school, right? Yeah, well, we'll see.
What a turn of events, Miranda. Yesterday, a day of joy as we watched Evan Love bid farewell to the track. Today, we wait for news as to what has happened to him.
Yes, Barry, the entire world of racing was shocked when the news was released that Heaven Love was stolen from the Brawley Farm stables. The local police and FBI are on the scene conducting a full investigation.
I guess all we can do is play the wait and see game.
Make it so quick. Now the police and the FBI are here. That's what I can do. You gotta help the Brawleys. Please, Mike. I mean, I feel like I let them down. Let them down? Yeah, I should have done something. Pops, there's nothing you could have done. You said the Brawleys hired extra security for the day? Right, but the guy that was actually hired, he was found tied up in the horse stalls in his underwear. That's where they dumped me and George. So somebody else put on his clothes and then knocked you out with something? Right. He grabbed me from behind, he stuck a rag in my face, and it was nighty-night. You didn't see his face? No, just a shirt sleeve. He was wearing gloves. And nobody else saw anything. How much for you going, huh, Uncle Mike? Do all law students like to state the obvious? Hey, look, guys, I mean, this horse is, he's very sensitive. And he's got to be handled just right. He's worth a lot of money, and whoever stole him knows that.
So we got all the phone lines. This is great. So just keep your time so the call comes over our jump. Thank you. Michael Bryant, private investigator.
Mike's fine.
Please don't tell me that the family has hired you.
Not yet, and I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Detective Sergeant Madsen, missing persons.
Quite a setup, Sergeant.
What is this, your partner?
Yeah. Name's Ben.
No, he's my nephew.
Nephew Barton.
Judging from all the suits, I'd say you've got quite a bit of help.
The FBI and Interpol are working on this case.
Interpol?
Well, Heaven Love was about to be bought by an international syndicate, so they've set up a global communication network just in case the horse is winging its way to Dubai or Kyoto.
Wow. It's cool. And the FBI?
The Bureau is treating this like a kidnapping case.
You sure it's kidnapping?
Some people are calling it a horse snapping, but whatever it is, the whole world is watching this case.
So missing persons includes missing horses.
For this horse, yes, it does.
Could be your big break, huh?
Well, as you can see, I'm pretty busy.
Kidnapping, that's interesting.
Why is that so interesting?
Well, Heaven Love was last seen at the stables about 6 yesterday. So about 15 hours has passed. Shouldn't you have gotten a ransom call by now?
Do you think it's not kidnapping?
I don't know.
Neither do they. Oh, Miss Brawley, this is...
We know each other. We met briefly yesterday.
Pops has said wonderful things about you. May I speak to you privately?
Of course. You stay here and stay out of the way.
Well, I'll just stay out here, keep an eye on things.
We're getting it for you now, Victoria.
How's your father, Miss Brawley? I was at the stables when he collapsed.
He insisted on coming home from the hospital last night.
Well, Pop says he'll live forever.
Dad thinks he's tougher than he actually is. Truth is, he needs rest, not all this disruption.
Police, FBI, Interpol, it's quite an invasion.
That was my brother's doing. I didn't want them here. He's the one that invited them in.
Well, they're dedicated to minding your horse.
Well, then they should be out looking for him, not just sitting by the phone.
You don't sound too sure that you'll be getting a ransom call.
I'm not. Are you?
I don't know. How much is Heaven Love worth?
As a sire, he's estimated at $1 billion.
Tell me about the deal with the international syndicate.
We had an agreement to share the profits of Heaven Love. It was supposed to be finalized this week.
Maybe that's who they're calling.
No. No, I know these people. They would never do anything behind our back.
But there are other buyers out there.
Well, that's why we need you out there, Mr. Bryant.
Well, time is short on these kind of things. I'm going to need to bring in someone to help me. And I know just the guy.
Detective Madsen? He's been sitting on the list.
Dave, he's fine. Professor Maxwell.
Yes.
I know him. It's cool.
Detective Sergeant Joanne Matson. I took your course in criminology.
Oh, really? Well, I see it paid off. Detective Sergeant. You running everything around here?
Well, barely.
Listen, I'm looking for Mike Bryant. You know him. He asked me to meet him in the great room.
Bryant. So he took the job.
Apparently. He gave me one, too. Unless the case is closed. But
Soon. With all due respect, Professor, you and Brian should just stay out of our way.
oh, I'm sure we will. Well, it's nice to meet an old student. Could you direct me to one of my cases?
The great room is in the west wing of the house. You go in, you take a right at the foot of the stairs, follow the hallway past the kitchen, then take a left.
Thank you very much. Cool. Mr. Alger, yesterday at the party, I noticed you were having a pretty heated discussion with a Mid-Eastern looking man.
Who am I? Shikamat al-Falani. He would have given all the money in Arabia for Heaven Love.
If you couldn't buy him, would you steal him?
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere with this.
Ahmad has always been a very good friend.
No, to you, Diana. You know what? I think we should talk to Ahmad as soon as possible. I think we should get this going. Time's a wasting.
Excuse me, I'm afraid I seem to be lost. I was looking for the great room.
And you are?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jonathan Maxwell.
Jacob Rowley. Why are you lost in my house, Mr. Maxwell?
Well, Mr. Brawley, I'm a professor of criminology.
You're not with the police, are you, Professor?
No, I'm not with a private investigator. I think your daughter heard.
Diana. Always trying to improve the odds. The great room is right in there.
Oh, thank you very much. And a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Brawley.
You're welcome. Yeah, my partner and I will try it on the case. We'll find that horse.
Hello.
This is Diana Brolin.
Yes.
We've got your horse, Miss Brolin. And if you want him back, it's going to be expensive.
There you are. You know, I did get to meet the legendary Jacob Brawley before you went and carried. You met the old man? Yeah, afraid I interrupted his gardening. Gardening? I thought he was on his deathbed. That old guy, you kidding? He's gonna live forever because he's gonna see to it. Gardening, huh? Yeah, well, pollinating was weird. You still don't think that's a kidnapping, do you? Well, caller asked for $100 million in ransom, and Rawley's agreed to give it to him. So if it quacks like it up and walks like it up, it's a kidnapping. Right. Hey, Mike. Hey, Pops. Hey, how's Dusty doing? Good. Pops would like to meet Jonathan Maxwell.
Oh, the professor. Yeah, Mike's told me a lot about you. You helping out on the case?
Well, I was for a few minutes there. We stopped by to say goodbye, Pops.
Bye. What's going on?
Well, it's confidential, but Heavenlight should be back very soon. That's right, Dusty.
Hey, say, Mike. You know, I'm going to a horse auction this afternoon. You want to look for that starter horse that we talked about?
Yeah. No, thanks. I've had enough near excitement for one day. Come on, Ben. You coming, Jonathan? I'm going to hang out with Pops and Dusty for a while. Dusty's definitely bigger than you, you know. Ah, no problem. Dusty, settle down. You know, Pops, I've never been to a horse auction. Pretty interesting, huh?
Ryan! Hold up a minute.
Not much for you to do on this one, huh?
Sad to see me go.
We got off on the wrong foot. I don't usually try to cultivate a good relationship with PIs. After all, I need to know what you know.
And vice versa. As a parting gift, what are the details of the drop?
They've given the Brawleys 24 hours to come up with $100 million, and they're going to call with further instructions.
Sounds like your ordinary run-of-the-mill kidnapping.
See you around.
Thanks, Lexi.
Hey, well, all right, boys, open up the gate and we'll come on in. Lot number 104, what do you want to do here? 200, 2, hit a bit to 2, 2 and a quarter, down a half, down to 75, 75, down to 3, 3, 3, hit a bit to 3, down to 3, down a quarter, down a quarter, down a half, 75, $375 bidder, down a 4, down a 4, down a 4, down a quarter, 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 down a half, 75, 75, down a 5, 5, 5, $475 bidder, down a 5, down a 5, down a 5, down a quarter, down a quarter, down a half, half, 75, 75, 75, 5 and a half, down to 75. Thank you, down to 600, 600, 8 a bid to 6, down to 6, 6, 6, down a quarter, down a quarter, down a quarter, $600 bid, down a quarter, all in, all done. Sell them out, $600. Good kids horse here, boys. Good kids horse. Hey, well, what do we got here now? Look at here, what do we got here? Lot number 102, what we want to do here? $300
Too rich for my buck. Guess getting Mike a horse for his birthday is a bad idea.
No, we just got to get here earlier. Yeah, the bargains, they go quick. And the old ones, they'll sell off around the dog food or the food factory.
Grab another horse.
Yeah, me too.
What is it?
I saw somebody I knew. But it couldn't be because he's in jail.
You gotta get better friends, Pop.
Wines Protected by the Devil. Casillero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
I don't want pain. I don't want pity. I'm so if I love me sparkle and it's back on. Why not see things from a different angle? Your life is a sham to capture. I am Something for a little while, Grandma.
Stay as long as you want.
All right, how about this?
A little left. Okay. That's cute.
It looks better on you.
Beautiful. Oh, good.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
Why did we start keeping money inside pegs? Life is confusing. Don't be confused. BeConfused.com.
Sell your car the motorway way, where dealers compete to give you their best price.
So the gun.
No way.
Yes, way. Motorway, the way to sell your car.
Right, time for a clear out. I think I managed about 5 pages of this. Literally the first time this has ever been used. Bath bombs? We don't even have a bath. Oh, I used to look magnificent in this. A pasta maker. I mean, who do we think we are? I'm beginning to suspect this gift was ironic. And ciao, au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Did my children own more stuff than I did? Where did it all come from?
Too much clutter? Use Olio to pass on things you no longer need to people who live nearby. Give it away and make someone's day.
Freedom doesn't wait. Libre. The original Eau de Parfum, Yves Saint Laurent.
Start your day with a bang. With our thrilling back-to-back lineup that will leave you on the edge of your seat.
You have all these people fooled, but not me.
Murderous plots
I'm getting what's mine.
and killer intentions. Join us for a whole day of death drama.
I've nothing to hide.
Everybody has something to hide. Thrilling daytimes every weekday from 9 a.m. on Great Movies.
Wines Protected by the Devil. Casillero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
Our families have been close for a long time, Amadi.
Like you, I have my father as well as the syndicate to answer.
Then tell them it's an advance on the sale.
There's no guarantee after giving them the money they will return it or not.
I can only rely on what they've told me.
There's no honor among thieves.
Really? I wouldn't be surprised if you knew something about this.
Bernie,
First, you ask me for money to pay the ransom. Then you accuse me of stealing the horse.
Well,
okay, stop it. Please forgive him, Ahmad. He doesn't mean it. Ahmad, this is just as much about the syndicate's investment as it is ours.
Without heaven, love, there is no investment.
Then do it for me.
don't beg Diana. He has no intention of giving us the money.
So what do you think?
We get out of here now.
Diana, I promise you. We'll discuss this matter with my father and give you our decision by tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
You can rely on my word and my discretion as a gentleman.
There's no reason you should be jealous of Ahmad.
I know.
I came here to get money to save our horse, to save Brawley Meadows, to save us.
Do we need saving?
I'm talking about our family. If Ahmad doesn't give us the money, how are we going to get through this nightmare?
We'll get through it together. I'm so sorry, Diana.
Forget about Ahmad.
You don't understand.
I love you. I need you more than ever.
I need you too. Just need to make sure we're safe.
Thanks for staying up late, Jonathan. You know, I'm thinking of chipping in and get you a new computer. I've got a computer. Well, that's what I thought. Over at your house.
You wanted me to do some research on horse racing.
Just goes a lot faster on your computer. His is kind of lame.
I'm just trying to find something for him to do.
Wow. Here's a horse born in 1983, sired by Secretariat. This horse has sired 125 stakes winners. And just guess what his stud fee is?
Surprised me.
500,000 a shot. And he's been going strong for over 20 years.
You know, I'm too tired to even calculate that. Ricochet. And our so-called kidnappers only want 100 million?
Heaven Love is worth 10 times that.
Hello, Mr. Bryant, Bernie Alchin. What can I do for you?
We need to talk.
About what?
Maybe at the stables. Tomorrow morning at 7.
Who's that? Bernard Alger. What did he want? What's the meet in the morning? In the morning? Oh, guys, we better be turning in then, huh? Soon.
Hey, I heard you come in. Where's Bernie?
I had some work to do. I don't have very good news, Jake.
Really? Well, that's okay, because I got great news.
What?
I did it. I got the 100 million.
Are you serious?
Yeah, listen. Brawling Meadows means as much to me as it does to you.
I know that.
Well, like I said, I know people.
Reach Bernard Alger. Keep getting his machine. Well, he's never late. Are you sure Bernie said to meet you here?
Yeah.
Look, Pops, if you've got something to do, don't let me keep you.
Dusty here, he could find his pal. Couldn't you, boy? I just wish I knew what was going on.
Yeah, me too.
Bernie's not here.
Bernie should be here.
Well, face it, Diana, the pressure was just too much for him.
Pressure. The man has trained the most successful horses in the world.
I'm just saying, given his history with alcohol,
Hello. Yes. Yes, I do. I can give it to you. It's
Simple instructions and you can follow them exactly as given to you. First, when the police and FBI listening in the van, your job is now over. Your brother will get a call on his cell phone.
You're gonna get a cell call.
come again? Hello? Fine. We're gonna go on a horseback ride without the cops. We'll get the details along the way.
Did you call him? I left him 3 messages. I can't understand why he wants to meet with you. Probably you've got police all over the place.
Maybe he doesn't want the police involved.
You think Alger somehow in on it? Wait a minute. Text message from Bernard Alger. Found Heaven Love. 12372 Verdugo Road. Meet me.
Wow. Could be it.
You got classes this afternoon? Not anymore. Let's go.
At the end of the meadow, cut up the dirt road along the base of the hill where the north stone wall. Reach inside the oven, find a blackberry. Push 1 and pound. Enter your account number, then push transfer. Once you read transaction complete, dispose of the blackberry in the pail at the base of the tree.
It's acid.
Every approximately 22 hours, you will be contacted with the location of your horse. Be sure, if you do not come alone, or wearing tracking devices, you will never see your horse alive again. When the money is safely in our account, you can take him home.
Pretty much burned, nothing left. Ben, check her on that side.
Uncle Mike!
Hey, Dad? Bernard Allen. You think Kevin Love was in that barn? Chief? You gotta have a look at this. Lock? No. Still locked with a chain. That door was padlocked.
Might tell us something. Benny, bag that.
Says where's the fire chief bag of it?
Well, the mayor asked me to handle this personally. That horse was like a superstar. VIP treatment all the way.
Are we even sure Heaven Love was in the barn?
Well, I'm sure there were horses in here. 3 or 4 maybe.
Well, you've got the skeletal remains for one thing, and the hair for the DNA extraction. That'll tell us a lot.
Poor devil they just hauled away probably could have told us everything.
There's something about this whole thing. If it were arson, why did the kidnappers burn down the barn before the money transfer was complete?
It's just what I was thinking.
And why were there more than one horse in that barn? A guy like that, no way out. And how did Bernard Alger know about that barn? Like Wes?
When he was in on the kidnapping?
Betray the Brawleys after all he did for him? He and Diana were supposed to get married. Well, it looked like he was running away from the barn. He never would have left those horses. Well, it's a set to the crime lab and the insurance company by now, right? I think you want to know who's behind this as much as I do.
I can't believe it. Bernie's dead? And Heaven Love, maybe?
They'll check the DNA they found with all the horses.
Bernie kept all those identification records.
Jake Brawley's getting all that stuff down at the jockey club.
Jake Brawley. Sounds like you didn't like him much. He meant nothing but trouble to the old man and Diana.
What kind of trouble?
Well, like most sad stories around the track, it all starts with betting on horses. How much was he in for? He was really in deep in that computer gambling scam. I heard, 15, 20 million deep.
Was that the De Leon case?
Right. The old man cut a deal for Jake to testify at the grand jury. Now, you'd think after that he played on the up and up. But Daddy always bailed him out. So he just kept on gambling. Worst picks I ever saw.
So Jake Brawley testified against De Leon.
Yeah, put him away for 15 years.
Not quite. He's out. Came to see me the other day. He came to see you.
So that was him.
Who?
Rene De Leon. I saw him at the horse auction.
Back in the early days of computerized off-track betting, De Leon found a flaw in the system, and boy, did he exploit it. How so? Like pick 6, for example. The totals for each race were transmitted immediately. But because the computers in those days couldn't handle all that data at once, there was a delay in transmitting the actual figures till about after the 4th race. And De Leon discovered the delay. Had a guy on the inside with access to the system. What they'd do is take the first 4 selections and change them to the winning horses. Then they'd bet on all the races after that and then transmit.
Guaranteed 6 for 6.
It's right, until somebody got a little suspicious about win.
And you were brought in.
Yeah, I discovered it was a copycat of an old telegraph car from the 1920s.
Just like in that movie, The Sting.
Exactly the same, except this really happened. Yeah, De Leon really did his research and he knew a decent crime when he saw one. Did you know that Jake Raleigh was involved? No idea. The testimony in front of the federal grand jury was sealed. But you know, my hunch is he was just one of the poor chumps replacing the wages.
Going for the easy money.
Yeah, easy. De Leon could have made $3 to $5 million each race day at each track before they caught him.
Well, it looks like Jake had to give all his money back.
Maybe his father's money. You know, Brawley Farm was taking a real hit financially. I should probably tell Manson about De Leon. Yeah. You know, it's odd. The day that Heaven Love was stolen was the same day he came to see me.
Creating an alibi.
Yeah, maybe. What was De Leon doing at that auction anyway?
What were you doing at the auction?
Me, though. I'm just looking around.
It's been 4 days since legendary racehorse Heaven Love was abducted.
Yes, Barry. And now a cloud of mystery has descended over Brawley Farms. No one is talking to the press. Not the family, not the police.
Sergeant Manson? This came from the Raleigh house. You've scaled down a bit, I see.
Well, Feds and Interpol figure the victim's deceased, case closed.
And you don't.
We'll wait for the DNA samples.
Any word on Bernard Altscher's autopsy?
Should be in soon.
And cause of the fire?
What are you doing here?
Just trying to be a good citizen. And I heard Diana Brawley was here.
So what do you got?
I see, we're gonna bargain. I get the info and I get to see Miss Brawley. A guy named Rene De Leon.
Racetrack betting, right?
Well, he's out of jail.
And?
I have to do all your work for you?
I'll check him out. Thanks. I think. Now, Miss Brawley's in the interview room. She came down to collect the personal effects of the deceased.
You have a question, old man Brawley?
Now, Miss Brawley never let us get near him. I mean, the poor old guy just got out of the hospital, figured we didn't really need anything from him. Now, if there's nothing else, bye-bye.
That'll be all for you.
Wines protected by the devil. Casillero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
When life moves this fast, it can cause headaches. So it helps to have pain relief that moves fast too. Nurofen Express liquid capsules have a liquid core and start to get to work in 8 minutes and last for up to 8 hours. Nurofen Express. Leave your pain to us.
All the things I feel inside when I see my mother's eyes.
Receive a free bracelet when you spend £99 or more at Pandora this Mother's Day.
There's help for households. Are you over state pension age? If your weekly income is below £182.60 or £278.70 if you live with a partner, you could be eligible for pension credit, even if you own your home or your savings. It's worth, on average, £3,500 a year, and you could get help with heating bills and more. Plus up to £900 in cost of living payments. Search pension credit or call 0800 99 1234.
Introducing the TV hub that's shaking things up from TalkTalk, where you only pay for what you want to watch and not what you don't. Access your favourite channels and streaming services in one place, plus over 10,000 apps on Google Play. You can even talk to Google to do more on your TV. Try saying, play Succession on now. And with the TalkTalk TV hub, you can watch in 4K Ultra HD. The TV hub that's shaking things up. TalkTalk.
I love this car. But what if it gets cracked? By an unfit, unfriendly, uninsured driver? Can I actually do this? Oh yes, I can do this.
What's that?
So let's do this.
Enjoy the evening with the Churchill.
As Joy scrolled, he wondered whether he'd find a card special enough for his 1 in a million mum. And oh, there it was, tapped
packed and sent on its way to be delivered with thousands of other cuddles, laughs, and thanks all over the land. For this Mother's Day, it must be at roundpeg.com. Get a free card with use code MUM.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. No airport stress, you've got free lounge access when you book with On.
Free airport lounge access with 4 and 5 star holidays with On the Beach. ASO protected.
Beach.
This Sunday, we're bringing out the stars for Great Romance's Cinema Nights.
Be beautiful.
Hey!
And they're lighting up these love stories to bring out the romantic in all of us.
We are mysterious creatures, aren't we?
Be seduced by an evening of star-studded romance.
Is this some attempt at flirtation?
Or when you put it that way,
Okay, I'm gonna get little.
Cinema Nights. Sunday at 8 p.m. on Great Romance.
Keanu Reeves is everyone's favourite assassin in action blockbuster John Wick Chapter 4, and he took to the red carpet in London for a gala screening of the movie, which sees John spy a chance to defeat the High Table. And according to Keanu, Chapter 4 doesn't stray too far from a crowd-pleasing recipe.
Maybe the action's a little more sophisticated and complex, just in terms of all of the moving parts that are now in some of the sequences. But our intention was just really to, as we've always done, just do what we love and hopefully other people will like it too. So I make it like kind of like making a meal. You know, you cook up this feast and hopefully people will have a nice time.
John Wick Chapter 4 comes to cinemas on the 24th of March.
Wines protected by the devil. Casillero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
Hi, Mary.
Jonathan, hello.
Listen, I'm looking for an old police case. It was, I can't remember, East Coast City of early 1900s.
Oh, how's the hearing aid working, by the way?
A little bit too good. I'm hearing things I shouldn't be hearing.
I'll go check on that book for you.
I'll look for it. Where is it?
Oh, RC 500.
Okay, thanks.
I got a question.
Bernie wanted Heaven Love to race one more year. Plenty of race still in him, he said.
Who decided to retire it?
Dad, Jake, and I all decided. We just couldn't afford to run the risk of Heaven Love getting injured. I mean, look at Barbara. All that talent, never being able to sire a line of thoroughbreds.
How's your father taking all this?
I haven't been able to tell him about the fire or Bernie yet.
He's still that weak?
Bernie was like a second son to him.
I hate to ask this, but why do you suppose he was at that barn yesterday?
I don't know. I should have never taken Bernie to see on that.
The sheik at the party?
I thought he and the syndicate were our last hope for the ransom money.
Ahmad Al-Fulani was a member of the syndicate that was going to buy Heaven Love?
He put the deal together.
What was the deal exactly?
A large advance in exchange for 80% of Heaven Love's future.
You only keep 20%?
We've been having financial problems. It was the only way to keep our farm. Bernie hated the deal, especially with Ahmad. He fired Bernie while he was training the Latin Squad.
Good horse.
Yes, because of Bernie. But he was drinking at the time. Ahmad didn't like that.
So Bernie was still angry about being fired.
That. And he thought Ahmad was interested in me, which was purely his imagination.
So Ahmad gave you the ransom money.
No,
Where'd you get it?
Jake,
Your brother?
that surprises you.
I may be new around here, but Jake just doesn't seem to be the family's go-to guy for money or anything else.
I guess I was the go-to guy. Afraid I wasn't very good at it.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Raleigh.
Thank you.
tip you gave me stirred up quite a hornet's nest.
What do you mean?
Come on, don't tell me that you didn't know that Jake Brawley was involved in this betting scam.
I may have heard something.
Well, I brought up his name, the guy hit the roof. I mean, he's pretty high strung.
You mentioned De Leon to Jake Brawley?
Yeah.
And he went postal on you?
Well, he testified against him and lost millions in the scam.
You gonna bring De Leon in?
If they let me.
What do you mean, let you?
You're gonna figure it out soon enough when they bring you in for questioning.
Questioning?
Bernard Alger did not die of smoke inhalation. Autopsy shows he was murdered. That's all I know. Except that it's a homicide, and you know that's not my beat.
You get anything else from De Leon? You let me know?
Just don't give up, do you?
Not on this one. New Jersey, 1911. That's it.
That what you're looking for?
Oh, did I ever? Thanks, Mary.
Wow, that must be some book.
After I spoke with my father, we were prepared to give Diana the ransom. In exchange for what? It was to be a straight advance. Am I trying to increase your percentage from 80 to 90, say 100%? That wouldn't be fair to Diana. Anyway, by that time, she didn't need that money. How'd you find that out? Jake called me. He said not to bother. He had the money. And you were curious as to how Jake Brawley got $100 million? He is not, how you say, the brightest bulb in the pack, but it wouldn't be that hard to raise that kind of money for heaven up. How come you and Bernie Alger can barely stand to be in the same room together? Let's just say, Mr. Bryant, I don't like to lose. Bernie round me defeated me. With heaven. He's just a racehorse. What then? Diana Brawley. You're in love with her. Does she know that? Bernie knew. Well, if you excuse me, my horses are retreating. Thank you. Just be patient, Chloe. Would you hold your horses? That's worse the words. Chloe, I've got to get you fed and get to my dance class. Sorry, I'm late. Hello again, Professor.
Must be hungry. I'm afraid you're going to be here for a while, Professor.
A while? Why is that?
Well, actually, it's a compliment to you. I'm very close to a lot of money, and I can't afford you snooping around.
I haven't been snooping around.
I have friends who say otherwise.
Oh, then your friends must know something about Evan Love.
Evan Love, the racehorse. Wasn't he stolen? Yeah, I sat in on your lecture.
Oh, what a coincidence. That would be your alibi, wouldn't it?
Why would I need an alibi?
You know, Renee, I can't think of you going from that brilliant computer con down to kidnapping. Maybe even murder.
As I said before, murder is not my game.
Oh, of course, that's right. Too primitive, you know. But then, of course, sometimes you just can't avoid it, can you?
Sometimes other people get sloppy.
Like Bernard Alger.
I'm thinking of other people.
You like games? Give me a hint.
A hint. We should get going. I'll give you a hint later.
I'll make some coffee. It's the least you can do. I said I was sorry. How was I supposed to know the rocks were there? This used to be a $500 surplus. You've broken your neck. I promise. I will pay you back. As As soon as I get a job.
And that will be, when exactly?
Mike, I did a little research and I have some info on that fire. Come by as soon as you get here.
Jonathan! His car's gone.
He's not here. And he left his briefcase. Come on.
Well, Miranda, it looks like the lid is off the Heaven Love mystery.
A tragic mystery. Heaven Love died in a fire in suburban Los Angeles. His longtime trainer Bernard Alger was also dead at the scene.
What makes you think Jonathan is here? Ah, wouldn't be the first time he left his briefcase or his cell phone at home. Hello? No, this is Mike Bryant. I'm a friend of Jonathan's. I'm at the university now. He didn't. And thank you. He didn't come in today.
Just do as I say, okay?
We'll just get rid of him now. That way we don't have to worry.
I'll call once we get down. Don't forget the class. And the drama meme.
Send us upstairs, case closed.
Okay. Sergeant, I need to talk to you. It's about Jonathan Maxwell.
Well, good, because homicide needs to talk to you. Follow me.
You stay here. Come on, Mike. Sit. What are you doing? What time did Alger first call you? Around midnight, I guess. What do you say? That he needed to talk to me and to meet him in the stables in the morning. They didn't show? No. Your cell phone says Alger sent you a text message at 1:25 p.m. That was the next time I heard from him. He said he found Heaven Love and he gave me the address of the barn. And you called the police at 3:30 p.m. We got there, the barn was in flames and Alger was dead. You were there with your friend, Jonathan Maxwell, who's now missing, I think, because of this. And we'll get to your friend in a minute. The autopsy determined that Alger had been dead for at least 12 hours before. So he was killed around 3 in the morning. Meaning I got a text message from a dead man, or someone found your number on Alger's phone. Wanted you to find the body at the barn. He wasn't killed there? I'm pretty sure that he was smothered at another location and then moved there. Any idea where? Cab company said that Alger grabbed a cab shortly after 11. Driver says he dropped Alger off at the Brawleys around midnight. A little late for a social call. We figured he picked up his car. Then we don't know where he went. I think Jonathan Maxwell's disappearance is somehow related to all this. Missing persons. That's Joanne's department.
So the professor's been missing less than 24 hours?
Without his cell phone or his briefcase. And he didn't show up for his classes today.
That does not sound like the professor.
Exactly. Does he look even 80 old?
Well, I talked to his parole officer who said he was walking the straight and narrow, but with their case load, you never know.
And the last thing Jonathan said was that he had done some research. Research?
Yeah. Okay, I'll do it your way. Going for a little ride. Where are we going? Uh-oh. Let's go. That's Mr. De Leon. Come on. Soon we'll be saying goodbye for good.
Jonathan had one of those Eureka moments. Something about an old criminal case.
Can you show me the book?
You checked it out.
No.
Something wrong?
No.
Thank you.
Here it is. What I want to know is, what does this have to do with it? Just listen. One hot July night, 1911, Albert Michael Donahoe, fire marshal of Newark, rode to a three-alarm fire on the outskirts of the city.
And that was the fourth one in as many weeks.
Jonathan, where have you been?
Oh, I have been with my friend Renee De Leon, who incidentally is very much involved in the disappearance of Evelyn.
And the murder of Bernard Alger.
I'm not sure about that, but I got something here that might be very useful.
Oh, yeah. DNA, huh?
Right. Oh, Chloe, how did you ready to kill me? Did anybody feed her? Oh, Chloe, I'm so sorry. I didn't feed you before I left. Here we go.
Jonathan, where were you?
Oh, I was being held in an old house somewhere. I think it was Ventura County, because that's where they left me, with my car. $100 and Nick.
Murder's not my game. Here's your hint. But there's 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening.
Why would De Leon leave me the riddle of the Sphinx?
What I want to know is, why were you being held in a house in Ventura County?
You know, I shouldn't be flattered, I think, because he probably wanted me out of the way for a while. I ruined his scheme the last time. He wanted to make sure I wasn't on to him this time.
And are you?
Yeah, I think most of it's in that book.
What is?
Well, back in 1911, there were a rash of stable fires all over New York City. They'd find the carcasses of 6, 7 horses after the fire. Racehorses. Insured racehorses, they thought.
Yeah, go on.
Well, the racehorse owners would buy a bunch of old nags headed for the glue factory and put them in the stable instead.
That's why De Leon was at that horse auction.
Yeah, that fire reminded me of that old case. They'd burn down the barn. Then they'd collect the insurance on the racehorses, who were alive and well and on a train somewhere to be sold, at twice the profit.
And that's what De Leon was doing.
Yeah. De Leon was a real student of crime history, and this was just a copycat of that 1911 fire. Only this time the horse is going by boat, not by train.
In 1911, they didn't have DNA tests. Well, you were at De Leon, we got the lab results back. Evan Love was killed in that fire.
No, he is alive, well, and he's about to set sail with De Leon, who incidentally gets seasick.
Seasick?
Well, why else would he have drowned?
Oh, Mr. Bryant, you have time for a few questions? Not really. I'm on my way to finalize plans for a long sea voyage.
Really? Where to?
Egypt, this season. I'm taking some of my horses. Possibly start a few while.
And you're going along?
Any news on Bernie's killer, or am I still the chief suspect?
No, you're off the hook.
The police are still hovering around. I hate to bring up racial profiling, but...
No, the only motive you'd have to go, Alger, would be love. And I'll bet you much too practical for that.
I don't strike you as an incurable romantic.
No, I'm here to ask you about Renee De Leon.
De Leon?
Got caught cheating big time in off-track betting? Went to jail?
I'm afraid I don't know him, but I'm familiar with all the cheats in Cairo and Riyadh.
So if one of them stole the prized American thoroughbred stallion, where would they sell?
Hypothetically,
Hypothetically.
first you ship him as far away as possible.
I see. To Egypt, for instance?
Perhaps. Then, if he is as high priced as you say, there are owners who are willing to pay big prices if he came with bona fide credentials.
Interesting.
Hypothetically, what price stallion are we talking about?
Oh, say a horse like Heaven Love?
If Heaven Love were still alive.
It's all hypothetical. If you do have anything to tell me, give me a call.
Wines protected by the devil. Casiero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
Who said electricity can't be bold? Who said cool can't be cool?
I can't believe this.
Who said hybrid technology can't trigger emotion? New Nissan Juke Hybrid, a thrilling electrified experience.
At Amazon, find products you love at prices you'll love too. So you can rock your world, not your savings. And enjoy the perfect blend at the perfect price. With star reviews from you and star prices from us, start your search on Amazon today.
Let's play Mecca's Winner Spinner for free every day. Win great cash prizes and free bingo. Let's play online with Mecca Bingo.
This house, £100,000, and the car really could be yours. Enter by midnight tonight at domains.co.uk.
Staying in is the new going out. With BT Broadband at just $26.99 a month on a 24-month contract. Get super fast, super strong, super entertaining fibre for the whole household. Plus a £20 money back speed guarantee and Norton security. So switch to BT today and make staying in the new going out.
When I actually say that first order come in, I'm going to sound like a little girl. I actually screamed. Got me order. That film just never went. It's people believing in you, isn't it?
Sage members like Laura keep that first order feeling with our helpful business tools and advice from real experts. Sage, helping business flow.
At Direct Line, we know hazard avoidance is a big part of driving. But even if you're the best driver on the road, no one can take evasive manoeuvres if they're not behind the wheel. Or predict lightning. Or an escaped herd of cattle. At Direct Line, we do things differently. So when these hazards strike, we won't take away your no-claim discount. Why should you lose out? Come direct to find out more. We're on it. Direct Line.
Don't just send flowers. Show someone you care wildly. Blooming wild.
I can't wait to meet my nephew Carl. He's my own fur and blood. And he's
He's a bum.
a black
Oh, I got you this awesome gift from Oz. I had to smuggle it in my pouch.
Hello, Miss Carlstein. He's a play for the frog now!
It was the wombat.
Don't wombat it.
Yeah, Captain. Simples.
Washing with detergent alone can sometimes let you down. Boost every wash with a scoop of new Vanish. Even at 20 degrees, our Oxy Action formula lifts away the toughest stains, helping to keep your colours brighter for longer. So, wash it right first time to save on energy bills and save clothes. Clothes live longer with Vanish.
There's love, laughs, and tasty treats on this week's Great Sunday.
Vanity working on a weak mind produces a because of mischief. The whole town's against me.
You make friends with us, make enemies of others.
Did it promise?
Something must be done.
Yes, yes.
How can I help you?
For starters, you can give me a divorce.
You and I are in love with two different people.
Cozy up to a great Sunday that will leave you wanting more. This Sunday from 2.
Wines protected by the devil. The Casiero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
Brian should have called and told me you were home.
Well, that doesn't matter. What matters is you get people at every port and also put out an APB.
Why would I do that?
John De Leon set fire to that barn. He intentionally killed 4 horses, and Heaven Love is not one of them. He's about to sail.
Heaven Love is alive? Professor, I don't need to tell you how accurate DNA matches are.
Oh, hi, Ben. Hey. Ben's kind of my babysitter. Mike thinks it's too dangerous for me to be alone.
Hey.
Joanne, I'm aware that there's a DNA match. I'm also aware that the thoroughbred DNA is matched to the hair on his mane, right? And it's on file at the jockey club.
That's correct.
And it's supposed to be the most accurate indicator, better than blood.
Well, that's proving once again that the horse is dead.
What if that hair was planted in the barn after the fire? Everybody would think Heaven Love was dead, right?
Okay. So you're saying that De Leon kidnapped the horse?
Well, in plain language, it's horse stealing is all it was. But he is planning to sell that horse overseas, I'm telling you.
And for some reason, he killed Aldrin.
Well, I've read that there's only one way to find that out.
A used gum wrapper?
Loaded with a treasure of DNA.
De Leon's? It's great. I'll get it to
However,
forensics.
first I'd like to see Alger's autopsy report.
You know I can't do that, Professor, and you know I can't withhold evidence.
Come on, you saw the report.
I'm sorry, Professor. All I can do is give this to homicide.
You got the gun.
Thank you. I can see this out.
Coming well, huh? Ben, shut up.
Thanks, George. Ah, look at you. Always going for a ride whenever you have a problem, huh?
I've got more than a problem.
Yeah. I am sorry about Bernie, Diana.
Thanks.
I just can't believe you could have done something like this to us.
Nothing's been proven, Jake.
Well,
What are you doing down here anyway?
I'm just taking inventory.
Kind of foreign territory for you, isn't it?
Well, I want to know more about our holdings. I plan to become more involved, you know?
Well, it's really simple. All this has to be sold, and it's going to hardly make a dent in our debt, which actually you were quite involved with.
Listen, I know I put us in a hole for a while.
With your gambling, we're ruined, Jake.
Raleigh Metals will be back bigger and better than ever, okay?
How did you come up with that $100 million, Jake?
Sometimes you just gotta trust your baby brother, you know?
I don't even ask where you two got the autopsy report on Alger.
Seems Ben's got some pull over at forensics.
And a date on Saturday night. Smothered by a pillow down Phil. So he was definitely killed before he was moved to the barn.
I gave Sergeant Masson the gun just to see if De Leon was involved.
You don't think he murdered?
No, but
but he knows who did. What has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening? The hen.
That's easy. First you crawl on all fours, then you walk upright, and you walk with a cane. The answer's a man.
Exactly. Question is, which man killed Bernard Alger?
Hello. Mike, it's Diana Brawley. I need to speak to you right away.
I have some revealing information about Jake and the kid.
All right, we'll be right there, Miss Raleigh. Says she has some information about Jake and the kidnapping. Jake Brawley. You know, maybe his connection with De Leon continued.
We were talking about Devin Love.
Devin Love could have been the greatest signer of the 21st century. He took all that away.
Dad, Bernie would have never.
All evidence points towards him.
That's so, Jake.
Everybody better start facing facts around here.
Well, that's what Mike and I have been doing, trying to face the facts. And we come up with a theory.
So Diana says,
What we're here to tell you is that Bernard did not act alone. We found a master con man named Rene Delling, who's involved.
go on.
Well, I would say, facing the fact. Kevin Love was stolen because someone in the inner circle was part of it.
Right. Bernie. In fact, someone, De Leon, we think, called and demanded ransom.
Bernard Alger told us that Kevin Love was in a bar on Verdugo Road. In fact, De Leon was seen buying auction horses. And this is the theory part of it, we think that De Leon set fire to that barn, but only the auction horses in there.
And Heaven Love?
Well, with the whole racing world, the loss of Heaven Love wouldn't have been the ultimate calm. He's still alive.
Heaven Love is alive.
It's just a theory, Diane. Admit it, it's a theory and a little shaky one at that, but why would De Leon want to look like Heaven Love died in a fire? Insurance, but that would go through. How do you bench one of those famous thoroughbreds in the world?
You defeated your own theory, Professor. The only way De Leon could make any money was to collect the ransom.
Before the wire transfer was complete, the barn accidentally caught fire, and here we are.
Here we are. Luckily, that $100 million transfer was canceled. Just in time.
There was no $100 million, was there, Jake? The explicit instruction, the horseback ride, account number, transaction completed, all of it. These numbers? This account you gave me is non-existent. It was all fraud. For what, Jake? Money. Did you kill Bernie for money too, Jake?
I didn't kill Bernie.
How could you become involved with that scoundrel De Leon again?
Me? Listen, I did not kill Bernie.
Jake.
I don't know who did it. Maybe De Leon did it.
De Leon could have killed Alger, but in fact, he died somewhere between midnight and 3 o'clock in the morning. After he was killed, he and his car were moved to the barn, where we found him.
Poor Bernie. I loved him like a son.
Bernard Alger was in on this plan with you, at least up until his death he was. And I'm just wondering if, after having dedicated his whole life to horses, maybe he just couldn't go through with it. Or maybe he realized he loved your daughter too much to betray her.
Are you saying I had something to do with Bernie's death?
Fact. Bernie took a cab out here and was killed very, very shortly afterwards.
In fact, forensics determined he was smothered by a down pillow, covered in a 500 thread count pale blue pillowcase. Pretty fancy sheets, Raleigh.
Police still don't know where he was killed. Let me just check my notes.
What's yours? Priorities.
Dad, you shouldn't exert yourself.
Oh, your father's a lot healthier.
Let these fools have their say and go.
Oh, we're almost finished, right, Jonathan?
You pull it.
Oh, our theory, yes. What if Bernard Alger came here that night to see you?
I'll go along with you. Why?
Because you were the only one who could stop this whole scheme.
And theory, Bernard Alger kept a written record of this scam and was going to use it to stop me.
Preposterous.
As preposterous as that act you put on at the stables the other day? Conveniently taking you, Jake, and Bernie away from the scene of the crime.
Your theory, very far-fetched, Professor.
You know, De Leon left me a clue to kill the man behind it. What has 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening?
The riddle of the Sphinx.
De Leon was pointing a finger straight at you, Mr. Roy.
I didn't know it was going to go this far.
You're lucky you're alive, Jake. But in reading always does count, doesn't it? Bernard Alger was his son, couldn't carry on the family line.
A line worth killing.
Up in 2.
Dad?
Jake.
You get all that?
Enough for the DA to build a case. You actually called me.
You know, it was a good plan. You would have ended up with the insurance money and still had Devin Love to breed on the foreign black market.
Bernie. Had to develop a conscience.
Bernie would have done anything for you.
He was going to blow the whistle. I could not allow that.
Allow me, Mr. Rowley. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. You cannot afford
That is really cool the way you guys broke this case.
Well, the nurse folded like a bad poker hand. Said he was working under orders from the old man.
So Jake Romley could be charged with conspiracy to commit murder. That's great, guys, but I mean, it's over. We'll never get Heaven Love back. Diana, what are we gonna do?
We're gonna be fine. You have always told me, Pops, that we're survivors.
Why would Rene De Leon try to out old man Brawley?
Criminal's ethics. He wanted us to know that he wasn't the killer.
And he'd be long gone before we figured it all out.
Could be.
Hello?
Mr. Bryant, this is Ahmad. There's a rather large shipment of horses leaving for the Midwest.
Really?
Hypothetically, a horse could get lost among them. I checked on this De Leon character. He has contacted some of the horse people I know. We might be able to find him though as well.
Worth the job. Thanks, I owe you. Good luck.
Pops?
Maybe it's not over. Come on, I need your help.
It's about time someone asked for help.
Where are you going?
The stables, come on.
Nothing else got up the sky in some way.
Well, if anybody can identify Heaven Love,
It's definitely here.
well, nothing to it but to do it.
Well, I think the operative word here is caution.
Should we call for bed?
Already done.
Well, should we wait for it?
Maybe next time, Professor, I will consider murder.
The Brawleys confessed.
The Brawleys. I brought that idiot family the perfect crime.
Here, watch the horse.
It's all over, Renee. The police are on the way.
Well, maybe next time I'll choose my accomplices more carefully.
Oh, there's not going to be any next time.
Maybe you and I could team up.
Oh, you think so?
Well, you know, they say the best way to get away with a crime is to know the criminologist.
Well, you're not going to get away.
Well, at least you don't know the murderer.
I wouldn't say that. There were 4 horses in that barn. You ain't stopping me.
It's like the Lone Ranger.
Who is this guy everybody keeps talking about?
What's that?
Could you get their information? Thanks. Cowboys are innocent. De Leon was just shipping heaven love with their horses.
We haven't seen the last of him. And he'll be out in no time because of his impeccable behavior.
That's not him. You sure about that?
Yeah, Heaven Love's got the white mark up on his face.
Maybe hope for you yet. Boy, are we glad to see you. Good job, Dusty.
Well, looks like everything's gonna be aces.
Yeah.
How can I ever thank you guys?
Oh, I second that. Because of you, we have our lives back on track.
No thanks required, Pop. This has been a real adventure for us.
Surprise!
Happy birthday!
Thank you, guys.
You should have. Oh, we got 2 surprises for you.
First one, I've decided to go back to law school. But then you and I are going to talk about this private eye.
As long as I get my house back.
No, there's an excellent special treat.
My own horse, huh?
Say what?
Oh, don't give me that. You heard me.
Mike, oh, are you kidding me? Oh, look at this. Beautiful.
9-2.
Oh, perfect.
Happy birthday. Oh, hey, don't worry about the 0. As long as you still serve.
And miss the rocks, huh?
Right. Let's party.
Yeah. Oh, he's a jolly good fellow. Oh, for he's a jolly good fellow. Oh, for he's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
Wines protected by the law. Casillero del Diablo sponsors great movies.
Police have released a CCTV image of a man wanted in connection with the incident, and the authorities are asking anyone with information.
What are we waiting for? Let's go get him. Listen, people do not run. What happens now? You want to clear your name? I work for the CIA. What do you do today? Let's say Friday at night on Great Movies.
Bree, I'll be back in an hour. Can you just get your ears pierced? No. Bye, Mom. Go to the cinemas with Josh. Wait, who?
It's bedtime, Bree.
Just a sec. For your newly pierced ears.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nice start 100. Coming. Ready or
EasyJet Holidays help you find your perfect package holiday from £319 per person. Book now for this summer with only a £60 per person deposit. Search EasyJet Holidays.
With BP Me Rewards, you can earn points to spend on treats for yourself or someone else.
I need a Nero. I'm holding out for a Nero to get us that wine. It's gotta be strong, and it's gotta taste good, and it's gotta be made just right. I need a Nero.
Get 25% off coffee and pastries with Compares the Market. Get down, Sergey.
Good Girl Blush, the new fragrance, Carolina Herrera.
Elvie have always made it simple for me to get great value car insurance, so I can get their cover for just £219.
Get your quote today at lv.com.
They come from deep underground. Their plan? To take over the world. For years, the grown-ups have been keeping the veg invasion at bay. But they can't do it alone. They need your help, kids.
You're going down, Peace. I'm helping to defeat them.
Join the fight. Eat them to defeat them.
Right, time for a clean out. I think I managed about 5 pages of this. Literally the first time this has ever been used. Bath bombs? We don't even have a bath. Oh, I used to look magnificent in this. A pasta maker. I mean, who do we think we are? I'm beginning to suspect this gift was ironic. Ciao, au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. I think my children own more stuff than I do. Where did it all come from?
Twitter, use Olio to pass on things you no longer need to people who live nearby. Give it away and make someone's day.
Discover the new way to your new Mercedes-Benz. No matter where or when you buy it. Online or in store. Choose your car and there's just one price. And now there's a range of offers across some of our most popular cars. Search Mercedes-Benz online showroom.
One price.
Yep, easy.
A little story. It doesn't matter where you read it or share it. That one little story can open their world to a lot of possibilities. But 1 in 5 children say they don't own a book. So we provided over 130 million books since 2013. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot. It starts with a look.
An instant connection.
2 separate journeys with the same destination. To a place where love is the answer.
No matter the question.
Welcome to Great Romance. Oh, okay. A new channel.
dedicated to the language of love, with movies that speak straight to the heart, all day, every day. Great romance is here.
The following program contains flashing images.
It's been 13 years since Idris Elba first gripped audiences with the character of DCI John Luther. Now he's switching from TV to film the gritty crime thriller Luther the Fallen Son, which finds the disgraced cop behind bars. Sisters Andy Serkis and Cynthia Erivo join Idris in the movie, and he says the Fallen Son pulls off a tricky balancing act.
There was a lot of pressure to make sure that we don't lose our day one fans and we do entice new fans. So getting that little combination right was exactly what was, the pressure. But you know what? When you love doing what you do, it doesn't feel like work. And we took about 3 years to get this right, get the script right, get the sort of ingredients right, and I think we did it right.
You can stream Luther the Fallen Son from the 10th of March. Spare a thought for this year's award season contenders as they tirelessly practice acceptance speeches and dust off their glad rags at glitzy ceremonies across the world. And at the Screen Actors Guild Awards, Everything Everywhere All at Once emerged triumphant with a record-breaking 4 goals. The quirky comedy drama scooped Best Ensemble, Best Actress went to Michelle Yeoh, Ke Quan won Best Supporting Actor, and Jamie Lee Curtis scored her first ever SAG Award.
I know you look at me and think, well, Nepo baby, that's why she's there, and I totally get it. But the truth of the matter is I'm 64 years old, and this is just amazing.
The SAG Award for Best Actor went to Brendan Fraser for The Whale. Michael B. Jordan isn't one to shy away from a challenge, and as he returns to the role of Adonis Creed for sports sequel Creed 3, he's upped the ante, directing as well as starring. The 9th installment in the Rocky franchise sees Donnie forced back into the ring to take on a new adversary as a friend from his childhood returns to his life. And Michael says moving behind the camera was the obvious next step.
It was just a natural progression, of the franchise, my place within, that world, knowing the character so well, knowing the story and kind of having a vision and ideas of where I wanted the story to go. I felt like I was the perfect person to kind of step in and do it. And the acting, directing bit, one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, but the most challenging. And, it was a transformative experience.
And the cast of Creed 3 touched down in LA for a live premiere event. Joining Michael on the red carpet were Tessa Thompson and Donnie's latest opponent, Jonathan Majors. He takes the role of Damien, who spent time in prison and is ready to remind his pal of the past he thought he'd left behind. And he says he relished the opportunity to step in and add a little chaos to the Creed universe.
The fact that you got to come in there and disrupt something that was so solid, and in the disruption you build something new. In our hero and also in myself as Damien. That was probably the biggest gift.
You can catch Creed 3 in cinemas now. Pedro Pascal and Jon Favreau touched down in London to try out a new pop-up inspired by their hit series The Mandalorian. Pedro returns as masked bounty hunter Din Djarin for season 3 of the show, which sees him cross paths with old allies and make a few new enemies as he continues his epic journey across the galaxy with Baby Yoda, aka Grogu. And showrunner and head writer John says Star Wars fans are in for a treat as Din Djarin seeks to atone for his past actions.
As you can see from the materials that are out, there's a lot of Mandalorians. We're going to dig deeper into Mandalorian culture. We're going to find out if the reunited Grogu and Din Djarin can revisit the home world of Mandalore, even though it's in ruins, and see if we can find redemption there.
You can watch The Mandalorian at home now. Kate Blanchett is no stranger to a red carpet this award season, and she took centre stage at the Berlin Film Festival for a special screening of psychological drama Tar. She stars in Todd Field's long-awaited directorial comeback as Lydia Tar, a musical maestro at the pinnacle of her career whose past actions are about to catch up with her. And Kate says there's no better city to showcase her movie than Berlin, where it's set and where it was filmed.
I love Berlin. I mean, everyone who comes says that, I'm sure, but it's this is where we made it, and we made it during the pandemic, and so it's fantastic to be back and to know that the festival is alive and kicking again. It's really wonderful.
You can catch it in sci-fi action comedy Borderland. Courtney Cox found her friends really were there for her, rain and all, as her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame was unveiled. The Scream actress was supported by longtime buddy Laura Dern and her friends co-stars Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow at the event. And Courtney had a chance to reflect on one of the more humbling moments of her early days in Hollywood.
Early on in my career, there was a point where I had no money left at all. I was down to 2 weeks to actually live. To support myself. And I called my dad up and he's like, CC, you need to come home. It is a long fall from Hollywood to Alabama. And you know what? You're a salesman. You're a damn good salesman. So you need to come home and do what you do best. Sell swimming pools.
Courtney returns as Gail Weathers in horror sequel Scream 6.
Every Monday, we pick a great movie.
What do they say to you to make you try so hard?
Be the best.
Well, you are.
So you'll never have to dread another Monday again.
Are we clear, Kristen?
This week, it's a star-studded cast.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
A Few Good Men is your movie pick. This Monday at 9 on Great Movies.
Baby, 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 I'm coming home. Don't tell me oh, baby, you're my one and only one. Baby, 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 I'm coming home. I need you, baby. Yeah.
Finances can sometimes feel a bit puzzling. Maybe it's that confusing car insurance policy, or working out the right protection for your health, home and family, or feeling unsure if your pension is on the right path. Aviva can help make these conundrums click. Help you solve your financial puzzles? It takes Aviva.
That's the color where I will live. I will sit right down. Wait to sound vision.
Change is easier with 1 hour click and collect. You can do it.
I am what I am. I don't want praise. I don't want pity. I'm so if my love is sparkle and it's backbone, why not? Speaking from a different angle. Your life is a sham till you get the charm out.
Edge Baston 455. I've collected within the hour. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. It's the first model we've sold in the area. So, how much is it then? On the road, £949.99.
All yours today, my friend. Hey, babe. Where to?
Anywhere.
Buying a car has changed over the last 100 years or so. Thankfully, our dealerships have stayed at the very heart of it. Bristol Street Motors.
There's love, laughs, and tasty treats on this week's Great Sunday.
Your eyes desire. Vanity working on a weak mind produces every kind of mischief.
The whole town's against me.
You make friends with us, you make enemies of others.
I do promise.
Something must be done.
Yes, yes.
How can I help you?
For starters, you can give me a divorce.
You and I are in love with two different people.
Cozy up to a great Sunday that will leave you wanting more. This Sunday from 2.
The following presentation is a paid-for advertisement on behalf of Fame.
It's like walking on air. It gives me so much more energy.
Orbitrack works anytime, anywhere.
I can burn calories while I'm sitting.
Fits right into my lifestyle.
I am giving my legs the motion that they need. And I'm burning calories.
Over 2 million people worldwide enjoy the benefits of Orbitrack ellipticals from Fame Fitness. Now get ready for Fame's new line of fitness machines with active sitting exercise. Introducing the Orbitrack MX Seated Elliptical. As we get older, it's important to keep moving and be active. It's the key to a happy, more balanced life. But it can be hard to find a workout that fits into your lifestyle and schedule. Well, now you can be more active, stimulate circulation, and keep moving in the safety of your home with the Orbitrack MX Seated Elliptical from Fame Fitness. With its assisted motorized movements, all you have to do is sit and get moving. Orbitrack MX gives you the freedom to exercise when you want. Experts say sitting is the new smoking. But the Orbitrack MX provides an easy fitness routine you can do while reading your favorite book, watching TV, or talking on the phone. Now join your host, TV, film actor, and author Corey Bergeron as you discover the benefits of active sitting with the incredible Orbitrack MX.
These days, experts are saying that sitting is the new smoking. Think about that. We're sitting so often, whether at work or at home, and it's becoming a serious health hazard. We need to start moving more and increasing our heart rate to counteract the negative impact. But with our busy schedules, bad weather, or just the aches and pains of getting older, being active is not always that easy. Well, get ready to meet the super low impact motorized elliptical Orbitrack MX from Fame Fitness. It allows you to move your muscles, stimulate circulation, and burn more calories, all while watching TV at home or even under your desk at work. With its assisted motorized exercise movements, all you have to do is sit and start moving. But when I take my feet off the pedals, it's still moving, guiding you through each stride. We like to call this active sitting. You can be burning calories right now while you're watching this program because it's so easy to do. Anybody can do it. There's such an extremely low impact on your knees and your joints. This will help loosen the stiffness. I love that it also has this handy remote control, so I can easily change the modes and speed levels without bending over. You can go forwards or backwards, adding variety to work different muscles at a pace that's right for you. Get the movement you need with Orbitrack MX.
I'm going to be 90 in 2 more months. And obviously, I feel it. You know, my legs don't work quite right, my arms don't. That's all part of being old, and I call it survival. But with Orbitrack, it keeps me moving. You know, it's like walking on air. It's fluid, smooth, and it keeps me circulating, and it gives me so much more energy. I just could do so much more than I could before I got it.
This product has really helped keep my joints moving, keeping me loose. I sleep better because I feel better. The remote's super convenient. I don't even have to bend over to adjust it. I don't even have to think about it. I don't worry about it. I've been on the Orbitrack call. I've been on a conference call. It's that quiet. Nobody hears what I'm doing or sees what I'm doing, so it's really convenient.
It takes up less space than my bike at the garage. I can keep moving while sitting. I am giving my legs the motion that they need. And I'm burning calories.
You'll be so surprised at the quality of this elliptical. Sturdy, stable, smooth, quiet, with extra large non-slip pedals that are perfect for every size. Check out the motivational monitor here. Tracks your distance, speed, and time. Keeps me motivated to do a little more each and every day. And you can even use this handy
express any political opinions. Caution is advised for all staff, but the BBC guidelines say the risk is lower where an individual is expressing views publicly on an unrelated area, for example, a sports or science presenter expressing views on politics or the arts. But the top talent have also been told there is an additional responsibility to the BBC because of their profile on the BBC.
This situation has caused a lot of concern for people working across the BBC in relation to how they respond to the impartiality guidelines, which in our view, they need to be both proportionate but also applied consistently.
A small demonstration outside the BBC Sport headquarters in Salford, calling for Gary Lineker's reinstatement. Sports programmes could be disrupted again today. Match of the Day has been a staple of the TV schedules for almost 60 years. Gary Lineker has been at the helm for almost a quarter of a century. As he returned home last night, no comment, but his son George told the Sunday Mirror his father will always speak up for those who don't have a voice. Will he go back to Match of the Day? I think so. He loves Match of the Day, but he won't ever back down on his word. So the BBC and their star presenter remain divided. The corporation remains in crisis. Simon Jones, BBC News.
Well, we're joined now by Stefan Powell, who's outside the BBC's headquarters in London. So, Stefan, Tim Davies says he wants Gary Lineker back on air. Gary Lineker says he won't back down. How are they going to sort this out?
Yeah, well, it is a difficult situation for Tim Davie and for the corporation, Rachel. And it's something that needs to be resolved quickly because this is a story that has snowballed over the last few days.
No more Gary Lineker.
The newspapers today, as well as even sort of reaching out into the broader public perception. We've got artists wearing free Gary t-shirts and gigs over the weekend. So this needs to be solved quickly for the corporation to try and resolve the issue and to try and seem like they're in control of the story.
Yeah, definitely.
It hasn't necessarily seemed like that. Now, if you look at the editorial guidelines, like we were just hearing there is a bit of a grey area here, isn't there? The idea that sports presenters should be able to have opinions on other things, but when you're a high-profile name like Gary Lineker, the corporation is suggesting the rules might be different. They need them sorted out. Where it's going to happen in time for today's footballing programmes, we don't know. Match of the Day 2 is expected to go on tonight. Will that happen? Mark Chapman, who of course presents that programme, wasn't on 5 Live yesterday doing his role. So if they're going to be sorted out, it needs to be pretty quick in order to have those football programmes back on today. If not, this could rumble on for days or weeks to come. We don't know just yet, but there are people somewhere in the room trying to thrash it out, no doubt.
Thanks very much, Stefan.
Now, childcare costs for those who are claiming universal credit will soon be paid up front rather than in arrears. The Chancellor will set out the plans in Wednesday's budget with the aim of getting more people into work.
Support will also focus on people with disabilities and those with long-term health conditions, as our business correspondent Mark Ashdown explains.
When Jeremy Hunt brandishes the famous red box on Wednesday, it'll be something of a rarity among recent Conservative chancellors. Just one of his past 4 predecessors actually made it to a budget day. With party squabbles and a hangover from Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget lingering, the message will be stability. Expect further energy support, promises to solve the long-running series of strikes, and sweeping policies to get people back to work. Unemployment might be at historic lows, but 10 million people, a quarter of the working age population, don't have a job. No wonder the Chancellor has labelled this his back-to-work budget. Take childcare costs. Those on universal credit are entitled to claim 85% of their costs back. It can add up to nearly £650 a month for one child and £1,100 for 2 children or more. But currently the money has to be paid to childcare providers up front first. And charities have warned that can push low-income families into debt. Jeremy Hunt says as well as making payments up front in future, the amounts will also be increased by several £100s a month.
It's going to be really good for children. It will mean that it's easier for them to be in childcare, which we know can be so beneficial for them. It will be great for parents to help them move into work and get more money into their family's income. And also it will be great for the economy because it means that more parents can go back into work and contribute again.
Rules about sickness benefits will be changed. so those returning to work can continue to receive payments and won't have to be reassessed. But there will be stricter requirements for benefit claimants who care for children to hunt for work or take on more hours, with tougher sanctions for those who do not. Partners of such claimants would also be forced to seek work. Some 9 million people classed as economically inactive, students, retirees, carers, and those with a long-term illness or disability will be encouraged to think about working. There are 1 million job vacancies in the UK. The Chancellor sees filling them as key to growing the economy. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
A 29-year-old man has been fatally stabbed at a nightclub in the West Midlands. Police and paramedics were called to Velicia's in Walsall just after 5 o'clock yesterday morning, but the man died on the way to hospital. No arrests have been made.
Now, an update on a story we discussed on yesterday's breakfast, and several buildings on a cliff edge in Norfolk have been lost to the sea due to erosion. These pictures show the moment one of them fell into the water at Hemsby near Great Yarmouth. 3 wooden homes were also being demolished after they were left at risk of collapse, and some chickens had to be rescued.
So what do you give to the King for a coronation gift? Well, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have come up with an idea, not entirely original, I suspect, from them, but it's a good one. It's a horse.
Yeah, the Mounties, seen here at the Queen's funeral procession, have given King Charles a 7-year-old black mare named Noble, and apparently we're told she's settling into new life at the Royal Mews in Windsor.
Generous. 6:10. Shall we have a look at the weather, see what's happening this morning? Matt is with us again this morning. Morning to you, Matt.
Good morning, Roger. Rachel, very good morning to you as well. Well, slightly different weather story actually to come over the next few days. After the wintry weather of the past few, things are now looking much milder for most of you. But with some rain at times in the forecast, beware, we could see a bit of flooding as the snow melts and the rainfall totals tot up. Other thing to note as well, later today and more particularly into tomorrow, it is going to turn much, much windier as well. Now, many of you have already got that milder air, but not quite there yet across some parts of Scotland, North East England. It's a little bit chilly here under the weather front, which has been producing some rain, sleet and snow. That is clearing through, though, and temperatures will rise as we continue to see the warmer air push up from the southwest on a strengthening wind. Already got temperatures about daytime levels towards the southwest compared to what we should have this time of year. A fair bit of cloud. There will be some sunny breaks this morning across England, Wales, and developing through eastern Scotland for a time. Western Scotland, Northern Ireland, though, outbreaks of rain developing, some heavier bursts in the sort of batches to north of Scotland, the far south of Scotland, maybe just fringing into northwest England. And then later on, southwest England and Wales, we'll start to see some heavy rain move in here too. But note the temperatures widely into double figures by the end of the afternoon, 13, 14 degrees, quite likely. Now tonight, all of us will see some rain at times, turning to snow though, in the very far north of Scotland on the hills, but the winds will be picking up too. And whilst there'll still be some chilly air there in the north of Scotland, notice how the temperatures tonight barely drop. Double-figure temperatures, in fact, to take us into the Monday morning rush hour. But it will be windy. This area of low pressure pushing its way eastwards. Strong northeasterly winds developing to north of it. Pretty strong to gale force southwesterly winds to the south of it, which will bring a mixture of sunshine and heavy thundery showers for England and Wales. The odd shower for Northern Ireland too, but more persistent rain and mountain snow increasingly across parts of Scotland, and widespread gales, especially top and tail of the country, where we could see winds in excess of 60 miles an hour at times for some. So a bit of a wild start to the week. Some of the driest weather will be East Anglia and the southeast, where we could still hit 13 Celsius, but Aberdeen, Stornoway, low at just 2 degrees. So after that brief bit of milder weather, there is some colder weather on the way back. There's that mixture of rain, sleet and snow will push its way southwards.
All the things that we accept, be the things that we regret. So all of my ladies, hear me, come on, sing with me. When I get the strength to leave, you always tell me that you need me. And I'm weak cause I believe you, and I'm mad because I love you. So I stop and think that maybe you could learn to appreciate me. Then it all remains the same, that you ain't never gonna change, never gonna change, never gonna change. My days I'm hurting my leg. And though my heart can't take no more, I'm running back to you. See my days are cool without the shit out of you. I'm hurting my leg. And though my heart can't take no more, I'm running back to you. You hurt me, I can't sorry me. I gave you all my heart and all you did was tear it up. Looking out my window, knowing that I should know. Even when I pack my bags, it's something always pulls me back.
Radio 1.
I am a sinner who's probably gonna sin again. Lord, forgive me. Lord, forgive me. Things I don't understand. Sometimes I need to be alone. Church don't kill my vibe. Church don't kill my vibe. I can feel your energy from 2 planets away. I got my drink, I got my music. I was sharing, but today church don't kill my vibe. 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 Look inside of my soul and you can find gold and maybe get rich. Look inside of your soul and you can find out it never hit. I can feel the changes. I can feel a new life. I always knew life can be dangerous. I can say that I like a challenge and you to me is painless. You don't know what pain is. How can I paint this picture when the colorblind is hanging with you? Fell on my face and I woke with a scar. Another mistake living deep in my heart. Worried on top of my sleeve in a flick. I can admit that it feeling like yours. While you resent every making of his. Tell me your purpose is petty again. But even as small as they can burn a bridge. Even as small as they can burn a bridge. I can feel the changes. I can feel the new people around me just want to be famous. You can see that my shitty family didn't put me on stages. To me, that's amazing. To you, that's a quick step with all disrespect. Let me say this. I am a sinner who's probably gonna sin again. Lord, forgive me. Lord, forgive me. Things I don't understand. Sometimes I need to be alone. Church don't kill my vibe. Church don't kill my vibe. I can feel your energy from 2 planets away. I got my drink, I got my music. I was sharing what's today. Church don't kill my vibe. 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 You ain't heard the coast like this in a long time. Don't you see the long line? We've been waiting on Kendrick like the first and the 15th. Please in the air, I can see you are empty. Hide your feelings now. What you better do? I'll take your girlfriend and put that on the pedestal. Church don't kill my vibe. Church don't kill my vibe. Walk out the door and they scream it's a lie. My New Year's resolution is to stop all the pollution. Talk too much. I got my drink, I got my music. I think Church don't kill my vibe. Church don't kill my vibe. Church don't kill my vibe. Church don't kill my Radio 1. Chill out anthems.
I've been drinking. I get filthy when that liquor get it to me. I've been thinking. Why can't I keep my fingers off it, baby? I want you. Why can't I keep my fingers off it, baby? I want you. Cigars on ice, cigars on ice. Feel like an animal with these cameras all in my grill. Flashing lights, flashing lights. You got me pity, 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 baby, I want you. Can't keep your eyes up, daddy, daddy, I want you. Drunk in love, I want you. We woke up in the kitchen saying, how the hell did this happen? Oh, baby. Drunk in love, we be all night. The thing I remember is our beautiful bodies riding over their blue. Drunk in love, we be all night. We be all night.
I'm nice, if you say you, if I do say so myself, if I do say so myself, if I do say so myself. Hold up, stumble all in the house, trying to back up all of that mouth that you had all in the car. Talking about you the baddest, just far. Talking about you be repping that curve. Wanna see all stuff that I heard. No, I slink, Clint Eastwood. Hope you can handle this curve. So flaking up for you. Dug my Warhol, slick right to the side, ain't got time to take jaws off on sight. Catch a charge, I might beat the boxing like Mike. In 97, I fight. I'm nice. We can't reach these heights. You gon' need G3, 4, 5, 6 flights, sleep tights. We sex again in the morning, yo. My breakfast, we going in. We be all night. We be all night. Every time. I've been slipping and seeing all the pictures. We on fire. We on fire. To me, that's feeling like the all of my entire life. I've been drinking watermelon. I want you right here, Daddy. I want you right now. Can't keep your eyes off my daddy. I want you. We be all night. We be all night. BBC Radio 1.
Yeah, I ain't seen you in a minute. I got something to tell you. Listen. See, the thing about you that caught my eye is the same thing that makes me change my mind. Kinda hard to explain, but girl, I'll try. You need to sit down, this may take a while. See this girl, she sorta looks just like you. She even smiles just the way you do. So innocent she seemed, but I was fooled. I'm reminded when I look at you, but you remind me of a girl that I once knew. See, I'm whenever I look at you, won't believe it, baby. She put me on. This is why I just can't get with you. Thought that she was the one for me. Till I found out she was on her creep. Ooh, she was sexing everyone but me. This is why we could never be. Remind me of the girl that I once knew. Yes, whenever I look at you, believe all of the things she put me through. This is why I just can't get if I know, yeah, so unfair. So wish I knew how to separate the two. This is why I just can't gotta let you go. You remind me of a girl. Hey, you wouldn't believe all of this she put me through. This is why I just can't get with you. No. You remind me of a girl that I want to. Oh no. I love and you. Oh no. She put me through. This is why I just can't get in with you. With my own remind me of the girl that if you're sorry, I gotta let you go. I love you. And you, if you're sorry, I gotta let you go. She put me through. This is why I just can't get into you. Remind me of the girl that I once knew. Yeah. I love you, and you believe all of the things she put me through. This is why I just can't get in with you. You remind me of a girl that I once knew. See her face whenever I look at you. Wouldn't believe all of the things she put me through. This is why I just can't get with you.
Radio 1's Chill Out Anthems.
Yeah, I'm the same little girl who grew up next door to you. Went through all the things a teenage goes through. Hanging out all night and breaking my curfew. When my daddy hit the door, I gave my mama the blues. Used to spend my time days and days and days away. But I was grown and almost 15, didn't want to obey. Had to get my act together, couldn't take the heat. And now I'm making peace with the streets. I'm Mr. TV. Stay blowing up the stereo. Everybody on the email, my TV. Hear me busting on the radio. I feel my phone on the FM, my TV. See me busting on the radio. And I'm just a show on my TV. Everybody lose control. Let my mouth touch your side. I remember all the house parties that took place. Being in my bed upstairs so we could still feel the bass. And my cousins and my brothers, we stood up all night. Listen to my family vibe until the morning light. Remember my first years of school, I was so innocent. I just wanted to learn and never get so content. Cause the more that I learned, I found a guide in life to show me the need to find. Give me a style on my TV. Stay blowing up the stereo. Everybody on the email on my TV. Hear me busting on the radio. I feel my power with everybody on my TV. See me busting on the radio. And I'm just a show on my TV. Everybody lose control. Let my mouth touch your temple. And the Time marches on, never ending. Time keeps its own time. Here we stand at beginning, and in goes passing us by. And I can't dream for us all. I hope I'm in a better state. When here and now crumbles and falls, and you who make worlds collide. I knew you'd come knocking one day, unannounced like a thief in the night. So tell me, how do you do? Finally, I meet you. You don't know what I've been through. Waiting and wondering about you. I had a dream of triple end up at you. And now I know paradise. Where do we go from here? Time ain't nothing but time. I now have no fear of my fears, and no more tears to cry. Tomorrow means nothing at all if we don't hear the line. When today places its morning will never be the same. Now I won't make the same mistake, time and time again. Time and time again. So tell me, how do you do? Finally, I meet you. You don't know what I've been through. Waiting and wondering about you. I had a dream of triple end up at you. And now I know paradise. So tell me, how do you do? Finally, I meet you. You don't know what I've been through. Waiting and wondering about you. I had a dream of triple end up at you. And now I know paradise. BBC Radio 1. I like to party. Everybody does. Make love and listen to the music. So let's just go, girl. I like to party. Everybody does. You can wait for the weekend to come. To see what you did it to. Make love and listen to the music. So let's just go, girl. Make love and listen to the music. So let's just go, girl. Make love and listen to the music. So let's just go, girl. Make love and listen to the music. So let's just go, girl. I like to party. Everybody does. You can wait for the weekend to come. To see what you did it to. Make love and listen to the music. So let's just go, girl. Make love and listen to the music. So let's just go, girl.
babe. All of my heart is closed, my eyes are open wide. Looking for the magic soul to keep me wrong side. I've been so long alone and all around my heart, waiting for that someone. I've been knocked down and out from time to time again. So many fools in love who only think. So many times I thought I'd always be alone, but you're that special someone. Someone. You're that special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're that special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're that special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're that special someone who makes me wanna. You're that special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're that special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're that special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're that special someone who makes me wanna. So many people in this world that bring me down, but now I'm left to know that things are coming around. I've been a stranger to the deep and never side. That you're the special someone. My life's been dancing to the beat of just one heart. I get so close to love and that's the turns apart. You are my destiny, known it from the start. You're the special someone. Someone. You're the special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're the special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're the special someone who makes me wanna give it. You're the special someone who makes me wanna give it. Boy, something I can't believe it. It's on me, it's on me. Something I can't believe it. Boy, something I can't believe it. Boy, something I can't believe it. It's on me, it's on me. Something I can't believe it. Boy, something I can't believe it.
Radio 1's Chill Out Anthems.
I'm feeling something different. When you left, I'm here to change. I was blinded. I'm not envisioning the same face in a different frame. You were waiting, I was thinking, you left me for mine. And it hit me, you're relocating, and I need you by my side. I didn't pay attention to the light in the dark. Radio 1. You've been so good to me, giving you everything. You've been so good to me, your love inside me. Oh, baby, you're my consolation. Oh, baby, there's no indication. Every sky, love is you. You've been so good to me, giving you everything. You've been so good to me. Your love inside.
Carrying it in the car. Let's stop football. No more football.
Radio 1's Chill Out Anthems.
Come on, skinny love, just last the year. Pour a little soul you were never here. My, staring at the sink of blood and crushed veneer. Told my love to wreck it all. Cut out all the roads that let me fall. Waiting the moment these arms tall. And I told you to be patient, and I told you to be fine, and I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be kind. And in the morning I'll be with you, but it will be a different kind. 'Cause I'll be holding all the tickets, and you'll be holding all the flights. Come on, skinny love, what happened here? Circle all the hope and light burns here. My. Silent road is full, so slow on the speed. And I told you to be patient, and I told you to be fine, and I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be kind. And now all your love is wasted, then who the hell was I? 'Cause now I'm breaking at the bridges of the ends of all your life. Who will love you? Who will fight? And who will fall far behind? Come on, skinny Radio 1's Chill Out Anthems.
I was scared of dentists and the dark. I was scared of pretty girls and starting conversations. All my friends are turning green. You're the magician's assistant in a dream. Oh, the common star. Faded, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. It's this movie that I think you like. This guy decides to quit his job and head to New York City. This cowboy's running from himself. And she's been living on the highest shelf. Oh, and the cow monster. Running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your dancing lady. I love you when you're singing that song. And I got lump in my throat, cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. I just wanna know if you're gonna stay. I just gotta know. I can't have it any other way. I swear she's destined for the screen. Closest thing to Michelle Pfeiffer that you've ever seen. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your lady. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got lump in my throat, cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got lump in my throat, cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat, cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. Yeah. I got a lump in my throat, cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. BBC Radio 1. I am unwritten, can't read my mind, I'm undefined. I'm just beginning, the pen's in my hand, ending unplanned. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you could not find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Yeah. I break tradition. Sometimes my tries are outside the line. Yeah. We've been conditioned to not make mistakes, but I can't live that way. No. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. Release your inhibition.
today is why you're looking years. The rest is still unwritten. The rest is still unwritten. The rest is still unwritten. Radio 1's Chill Out Anthems. Download this playlist on BBC Sounds.
Don't take this the wrong way. You knew who I was with every step that I ran to you. Only blue or black days, electing strange perfections in any stranger I'd choose. Would things be easier if there was a right way? Honey, there is no right way. And so I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. There's an art to life's distraction, to somehow escape the burning weight, the art of scraping through. Some like to imagine the dark caress of someone else. I guess any thrill will do. Would things be easier if there was a right way? Honey, there is no right way. And so I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I wake at the first cringe of morning, and my heart's already sin. How pure, how sweet the love that you made for him. 'Cause God knows I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. I fall in love just a little bit every day. Love with every stranger, the stranger the better. Love with every stranger, the stranger the better. Love with every stranger, the stranger the better. Love with every stranger, the stranger the better.
Good morning. It's Sunday. Yeah.
Every day with someone new.
Still to come on Radio 1 at 11 o'clock. Radio 1 Naughties with Nat O'Leary. The greatest hits from the noughties. But right now,
It's Weekend Breakfast.
with Adele Roberts. BBC Radio 1.
From diamond nights, baby, I'm bad. Oh, I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red, and I don't smoke. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? Nobody will know the paranoia. 'Cause I put a smile on my face. If I said you can never face. Ooh, and if you don't know me well at all, you won't see how buried I am inside my grave. Inside my grave. Cause you see people don't really know you. They don't really know you. Cause you see people, they don't really know you. They don't really know. I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smoke. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Did you notice me? Holy Father, they drive on my head. Cause they make you no leave me deep. Holy Father, oh, make you try to understand. Yeah, who can no death for you? Cause you see people don't really know you. They don't really know you. Cause you see people, they don't really know you. They don't really know. I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 years. Did you check on me? Did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smoke. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Or did you notice me? I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 years. Did you check on me? Or did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smoke. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Or did you notice me? I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? BBC Radio 1. Ceilings plaster. Can't you just make it move faster? Lovely to be sitting here with you. You're kinda cute, but it's raining harder. My shoes are now full of water. Lovely to be rained on with you. It's kinda cute, but it's so short. Then you're driving me home, and I don't wanna leave, but I have to go. You kiss me in your car, and it feels like the start of a movie I've seen before. Bed sheets, no clothes. Touch me like nobody else does. Lovely to just lay here with you. You're kinda cute, and I would say all of this, but I don't wanna ruin the moment. Lovely to slip between comfort and chaos. But it's over. Then you're driving me home, and it kinda comes out as I get up to go. You kiss me in your car, and it feels like the start of a movie I've seen before. But it's not real, and you don't exist, and I can't recall the last time I was kissed. It hits me in the car, and it feels like the end of a movie I've seen before.
100 ways to articulate the feeling I'm going through. I just can't say I don't love you, 'cause I love you. Yeah, it's hard for me to communicate the thoughts that I hold, but tonight I'm gonna let you know. Let me tell the truth. Baby, let me tell the truth. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. You're scared to be lonely, especially in the night. I'm scared that I'll miss you. Happens every time. I don't want this feeling. I can't afford love. I try to find reason to pull us apart. It ain't working 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, and I'll never change my mind. Baby, I would die for you. Die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. I'm finding business to concentrate on what I gotta do. Baby, boy, it's so hard on you. And yes, I'm blaming you. And you know I can't take it now or never. And you won't send me way too much. You think we might be better. But to me and you, yeah, I know you do. You know what I'm thinking, see it in your eyes. You hate that you want me, hate it when you cry. It ain't working 'cause you're perfect, and I know you deserve it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance is the time between us, and I'll never change my mind. Baby, I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah.
The Weekend, Ariana Grande, Die For You, the remix. This is BBC Radio 1. Good morning, gorgeous. I do hope you're well. 8 minutes past 7. This is BBC Radio 1. And we are ready to know your movements this morning, please. Radio 1! Ollie let us know last week.
Hi, this is Ollie. Just finished a rave in Brighton. Going on till 7 in the morning.
Go on, Ollie.
Riding shopping on the car journey home to Weymouth. 120 miles there, 120 miles back. Have a great day.
We hope you got home safe, Ollie. Right, how to get involved next?
Sabi girl no dey too like work. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like work, but you must hustle if you want job. If no finish dem on fight up. If dem dey run dem no fit catch up. I know dey form say I too righteous. No come dey form say you too.
Yeah, I'm alright. Bacon roll, yeah. Well, I bought it, didn't I? Co-op shop. Lovely. No. This is breakfast. Yeah. 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 All right.
changed my number board.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that then?
And some keys on happening on my phone, but it shouldn't do.
All right.
Before I was in there.
Hmm. So what are you going to do today then?
Nothing today. I'm staying in today.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go down and get later on. I'll just get chickens, potatoes. I've got peas and carrot that doing me today.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you doing, watching telly?
Nah.
So I asked somebody something the other day, well, a while back. They said, no, you're not.
What?
The other day, well, just before I come out of Antelope House.
Yeah.
And they said, no, you're not.
Not what?
Well, I asked them. I'll tell you when I come up. I won't speak over the phone. I'll tell you when I come up.
Oh, right. Well, that's mad because I don't know what you're on about now. Fucking funny, mate. I say, really. You're like that all the time.
Yeah, I'll do. I'll get it every fucking day. Don't get a rest. Hey?
Get yourself a social worker.
I've got one.
Tell them you don't want to go to the section units.
Well, it's mental hospitals, isn't it? It could be either, as you said.
They don't look good.
No, really. so I'm going to have to change it. And I'll give it to you later.
Yeah. Have you?
I need to do them at yours. I can do them at the library.
Yeah.
But I'll write it out today, so you know what I mean?
All you got to do is go to the council.
Yeah, I know.
You can, I actually sorted it out for you when I was in Melbourne Lodge. What's that, mate? Fed up with what? All right.
Yeah, when it gets on top of you, you know what I like, what I do. There's something going on there.
Yeah.
I told you before what I kept on hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know, mate. I can't remember.
No, I can't remember all of it. But, to Mark Gregory's called to Mark Gregory's come up on my phone as a friend.
Really?
Yeah. I don't get that. It does it on its own. Mum just told me to use it as phone calls and that's it. As long as it can call out, it don't matter, does it?
No, not really.
So I'm going to change the number again.
Well, my number's been the same for years.
Yeah, mine was before, but they kept telling me to change it, so I did.
Who's they?
A lot of people I know.
All right. You shouldn't listen to them.
Everything on the phone, didn't I? Before.
I know.
Yeah. so. Yes, I'll see. I do think it's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your toenails have grown longer now. Cut through the top of my sock.
All right.
So did you sleep all right?
Yeah, I was right, mate.
Yeah, I just made a coffee.
Yeah.
So what are you doing today?
Probably nothing.
I'm gonna get another sovereign now.
Oh, yeah. You said that yesterday or the other day.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I should get another sovereign. Well, I should get back 3 or 4 of them. Hey?
I'm happy with one.
You're up here with one.
Yeah.
You know, I started to fall back up no call, didn't I? Same as you have. You keep on running the back and forward to the rest of the road, don't you?
Yeah, sometimes I go to the jewelers. Yeah. Probably ripping you off. Probably ripping you off. Yeah, I'm live. I'm live every day. I'm live every day. Nothing, mate. I've been listening to the radio all day. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to get off the section units first. You got to get a social worker to stop the sections. And then you can get a job. If you stop the section units, you can get a job. What, and get sections? Yeah. That's crazy, mate. You're going to die, man. Crazy. Crazy. Ever.
Stone Raider. You might know who I am. Because I've got all the fans. Some of these rappers have got no tunes and no fans. That's why I'm here. The Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider. I'm the Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider. If you watch her, I'll give it up. If you want some, I'll give it up. But I say not no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. But I say not no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. But I say not no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. But I say not no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. Deal with now, deal with now. You want some? You want to deal with me? Deal with now, deal with now. If you want some, I'll give it up. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. Big up the Raver. I'm the Real Stone Raider. If you want some, I'll give it up. Pitbull, you got no fans either. Got no tunes, hang your head. You got no damn King K. I'll give it up. Jerry Barnes, Piers Morgan, you want some? Gemma Tully, they got no fans. Rio Ferdinand, I like you, you've got fans. When I say Real Stone, you say Raider. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. When I say Real Stone, you say Raider. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. When I say Real Stone, you say Raider. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. When I say Real Stone, you say Raider. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. Real Stone Raider. If you want some, I'll give it up. When I say got no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. When I say got no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. When I say got no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. When I say got no, you say fans. Got no fans, got no fans. Deal with me, deal with me. You want some? You want to deal with me? Deal with me, deal with me. No fans. You want to deal with me? Deal with me, deal with me. You want some? You want to deal with me? Deal with me, deal with me. If you want some, I'll give it up. Real Stone Raider, Real Stone Raider. Pick up the Raver. I'm the Real Stone Raider.
What's that, mate?
I don't know, one of them lights that shine ever up on the wall.
Oh, really?
Look at this go light. Only a tenner.
A tenner.
Yeah, on eBay.
All right.
Yeah, Kent bought me it. The police have seized Kaylee's phone. That's what they did to me, though, when I got arrested.
What did you get arrested for?
Because I was fighting with Kevin and Neil. The only reason they would let me go is because he dropped the charges. But it wouldn't have been their cool case anyway, to be honest with you.
What did you do? What did you do to get arrested? Fighting. I don't fight. I was slim and I still didn't fight. I don't fight. I'm not that kind of person. Oh, I ain't doing nothing, mate. You want me to use my printer, ain't you? I don't know. I might not bother. I don't need it really. Oh, mate.
The issue of the guidelines, and what is the next step resolving the position of Gary Lineker?
And as you say, there's great urgency with this. There's match of the day 2 tonight. Gary Lineker, I think, is due next to be on air next Saturday for the FA Cup quarter-finals, that Manchester City-Burnley match. He would be expected to be hosting that live from the ground. It's not a lot of time to work this out, is it?
No, it's not. And because now we have this, what some press are calling a mutiny, you can't almost have a sports programme now without the presenters of those programmes and the commentators making a decision about whether by doing that programme they've somehow undermined Gary Lineker's position. So, I mean, one of your favourite sports, Richard, is rugby. Is today's rugby programme going to go ahead as normal? One presumes it is, but nothing is for certain in this current situation.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for your thoughts. Really interesting. Stuart Purvis former Ofcom board member, former chief of ITN as well. Should say, actually, I don't think there's any suggestion that the rugby won't be shown on BBC today, Hugh, is there?
Yes, so there was rugby on the BBC yesterday, and the later game, which we'll be talking about in the next hour, between Scotland and Ireland at Murrayfield. It may well be that there are individuals within those teams presenting who have their own thoughts about it, but so far it has been a football-related issue in terms of the broadcasting and the effects that it had yesterday.
So just bring us up to date with some of the, just to draw a line under this now, some of the football reaction to what's happened.
Yeah, we were just having a conversation there about Match of the Day, weren't we? It's Match of the Day 2 tonight, and after the BBC apologised to viewers after its severe disruption to the programming yesterday, saying that it recognises their disappointment at not seeing normal Match of the Day and indeed listening to normal radio sports on 5 Live as well. Match of the Day 2 comes into focus tonight, and one person has already made their decision. Jermaine Defoe has confirmed that he would not be appearing on the programme tonight after being booked, saying that it would always be such a privilege to work BBC MOTD, but I've taken the decision to stand down from my punditry duties. A lot of football yesterday, of course, a lot of football reaction to the story as well. Former Leicester manager Nigel Pearson, currently the Bristol City boss, said, we all have the liberty to express our own views. That's what living in a democracy represents. Freedom of speech is a precious commodity. The BBC have misread the football community's moral compass, he said. Gary Lineker has my unconditional support. And in terms of players, the Everton goalkeeper Asmir Begovic has said this: Gary Lineker, thank you for speaking up for the people with no voice and the most vulnerable out there. Your support for refugees is always appreciated. The solidarity from the football community is a beautiful thing. So the football continued as normal yesterday, even if coverage was a little different. Manchester City kept up the pressure on the leaders at Arsenal in the Premier League. They closed the gap to 2 points. Erling Haaland scored the only goal of the game at Selhurst Park and a 1-0 win over Crystal Palace. Arsenal can stretch it back 2-5 later if they beat Fulham. Well, Chelsea and Graham Potter's mini revival continued. They have a third victory in a row to celebrate. They beat Leicester 3-1. Tottenham also relieved some of the pressure on their manager, Antonio Conte, with a 3-1 win over Nottingham Forest. Harry Kane scored twice. Son Heung-min also on target for Spurs, who remain fourth. Forest only 3 points above the relegation zone now. 6 days after their remarkable 7-0 win over Manchester United last Sunday, Liverpool lost 1-0 at Bournemouth, who had started the day bottom of the table. Philip Billings scoring the only goal of the game. His team, though, helped by a dreadful penalty from Mo Salah. It would have brought Liverpool level at the time. They missed the chance to move into the top 4. Emphasis on the word miss there. Bournemouth moved out of the relegation zone, as do Everton, who beat Brentford 1-0 yesterday. Rangers take on Raith Rovers in the Scottish Cup quarter-finals later today. Both teams hoping to join Celtic in the semis after they put 3 goals past Hearts for the second time in just 4 days. Aaron Moy and Cameron Carter-Vickers scoring either side of an impressive finish by Kyogo Furuhashi. It was just before half-time. 13 successive wins in all competitions now for Celtic. So then, England slumped to a record home defeat in the Six Nations. They were thrashed 53 points to 10 by France at Twickenham. Elsewhere, Wales had their first win of this year's tournament, which, regardless of what happens between Scotland and Ireland later, will now definitely be decided in the final round of matches next weekend. Andy Swiss reports.
It was a day England's new era under new captain Ellis Genge was dealt the most brutal of reality checks. France hadn't won at Twickenham for 16 years, but from the moment a length of the field move was finished by Thomas Ramos after just 2 minutes, what a try for France! It was almost no contest, as France swept the hosts aside in devastating fashion. 27-3 up at the break, it was already game over, and although Freddie Stewart gave England something to cling on to, it didn't last, as they were outpaced and utterly outplayed. By the time Damien Penaud scored France's 7th try, it was England's heaviest home defeat in their history, and it was humiliation.
We are all hurting with this performance. That wasn't the standard performance we want to give, and it's one we're going to ensure we work to improve upon.
Well, what a win that was for France, but the thousands of England fans here can barely believe what they've seen. One of the most bruising defeats in their team's history. It was a rather better day for Wales, as against Italy their fortunes finally turned.
And the bounce of a rugby ball means it's going to be a try for Wales.
Rio Dyer, the grateful recipient, as Wales made the most of some generous Italian defending. Liam Williams extended their lead, and after the break, Talupe Falatau sealed Wales's 29-17 victory. After all their problems on and off the pitch, at last, that winning feeling. Andy Swiss, BBC News.
And we'll be live at Murrayfield in the next hour, speaking to Ollie Foster ahead of that pivotal game. Scotland in such great form, Ireland going for a great
It
fight.
should be really entertaining, actually. Really looking forward to it. Thank you, Hugh.
Right, we'll have the headlines for you at 8. Now it's time for the latest technology news in Click.
Here's something that's hard to get your head around.
More and more tourist attractions are clocking how important social media is in getting their name out there.
Yeah, we're at the new Twist Museum in central London, which is filled with a multitude of mirrors and Instagrammable illusions that will play with your perceptions.
Oh, this makes a change. Look at you down there.
I know, and for reference, this is our true social standing that you're looking at right now. And what's weird is, this isn't even the strangest thing I've filmed recently. It is a fundamental law of the universe that nearly everything looks better in slow-mo. Something that the slow-mo guys have been proving since 2010.
3, 2, 1, go!
Their 14 million YouTube subscribers regularly watch Gav and Dan slow things down as they blow things up.
No one stand in front of the cannon, for obvious reasons.
Dan is ex-military and weapons trained, which means he can do this sort of thing. You, on the other hand, can't. And today, I've come to Gav's studio in Texas to add to the list of silly things that he's filmed in slow motion.
Yeah, this is either stuff that we're about to film with or just leftover stuff that we've already done. Like, that's what's left of a Newton's cradle after Dan shot it. I like that one stayed on, it's quite nice. This is probably 500 mousetraps.
This is when you threw Dan into these.
Yes. The way they all just sort of triggered from the outside inwards. Just amazing. And that was all within, a few milliseconds that happened.
Right, here comes the science bit. Now, whereas normal video cameras record something like 25 still images or frames per second, Gav uses cameras that capture thousands per second. If you play these back at 25 frames per second, that's where you get your slow-mo. These days, even phones can shoot at 1,000 frames a second for only a fraction of a second.
Yes.
So what would your tips be for what works well in slow-mo and what you need to think about when you're trying to set up a slow-mo shot?
If you can shoot 1,000 frames a second on your phone, just point at everything. I love anything with liquid. Like a water balloon is the classic subject. It's what everyone does first. But I still find it fascinating that you pop a water balloon, the rubber whips out of there almost immediately, even in slow-mo, and then you're just left with the shape. You're left with a big glob of water. I think the most important thing for shooting slow-mo, especially when you're getting towards 1,000, is you need the right light. You need lots of it. So, for example, under a regular incandescent light bulb, or just like a lamp that you might find at home, chances are you're going to see the flicker rate of the electrical grid. And it looks really unattractive in slow-mo, just when it's really distracting to see all the lights doing this.
Yeah.
So shoot outdoors under the sun doesn't flicker, or get massive lights like I've got, which is the more expensive option.
But after spending a day being a guest slow-mo guy, I have learned this. You don't always need elaborate stunts to make great slow-mo. Sometimes your best prop is right under your nose.
Pretty good from what I saw.
Thank you.
It almost looks as though, like, I filmed
done this a few times on a few different people. This one is just really good for some reason.
I'm going to remember that image for the rest of my life.
And interestingly, that's not the last we've seen of Gav either. He's going to be back in a couple of weeks' time to help us film something very cool in slow-mo.
Cooler than that? Surely not.
Even cooler than that.
Anything to forget that. Our next story, though, is about preserving memories, those of our loved ones, particularly our elderly relatives.
Yeah, and someone who has his fair share of stories to tell and wants to make sure they live on forever is Hollywood legend William Shatner. And Nick Quett went to meet him ahead of his 92nd birthday.
Los Angeles, the city of angels, where everyone wants to get in front of the camera.
Welcome to the Storycast
Studio. This startup in the heart of Hollywood will give you that opportunity. It will record your entire life story.
Again,
here you go. Here, customers are asked hundreds, sometimes thousands of questions over several hours and even several days. And the idea is that once you've passed away, anyone with access can ask you anything and you'll answer them.
Tell me about your eyebrows.
These eyebrows are quite extraordinary.
The concept has attracted someone with more than their fair share of stories.
An absolute pleasure and privilege to meet you, sir. How are you doing? You know this place quite well. You've been here before, right?
Every nook and cranny, every crease and crack.
I know.
Just think of what the possibilities are of what you and I are doing right now.
Why did you record yourself?
I ask myself that question day in and day out. I mean, artificial intelligence is a fascinating subject for everybody. The discourse now is it coming alive? Will it be the equivalent of our human creativity and devilishness? Or is it still just mechanical? So we can't wait and just pull the plug. That's why I'm here.
Do you think that other people using story files technology even come close to like what you can do in the way that you can tell stories? Like, who cares about people that are not William Shatner?
Everybody has a story.
Were there any questions that you were asked where you thought, I'm not going to answer that. I don't want to go there.
I don't recall saying I don't recall ever saying I'm not going to answer that, because although this is for publication, it's on dead. So
as well as playing back answers straight, for some clients, Storyfile is putting artificial words into virtual mouths.
We don't call ours deepfakes because they're not a hack of somebody's identity. They're done in an authorized way, often with that person's estate, where we'll recreate the character using their archives, their videos, their voice, and we'll create an absolutely lifelike version of that individual, say for a museum or for a family trust.
Is there a danger there, though, that you might misrepresent them or perhaps convey a different side of their personality that they never actually had?
Are we capable of being able to misrepresent somebody? Yes. In the same way that any, filmmaker can do that when making a movie or whatever. We created an AI ethics policy, and we have an AI ethics committee and advisors, external advisors.
Some people be watching this thinking, oh, I'm not sure about communicating with a loved one after they've moved on, and is that actually a healthy thing to do?
We as a technology company can't determine how people are going to live their lives when their loved ones are gone any more than we can with a book or an album or anything else for that matter. That's not saying we're not responsible. What we're saying is that each of us has different ways of thinking about our loved ones when they're gone and dealing with grief in different ways.
Whilst the notion of chatting with the dead is certainly bewitching, arguably as AI advances, an ethical tightrope lies ahead. But for Bill, this technology could enable him to boldly go where no one has gone before.
It's the Oscars this weekend, and 13 years after the original Avatar movie cleaned up at the awards, the sequel is finally here. Avatar: The Way of Water is up for 4 Oscars, including Best Visual Effects. So it's time for us to meet the team behind the scenes. To me, the film is all about the characters.
I hear her heartbeat.
We're able to bring the performance of these great actors onto CG characters and have audiences still react. That's the amazing part for me.
So what does her heartbeat sound like?
And so for that, we wrote a whole new, like, neural network-based facial system to understand a little better what the actors are doing and to give the animators a finer level of control over the faces. Because, you know, a lot of times you think effects and you think big scale, and that's all part of it as well. But we also like to make sure that the small, intimate moments work, because those are really where the audience gets to understand and know the character.
You are very hard. I'm the father. It's my job.
Every day's a school day, studying what water looks like at different depths. When, you know, if you're 1 meter under, or if you're 50 meters under, what happens to the light, depending on how clear the water is. Like, we looked at water from all around the world to see, you know, which types would play best for the film.
The sea is your home.
You have that expansive, you know, like, canvas to work with. But then you also have the big dramatic things that happen, the Tulkun hunt, you know, Stronghold, the battle scenes. You have all of that on one side, and then you have families understanding how to live together, and sometimes working and sometimes not. Like, it's all very familiar.
I see.
I think the great thing about science fiction is it lets you see what is kind of normal to us, but in a new light. So maybe you think about it a little bit more than you would otherwise.
This family. Is our fortress.
That's it for the short version of the programme. The full-length show can be found on iPlayer, as can a full-size Spencer.
Yep, here I am. Thanks very much for watching, and we will see you soon.
Bye-bye.
It's 8 o'clock.
Today with us, it's Sunday morning breakfast with Roger Johnson and Rachel Burton.
And here are headlines today. The boss of the BBC apologises for disruption to football coverage after Gary Lineker was asked to step back from Match of the Day in a row over impartiality. He says he wants to see the presenter back on screen.
Let's be clear, we've got the best sports broadcaster in the world. We want to make sure that he can come back on air. We work together to make that happen.
Reforms to welfare and changes to childcare payments. The Chancellor promises a back-to-work budget. Labour accuses the government of following its lead.
Tonight's the night at the Oscars, but will Irish Eyes be smiling at Hollywood's biggest event of the year?
There's no point in saying that it wouldn't be nicer to win than not.
And if you didn't win, you wouldn't be licking the wound for too long. You wouldn't be. Because to be here is just an absolute joy.
Good morning. Could be a big day for Ireland on the rugby field as well. Their path to a Grand Slam will have to go through Murrayfield, though, later, where Scotland will try to upset the only remaining unbeaten team in the Six Nations.
And in weather, it'll be much milder for most of you over the next few days, but with rain at times, those rising temperatures, there'll be a rapid thaw and the risk of some flooding. I'll have the full forecast here at breakfast.
Good morning, it's Sunday the 12th of March. Our top story today, the boss of the BBC, Tim Davies, says he wants to see Gary Lineker back on air after he was asked to step back from presenting Match of the Day in a row over impartiality.
Yeah, the show was broadcast last night, but without any presenters, pundits or commentators, as they refused to work in a show of solidarity with the former England striker. Our reporter Simon Jones tuned in for a seriously stripped down Match of the Day.
Now on BBC One, we're sorry that we weren't able to show our normal Match of the Day, including commentary tonight, But here now is the best action from today's Premier League matches.
A match of the day unlike any other. No presenter, no pundits, not even the famous theme tune. Instead, 20 minutes of highlights, commentary replaced by the sound of the crowd. Gary Lineker himself spent the afternoon watching his former side Leicester City, the BBC's highest paid star, forced to step back over a tweet about the government's migration policy. His suspension prompted what's being described as a mutiny at the corporation, as other presenters and commentators walked out in support of Lineker, leaving the BBC's Director General to admit it had been a difficult day.
I'm listening hard. This has been a tough time for the BBC, and we care about our audiences. We want to get the right outcome for this. We're working very hard to get that done, and I would like to see Gary Lineker return on air on the BBC. Now, with that, we have to listen. I think we have to do a bit of thinking about the balance between, how you are delivering impartiality and also the ability for people to, particularly freelancers, to say things online.
Fans attending the Leicester game had strong views on Gary Lineker's expressions of his views.
I support him. I'm glad to see that other players and other pundits have supported him. So hopefully BBC get the finger out and we get it put to bed and get him back on TV.
I'm disappointed with some of his comments, to be honest. I think he's let himself down.
Well, I think it's outrageous. He's just expressing an opinion, which happens to be at loggerheads with what the government have said.
And the Liverpool boss, who saw his side beaten at Bournemouth, also wanted to have his say.
I cannot see any reason why you would ask somebody to step back for saying that. I can't, but that I'm not sure if that's a language issue or not, but I can find it.
For the BBC, this is an issue of impartiality. The corporation says people working in news can't express any political opinions. Caution is advised for all staff, but the BBC guidelines say the risk is lower where an individual is expressing views publicly on an unrelated area. For example, a sports or science presenter expressing views on politics or the arts. But the top talent have also been told there is an additional responsibility to the BBC because of their profile on the BBC.
This situation has caused a lot of concern for people working across the BBC in relation to how they respond to the impartiality guidelines, which in our view, they need to be both proportionate but also applied consistently.
A small demonstration outside the BBC Sport headquarters in Salford, calling for Gary Lineker's reinstatement. Sports programmes could be disrupted again today. Match of the Day has been a staple of the TV schedules for almost 60 years. Gary Lineker has been at the helm for almost a quarter of a century. As he returned home last night, no comment, but his son George told the Sunday Mirror his father will always speak up for those who don't have a voice. Will he go back to Match of the Day? I think so. He loves Match of the Day, but he won't ever back down on his word. So the BBC and their star presenter remain divided. The corporation remains in crisis. Simon Jones, BBC News.
Well, we're joined now by Stefan Powell, who's outside the BBC's headquarters in London. And Stefan, just to remind people, this is all happening as questions continues to surround the BBC chairman, Richard Sharp.
Yeah, that's right. And the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party asking those questions again in light of this row about Gary Lineker. So to remind viewers, there is an ongoing external review into Mr Sharp's appointment as the BBC's chairman and his role in the facilitation of an £800,000 loan for the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And he denies any involvement in that arrangement. There's also an internal BBC review looking at his declaration of personal interests. Mr Sharp hasn't commented yet on those calls about his future made by the Lib Dems and the Labour Party. So all of this is raising questions about the leadership of the BBC, which is why this has become such a big story over the weekend and is likely to continue to be a big story for the days to come. We know that, as we've heard from the Director General, there are conversations being had about trying to get Gary Lineker back on our TV screens as soon as possible. An agreement to find out how these editorial guidelines are going to work for both parties in the future is unlikely to happen in the short term, which means that there are still serious questions today about what's going to happen about the sports programming across the BBC today. For example, Match of the Day 2
which is due to be on tonight. 5 Live has got football commentaries throughout the afternoon, and also the football phone in 606. What happens to those programmes today, we're not sure just yet. We know the conversations are ongoing, and when we find out what happens, we will of course let you know. But chances are that those programmes aren't going to be as we're used to seeing them today as normal.
Thank you very much, Stefan.
Now, childcare costs for those claiming universal credit will soon be paid up front rather than in arrears. The Chancellor will set out the plans in Wednesday's budget with the aim of getting more people back into work.
Support will also focus on people with disabilities and those with long-term health conditions, as our business correspondent Mark Ashdown explains.
When Jeremy Hunt brandishes the famous red box on Wednesday, it'll be something of a rarity among recent Conservative chancellors. Just one of his past 4 predecessors actually made it to a budget day. With party squabbles and a hangover from Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget lingering, the message will be stability. Expect further energy support, promises to solve the long-running series of strikes, and sweeping policies to get people back to work. Unemployment might be at historic lows, but 10 million people, a quarter of the working age population, don't have a job. No wonder the Chancellor has labelled this his back-to-work budget. Take childcare costs. Those on universal credit are entitled to claim 85% of their costs back. It can add up to nearly £650 a month for one child and £1,100 for 2 children or more. But currently the money has to be paid to childcare providers up front first. Charities have warned that can push low-income families into debt. Jeremy Hunt says as well as making payments up front in future, the amounts will also be increased by several £100s a month.
It's going to be really good for children. It will mean that it's easier for them to be in childcare, which we know can be so beneficial for them. It will be great for parents to help them move into work and get more money into their family's income. And also it'll be great for the economy because it means that more parents can go back into work and contribute again.
Rules around sickness benefits will be changed, so those returning to work can continue to receive payments and won't have to be reassessed. But there will be stricter requirements for benefit claimants who care for children to hunt for work or take on more hours, with tougher sanctions for those who do not. Partners of such claimants would also be forced to seek work. Some 9 million people classed as economically inactive, students, retirees, carers and those with a long-term illness or disability will be encouraged to think about working. There are 1 million job vacancies in the UK. The Chancellor sees filling them as key to growing the economy. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
So let's talk to our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, who's in our London newsroom for us this morning. Damien, morning to you. Budget on Wednesday. It often happens, doesn't it, in the days leading up to Budget Day that things drip out. What are we expecting in the coming days? Any idea?
Yes, so exactly right. So the government likes to sort of release little bits of what it's going to do on Wednesday, so it gets sort of maximum publicity value for them over the course of these days. So these are all sort of official things that come out, like you've just been hearing there. And under this sort of umbrella that the Chancellor wants to talk about, this back to work budget idea, that there's those 9-10 million people he wants to encourage back. So you've got that idea today about childcare payments for support for those on universal credit being paid up front, so you don't have to pay it and then claim back, and that's worth up to £1,000, maybe just over £1,000. Another thing today, they're talking about prepayment. If you're on a prepayment meter, the sort of extra penalty that you pay, or the extra cost that those people face because there's extra charges for paying that way by prepayment, that's going to be scrapped. I think that's around £45 a month per person. So there's those sorts of things today. What else can we expect? Well, certainly, if you step back and think about the big picture, what are the big issues? Huge issues around energy prices, energy supplies, all coming from that war in Ukraine. So yes, I'm sure we'd like to get something around that continuing energy price guarantee. That may not come to Wednesday. Government want to talk about more efforts to invest in nuclear power, more efforts to invest in other forms of sort of carbon capture technologies. That's all to do with sort of climate change. So there'll be stuff like that. Fuel duty, is that going to continue to be frozen? And then in the workforce things, possibly what's being talked about as well, another possibility is allowing companies a greater ability to bring in workers from outside the UK in more areas. So reducing, at the minute, I think it's £25,000 people have to, a threshold of earnings that can be brought down to about £20,000 in various sectors. I think things like hospitality, construction, retail, so to help them out. So those are some of the things that we might well see. And of course, businesses looking very much at things like their ability not just to hire, but the investment allowances and things like that. So again, they will be looking for action on that.
Okay, Damien, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Damien Grammaticus there.
A 29-year-old man has been fatally stabbed at a nightclub in the West Midlands. Police and paramedics were called to Belicious in Walsall just after 5 a.m. yesterday, but the man died on the way to hospital. No arrests have been made.
And this is an update. If you were watching the programme yesterday, we were talking about this on yesterday's breakfast. Several buildings on a cliff edge in Norfolk have been lost to the sea due to erosion. These pictures show the moment that one of them fell into the water. We were talking to one of the residents on the programme yesterday from Hemsby, near Great Yarmouth. 3 wooden homes are also being demolished after they were left at risk of collapse, and some chickens also had to be rescued. Other places also around the coastline are at risk.
The Chancellor of the Exchequer says he's held discussions with the Prime Minister and the Governor of the Bank of England following the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank. Although the main bank is based in the US, it does have a UK presence, and the Chancellor says he recognises its collapse could have an impact on Britain's growing tech sector. The bank went into insolvency on Friday.
Just approaching 8:15, let's have a look at the weather forecast, see what our Sunday has in store today. Not more of that, surely, please.
No, but this is what's been happening over the night, to be honest, into this morning. Roger, very good morning to beautiful shot here captured in central Scotland. There's been a further dusting of snow around following clearance of a weather front overnight. This was taken by our weather watcher Pier in Perth. The weather front that brought that is now clearing out the way, but it leaves us with another problem. We've got southwesterly winds developing. That's going to boost the temperature, bringing much milder air our way, but with it, we're going to see some rain at times. And over the next few days, we'll have to watch that coupled with thaw, means there could be some flooding around. Now, there will be some sunshine overhead this morning to melt some of the snow, say, in northern England and across parts of England and Wales that we've seen over the past few days. Sunshine will come out for a time in Scotland, but rain will then arrive, and it's rain rather than snow for many, pushing through Northern Ireland too from late morning onwards, and through this afternoon, more persistent rain, Channel Islands, southwest England, and into south and west Wales. Temperatures, though, note them well up from where we have been through recent days. 14 degrees potentially in the southeast, and even in northern Scotland, climbing as we go throughout the day as that southwesterly wind kicks in. But it'll only make certain inroads because northerly winds will fight back tonight. We'll see outbreaks of rain across most parts of the country, and as the cold air pushes back into northern Scotland, temperatures in the hills still at or below freezing. We'll see some snow, but elsewhere barely dropping from daytime values. A really mild start to Monday morning, but a very windy one. Bear that in mind. High-sided vehicle driving or on a bike tomorrow. Top and tail of the country, either side of that low-pressure system. Strong to gale force winds expected. Lots of persistent rain and hill snow, which will drop to lower levels across central northern Scotland as we go through the day. Rain at times elsewhere, some heavy and thundery showers. Driest and brightest will be through East Anglia and the southeast, but across the south we can see winds gusting to around 60 miles an hour. To the north, we can see winds gusting to 60 miles an hour later as well. But they're coming from different wind directions. So the northerly wind across Scotland means it's going to be a cold day here with an added wind chill. Temperatures in Aberdeen, Stornoway, Lerwick, barely above freezing as it is. To the south, it's a southwesterly wind, so still 13 Celsius possible in Norwich and London as we finish the day. And as you go through into the night, it stays windy. Area of rain, sleet and snow that was in Scotland pushes its way southwards. Could give a slight covering in places as it clears through into Tuesday morning. And then it's a bit of a roller coaster ride, isn't it? We're back to colder air across the country for Tuesday and indeed Wednesday. Here's how Tuesday looks quickly. We'll see that rain, sleet, snow mix clearing away from the south and east, dry and sunny through southern and eastern areas to begin with. But then we'll see frequent sleet and snow showers spread southwards across the country. And for one or two, particularly the hills, there will be a decent covering of snow as well. Temperatures on Tuesday, well, much lower than we've been used to, and it will feel even colder than that when you factor in the wind. So after a mild few days, it's back to the cold air and temperatures well below freezing through Tuesday night and into Wednesday. Back to you both.
I thought it was warming up.
Not for very long, anyway.
Spring's here to fool us.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks very much, Matt. Thank you.
Some of those daffodils are really sort of fighting to open their heads up at the moment, aren't they? But in fact, if you're thinking about heading out for a stroll today and taking in some of your local beauty spots, you may well find that a lot of them are ruined these days by litter.
Yeah, one group of volunteers says that they've filled hundreds of bin bags with the rubbish collected just from a set of lakes in North Warwickshire. Amy Cole's been to find out more.
Take a look at this. There are 74 bags of rubbish along here, including some larger items such as this children's trike. It was all collected over the weekend. But look, there are all these white bags of rubbish too, and that was all collected 5 weeks ago, and it's still to be disposed of. What's going on?
Beavering away along Lee Marston Lakes is a small army of litter pickers.
Well, they told me this was a rubbish story, and they weren't wrong. It's everywhere. Phil, you're up to your eyeballs in this stuff.
Yeah.
Where's it all coming from?
Certainly got our work cut out. It's coming, we feel, from upstream, because the River Tame, when you go back up there, you know, it really comes down, creates into these lakes, and it comes onto this peninsula here. But it's a biblical proportions, as you can see. It's one of the causes of nature, all the wildlife we get here.
The Tamworth Cool, that stands for Collecting Our Own Litter Pickers, got together a couple of years ago. Over time, they say the density of rubbish has worsened and it's frightening.
Seeing all this rubbish, how does it make you feel?
Angry, very angry and very sad, because if I was part of the wildlife that was living round here, it's just shocking. I feel so sorry for it.
Lee Marston Lakes is managed by the Environment Agency, which the group says it's complained to on numerous occasions.
Well, the Environment Agency have a duty to protect these lakes from the detritus and the pollution that's on the shore. As far as I can see, they are not doing their job properly. That is my opinion only. But simply to allow this lot to have accumulated over several decades, it would appear, that surely is a failure of duty from a public body.
The Environment Agency says Lee Marston is downstream of the Birmingham and Black Country conurbations, and as a result, litter can often collect when high flows wash it from the river systems. It adds that it supports litter picking groups. It supplied these two skips over the weekend.
This is some of the weird and wonderful today.
Wow, we've got a football, we've got Ganesh there, tractor.
Most worrying of all is the needles.
What do you think about all this on a serious note?
Well, it's just an environmental disaster zone, quite frankly. I've been litter picking for 4.5 years and I've never ever seen anything quite like this in my entire life.
The litter pickers say they'll keep going, but want those in charge to do something about the endless stream of rubbish. Amy Cole, BBC News.
It's really grim looking at all of that, isn't it? And Helen Bingham from Keep Britain Tidy is here to tell us more about it. I suppose you're on the front line of all of this day after day, so none of that's going to be of any great surprise to you.
Not really, no. Sadly, it's a reality for most communities in the country.
Yeah, are lakes particularly vulnerable to this kind of discarded rubbish?
Any waterway, because litter blows in, or people drop things in there, or it just travels into our waterways, and then it just accumulates.
Do you get really annoyed when you're out and about and you see stuff just chucked?
Yes, very.
I must admit, I thought of investing in one of those pick-up stick things. 'Cause you don't want to use you don't want to use your bare hands to pick some stuff up. But you see so much. Is it worse now, do you think? Is it getting bad, or is it just my experience?
I think it's not getting significantly worse, but it's not getting better, and that's obviously the thing we're interested in, is making it better.
And that's why you've launched the Great British Spring Clean again this year. Just tell us about that.
It's our annual litter picking campaign. We're in our 8th year, and every year it grows. Last year we had about just under 500,000 volunteers taking part, and it's a really fantastic campaign, a very positive campaign.
Is it on one particular day or one particular week?
It starts next Friday and it runs through to April the 2nd.
Right.
And how do people get involved?
They just go onto our website, keepbritaintidy.org, and pledge. You can pledge 1 bag, you can pledge 10 bags, 100 bags. We have lots of schools taking part, voluntary groups, community groups, local authorities. It's a real team effort. Businesses get involved. We have some fantastic support from our businesses, and it's a real collective effort.
I do not understand the psychology of just dumping your rubbish out in the countryside. I can't get my head around it. Have you any understanding of why people do it?
There's lots of reasons. There's lots of research been done about why and when, and some of it is about opportunity, time, peer pressure, all kinds of reasons. It is complicated, but fundamentally, most people do know that they shouldn't litter. It's a crime.
Doesn't stop some people pulling up their set of lights and just chucking a McDonald's bag out. It drives me mad.
You beat to someone, have you? So
I'll
do you
grab a window.
confront people when they do it?
If I feel confident and safe, I wouldn't necessarily do it, and we don't advise people to do it unless they're comfortable and confident to do it, because obviously we don't want people getting
What sort of
into
response, if you do say to somebody, please take your rubbish home with you, what sort of response do you get?
Sometimes you get aggressive response because that's a kind of guilt reaction, like, and then sometimes you will get people actually pick it up and go, okay, yeah, you know, because they do know.
And there's a difference, isn't there, between somebody casually throwing something to the side, not bothering to find a bin, and somebody loading up a van and going out into the countryside and fly tipping.
Oh, absolutely. That's a kind of criminal enterprise, if you like, and that is very serious because, you know, it isn't a victimless crime. People think, oh, it's just rubbish. It's not doing any harm, but actually it is. It's harming the environment, and if it's on farmland, it's costing farmers hundreds of thousands of pounds to deal with.
Can I talk to you about disposable vapes as well? Because there's quite a bit of noise around that at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, in Scotland, there's some political pressure to either get them banned or restrict their sale because of their environmental impact. Nobody really seems to know how to dispose of them safely. There's also a bit of a movement here. An MP in the House of Commons this week introduced a 10-minute bill talking about banning disposable vapes, partly for that reason.
Yeah.
Have you seen more of them? Is it more of an issue now in the last couple of years?
Yeah, there's always different forms of litter. During the pandemic, we saw a PPE litter, which had never happened before. Yeah. It is a new form of litter. It obviously, we don't want people throwing them on the ground. We want them disposing of correctly.
Well, particularly because they contain lithium batteries.
Absolutely. So actually what we'd like to see is those being recycled. So, you know, maybe an onus on retailers and the manufacturers to ensure that those can be recycled.
And poo bags. Just, you know, that's litter, isn't it? And people just leave. Oh, anyway, everyone knows. People have been sending pictures in this morning. We asked earlier, Helen, for people to send them in. Have a look at this. This is Dave and Steve who sent this in from Stonehaven near Aberdeen. They went on a beach clean yesterday, and that's what they picked up. And that's, as you said, that's a hazard for wildlife as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, we have thousands of cases of wildlife being injured by litter, and the RSPCA has to deal with them. We have cases of pets, you know, dogs and cats being injured by broken glass.
A couple more for you. Darren spotted this in Newport in South Wales. So
that's fly tipping.
It's fly
tipping.
Yeah. I mean, those are big items dumped in an area of what looks like just woodland somewhere, and more actually. This on the Fylde coast in Lancashire. That's in the middle of the road. Thank you to Joe, by the way, for sending in that picture. But that's nuts, isn't it? Do you come across incidents like that often?
Yeah, that's serious criminal activity.
But how do you track down the people responsible for things like that?
Well, they can be tracked down, but the onus is really on the public. If you've got stuff to get rid of, you need to make sure that the people you're giving your waste to, you have a legal obligation to get rid of your waste properly. So when you give it to someone, you need to make sure they've got a waste carrier license, and you need to get a receipt. Otherwise, you're actually criminally liable for it as well. But we have to cut the supply off to these people who are criminals.
Or get in touch with your local council, because they can remove a lot of big items.
Absolutely. Most councils have bulky waste collections. You have to quite often pay for them, but you know that is going to be disposed of responsibly. And if it's still got some life in it, go through reuse. Yeah. You know, there's loads of ways of sharing stuff and passing stuff on to someone who might need it.
KeepBritainTidy.org was the website you said.
It was.
And that's where you can find out more about the Great British Spring Clean. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you. Now, it's often said music is a form of therapy, and this week patients at a hospice in Kent were given some medicinal music which was literally fit for a king.
That's because it was from Alice Hughes, who's the official royal harpist who will play at the King's coronation in May. In between practice sessions, she performed at the Eleanor Hospice in Gravesend, as Chrissy Reedy found out.
As the official royal harpist, Alice Hughes is well used to an audience. And now the 27-year-old has brought the power of music to Gravesend, where she performed for Eleanor Hospice as part of a musical therapy session.
Whenever I've got a little bit of free time in my schedule, I like to make time to come and play for people in the community and, like you said, bring music to the people who need it and the people who really can benefit from it the most, rather than rely on them to come and find you in a concert hall, because realistically, that's not going to happen.
Alice was appointed the royal harpist to the then Prince of Wales in 2019. And this year has a very special appointment in her diary.
I'm really excited to be playing a small part in the coronation, in His Majesty's coronation in May. Which, yeah, again, I'm really, really privileged and honoured to have been asked to play. Just glad I can finally tell people that I'm involved now.
Alice has been playing the harp since she was 10 years old and has gone on to perform at countless royal engagements.
Actually, the harp is quite a tough instrument. It's very physical on our hands, on our fingers, and we use our feet as well as it just being a cumbersome thing to move around. It's been so great to come and meet people today and let people come and have a closer look at what, especially this part of the world, is quite an unusual instrument to maybe see. Being Welsh, it's not that unusual to just have a harp in the family or laying about the place.
Back in Gravesend, the calming sound of strings with a little Elvis thrown in didn't disappoint.
I thought it was very nice. It's a lovely instrument, the harp. I've always liked it.
She played it so beautifully. And yeah, it brought back some beautiful memories for me.
It's about exposing people to the emotions behind music and how that can make you feel inside. I think with music, you hear a tune and it can take you back to that moment in your life. And when you listen to music like Alice played, that the room felt silent and just people were just there to just be.
It's clear everyone at this musical therapy session was captivated by her performance, just as her audience will be at the King's coronation in May.
It was a real treat for them.
Yeah, beautiful, actually.
Chrissy Reedy. Yeah, cool.
Reporting there. It's 8:29.
Yeah, no presenter, no pundits, no commentary, not even a theme tune. It was a very short match of the day last night as the fallout continues around Gary Lineker's position at the BBC.
He was told to step back from presenting the show after criticising government policy. Many of his BBC Sport colleagues then, on a variety of football programmes on TV and radio, also down tools in solidarity.
The BBC's Director General, Tim Davies, apologised to viewers for the disruption and says he hopes to resolve the row and get Gary Lineker back on air as soon as possible. Here's a clip from the interview.
Well, I'm very sorry for the disruption today. It's been a difficult day, and I'm sorry that audiences have been affected and they haven't got the programming. As a keen sports fan, I know, like everyone, that to miss programming is a real blow, and I am sorry about that. We are working very hard to resolve the situation and make sure that we get output back on air. He is an outstanding broadcaster. He's a brilliant broadcaster. And to be clear, success for me is Gary gets back on air, and together we are giving to the audiences that world-class sports coverage, which, as I say, I'm sorry we haven't been able to deliver today.
Has made lots of comments before. You allowed him to criticise the Qatari government on the BBC. Why was this different? Is it because he's had the UK government?
No, absolutely not. This is nothing to do with anything to do with the specifics of where a tweet is sent. And I'll talk in general terms, but it's about getting involved in party political matters. Now, what I would say is I'm listening hard. This has been a tough time for the BBC, and we care about our audiences. We want to get the right outcome for this. We're working very hard to get that done. And I would like to see Gary Lineker return on air on the BBC.
Impartiality is a big value for the BBC, but so is trust. Right now, there are many people in the UK that simply do not trust you. Do you think you should resign?
Absolutely not. I think my job is to serve licence fee payers and deliver a BBC that is really focused on world-class, impartial, landmark output. And I look forward to us resolving this situation and looking forward to delivering that.
Director General Tim Daly, thank you.
Thank you.
That's Tim Davie. He's the Director General of the BBC. Sir Ed Davie is the leader of the Liberal Democrats and joins us from our Central London newsroom this morning. Thank you for that. Good morning to you. Sir Ed, what's your take on all this?
Well, the BBC is a great British institution. Its trusted news is important for our country, our democracy, but also for the world. And that's why its independence is so crucial. And I'm afraid the Conservative government has been undermining the BBC independence over a number of years now, not least with its appointments. For example, the current chair, Richard Sharp. And what we've seen in this Gary Lineker episode, we saw 36 Conservative MPs write to the BBC, essentially asking for Gary Lineker to be punished. That was wrong of those MPs, those Conservative MPs. And if we're going to draw a line and restore the particular perception of the independence of the BBC, I think we need to take some real strong measures. And I think the chairman of the BBC, Richard Sharp, should resign.
He, of course, is not appointed by the BBC. He is a political appointment, as you've pointed out. There is an inquiry into his role in being appointed as chairman and also in helping to arrange a loan for the former Prime Minister by the Commissioner for Public Appointments. So would it not be better to wait for that report before there's any move made? Because we don't know yet. Perception I accept, but we don't know whether there's anything wrong.
Well, one of the reasons the Liberal Democrats are focusing on the chairman of the BBC, Richard Sharp, is because he was an appointment of Boris Johnson, of the Conservative government. He was a Conservative donor, and in his own words, he acted as an introduction agency for a loan for the former British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, a loan of £800,000. That's why there are these inquiries that you mentioned, an internal BBC inquiry, an inquiry from the Commission on Public Appointments. But I think there are many in Westminster and outside Westminster who share the view of the Liberal Democrats. I don't think now we can wait for those inquiries. If we're going to draw a line under this Gary Lineker episode and make sure that the trust of the British people in the world is put back in the BBC, an incredibly important institution for our country, I think there has to be seen to be change, and it has to go from the very top. The chairman of the BBC is supposed to protect the independence of the BBC. I don't think Richard Sharp has done or can do.
Did what Gary Lineker tweeted, was he wrong in what he tweeted? The BBC has guidelines. Maybe part of the problem is the guidelines are not that clear, and that's why these MPs were calling on him to be disciplined. But did he have fair comment in being able to express those views?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree with the words he chose to use, but some of the sentiments behind the government's shocking policies and the words that people like the Home Secretary have used, I think that there are criticisms to be levied at the Conservatives. But the problem with this whole episode is the inconsistency and I think the need for a review into these guidelines. There have been other BBC people employed by the BBC, people like Anne Sugar and Andrew Neil, who've also had these tweets, and these guidelines haven't been applied in the way they've been to Gary Lineker. So it all comes back to this point, the need to make sure that the BBC is seen to be independent and is independent. That actually goes back to the government and the way the Conservatives have continually, systematically undermined our great BBC. They are trashing British values in the way they are behaving as a government. So the buck ultimately stops with Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak came to power saying he was going to restore integrity to British politics. That's what he said when he became Prime Minister. He signally failed to do that. He has a chance now to show some leadership at long last and to make it clear that he agrees with the Liberal Democrats and others that the BBC chairman should resign. And indeed, I'd like to see a change in the way BBC chairmen are appointed in the future.
And I mean, this all stems back to Gary Lineker's reaction to the government's policy to stop the boats from crossing the English Channel. There are many people in the country who obviously have sympathy, but also want to see that unchecked channel of migration stopped or at least controlled. I mean, in that sense, you know, the government is reacting to what many people are wanting it to do.
Well, it's actually cross-party view that we need to stop the boats. The question is how to do it and what's the right way to do it. the Conservative government kept saying year on year that they're going to do it. This seems to be a latest rehash, and they failed time and time again to stop the votes. Many people in Parliament and outside Parliament think that the government's proposals are unworkable, as well as being an unfair way of doing it. For example, they're proposing that children should be locked up. They're proposing that people who are the victims of sex trafficking are the ones who should be punished, not the human traffickers, the real criminals. So I think the government, again, has got it wrong. It needs to go back to the drawing board. Yes, we need to stop the votes. It's a shocking way, but that they're not behaving properly.
So, Tim Davey, thank you very much for talking to us this morning.
Edward Davey, I think.
Sorry. We've got too many Davies, haven't we? Sir Tim Davey, I've promoted him as well. Sir Ed Davey of the Liberal Democrats, thank you very much indeed. Tim Davey, of course, is the
Easy
Director
mistake to
General.
make. We're on the BBC News channel until 9 this morning, but this is where we say goodbye to viewers on BBC One.
Have a good day.
Welcome to a place that is astonishing. Nature in these islands, if you know where to look, can be extraordinary. It's not far, it's home. Welcome to Wild Isles. Starts tonight at 7 on BBC One and iPlayer.
5 pairs of ordinary bricks on an epic journey across Canada.
Love that. We need to be taking this a lot more seriously.
It's no holiday, it's Race Across the World. Starts Wednesday, 22nd of March on BBC One and iPlayer.
Now on BBC One, we're sorry we are unable to show our normal match of the day, including commentary this morning. But here now is the best action from yesterday's Premier League matches.
Kitty Fairy's Garden Treehouse. Meow. Tap, 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 tap.
Can't stop fidgeting. See, I think that one's quite good. That one, Robert.
Oh yeah, you can feel the width of the line there.
Yeah.
Good covering on the ribs.
Henry would normally weigh the rams with his son Daffy, but it's his day off.
On the who knew? A special sheep marker. That's a niche business, making sheep marking spray. Where's it go?
Yeah,
just on the back.
Over on there.
Those are...
What do I do without you here?
You can do what you did with me there. Go to Moe's.
It's not that same if I'm not trying to avoid some unpleasant chore.
You could clean out the attic.
What about?
And no one to go home to, huh? Yeah, take it from me, that's rough.
Yeah.
Heading back to an empty house, no one there to tell you what to do, no kids fighting all the time.
Wait a minute. I can eat dinner in any room of the house. Not the scary ones like the basement in Bart's bedroom. And I can drink at home.
Whoa, you're twisting my words there.
That would be cheaper, and I wouldn't have to drive. And you are kind of mean.
No one calls me mean.
Oh, you're proving my point. Here we are talking, and you pull a shotgun on me.
Oh, there's never any bullets in this. Watch. Ha! Good gag, huh? Bum, 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 bum. 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 We will like to see you. You're all I want to know. I feel free. I feel free.
Does that turn you on?
Oh, yes, it's hot. The perfect temperature.
Snoopy knew what he was doing all right.
What are you doing? Don't worry, I've seen you naked plenty of times. I live in the house behind yours.
I don't think my wife would like this.
Hey, I got a boyfriend, and you're not my type.
Can you both keep it down? I'm trying to count pennies.
Stupid Flanders.
Oh, you made me lose count.
Homer, it looks like you're out of beer, pal.
Wow, can a man just be friends with a woman?
Here's some pretzels.
Yes, he can.
For dads, mums, even bums. The Simpsons on Channel 4, sponsored by Eurocamp.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Power Phone. Clings for services.
Sure, there's a link on our Twitter, or you can go to bbc.co.uk/Ariel to find out more, or to help out if you would like to do so. We would love more support. But anyway, I digress. So to cheer Ariel on in her challenge, Greg sorted out Longboy, who is a local celebrity in York, and he is just a really tall duck. Is he the tallest in the world? Because I would argue the Deepdale duck is the tallest in the world.
I think he claims it.
Okay. At least Longboy's a real duck. He's a mallard. He has his own Instagram page. On the Instagram page, you can find out his origins. He's gone viral. He knows James Corden. It says here that he got a shout out from Greg James on Radio 1. Peter Crouch says, that's my kind of duck as well. You can read all about his personal life. And he does shout outs. Here's proof.
Can you try and get him to do a big good luck Ariel free quack from York, the city that she started her challenge in, please? We are live now, coast to coast on Radio 1. Can we get Longboy, the tallest duck, to quack for Ariel free? Over to
We
you.
can try. He's very excited about the Tour de France, I must tell you. He is. He's right you yeah. Oh, okay.
Is that him?
That's him. There's some quack. That translates to good luck. In
We got it. He's going absolutely quackers. No, not even a ripple of a laugh. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks. He's going. Yes. Thank you. Slow clap. So yeah, Longboy, that is the local celebrity of York, and you can check him out on Instagram. And I'm so sorry because I didn't realise you actually send in real people. I didn't expect people like Jodie Whittaker. Who else have we got? Puppet Man of Norwich. Are you from Norwich? Do you know Puppet Man? Thank you, Maisie. Thank you as well to Chris, the dog walker in Wilmslow. Our local celebrity is Sue Johnson from the Royal Family. Oh yeah, and she used to be off Brookie as well, didn't she? Brookside. Right, well listen, we thought, inspired by Longboy, we would ask you very kindly, if you have any pets or access to animals that can do shout-outs, would you record them please and send them in? Because we got anthems from 10 and we thought we'd play their shout-outs out. We're being serious. 03700 100 100. Can your animal make a noise? Can it do me a shout out? Get it to say hi Adele on Radio 1 for me, please. 03700 100 100. Send them in. We're being serious. You introduce them. Get them to make a noise. Do a voice note. 03700 100 100. Thank you.
No, I'm not the same. I think I done changed. See something not the same. I used to walk into the room, head down, I don't walk, now I look. Floor on my floor on the floor. They hanging on and they goose down in my cup. Floor on my floor on the floor. I don't step, I don't walk, I don't dance, I just look. I don't dance, I just look. I just look. I'm light as a feather, yeah, baby, I float. It's hard to look at my resume and not find a reason to toast. She throwing that thing in a circle, making it viral, I might just alone. Say, listen, my mama, you like Shabari, watch while I show you the ropes. I used to let them get to me. I used to be my own enemy. Now I done had several epiphanies over some breakfast at Tiffany's. Had to forgive all my frenemies. They are not who they pretend to be. I had to protect all my energy. I'm feeling much lighter now. I flow on this flow. They hanging on to that goose down in my cup. Flow on this flow. I don't step, I don't walk, I don't dance. I just flow, 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 flow. I don't dance, I just flow, 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 flow. I just flow. I wear the tire, check out the road, I'm fresh like a pole. I'm doing my dance, some kind of Moran, and you got a cold. I'm counting my blessings, we ain't stressing, just look at this glow. I got that magic, I'm really prepared for whatever, whenever, so who wants to smoke? Came back from the future to take all y'all, and take all y'all. They said I was buying, yeah baby, I'm buying a whole nother clothes. She's staying in heels, he's staying in ladder, I pay for them both. My face stuff don't come with a limit, I swipe it, I spit it, I swear I be doing the most. Flow on my car on this flow. They hanging on to that goose down in my cup. Flow on my car on this flow. I don't step, I don't walk, I don't dance, I'm just flow, 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 flow. I don't dance, I'm just flow, flow, Let's go! New for spring on BBC iPlayer.
Welcome to paradise.
Push yourself to the limits with Go Hard or Go Home.
Show that stronger. Let's see what you've got now. I want you guys to commit, because this is going to be hard.
Experience some bad education.
We'll get the first aid kit.
This is full of fear. There's a time and place for learning. This is not it. And follow one of the heists of the century with the gold.
We're looking for 6 robbers and 3 tons of gold. When you're in this deep, you can't stop until it's done.
Watch on BBC iPlayer. BBC Radio. Woke up this morning to somebody judging me. No surprise they judging me. Don't know who I'm supposed to be. I'm just acting up a press. They never saying sorry. Found out in the end that I can only do it for me. You call it sensitive and I call it superpower. You just like empathy cause you think it gives you power. All I know is only God can judge me. I don't hide my heart, I wear it on me. I'm used to feeling alone. So I thought that I'd let you know. In case nobody told you today, you're special. In case nobody made you believe you're special. Well, I will always love you the same. You're special. I'm so glad that you're still with us. Broken, but then you're still perfect. Special. Could you imagine a world where everybody's the same and you could cancel a girl cause she just wanted to change? How could you throw stones if you ain't been through a pain? That's why we feel so alone, that's why we feel so ashamed. I'm used to feeling alone. Oh, so I thought that I'd let you know. In case nobody told you today, you're special. In case nobody made you believe you're special. Well, I will always have you the same.
Scissor and special. Let's do that for Jill of Southport. Thank you very much for your message. Hey, Jill, do you remember? I was just telling producer Harrison about our local legend, the Don't Smoke Man. Do you remember him? He used to ride around Southport on a bike, and he used to pick up litter, and he used to tell people not to smoke. And to this day, I've never tried smoking, thanks to him, and I don't litter. His job worked, Jill. I don't know if you remember him, but he's our local legend in Southport. Right, let's play you something endorsed by Scott Mills. He was very excited about this song when I spoke to him earlier on in the week. It's the UK entry for Eurovision Liverpool 2023 by the fabulous Mae Muller. Now, she was actually born in 1997, the year that the UK last won Eurovision. And if you've seen the video for Mika's Grace Kelly, she's the little girl that sat on the piano as he starts at the start and does that little talking bit. There's a really good documentary, actually, with Scott Mills on BBC iPlayer, if you want to check it out. This has been supported on Radio 1 already by the fabulous Molly King on Best New Pop as well and Future Pop. This is Mae Muller, I Wrote a Song. And best of luck for Eurovision May. Let's do this.
When you said you were leaving to work on your mental health, you didn't mention the cheating. You kept that one to yourself. I guess I was gonna cut you out outside your house for everyone to see. Wanted to try your friends, tell all your friends how cruel you were to me. Instead, I wrote a song about how you did me wrong. I could have cried at home and spent the night alone. Instead, I wrote a song. I feel much better now. Me and my girls are out and we all sing along. Instead, I wrote a song. Instead, I wrote a song. I kept my cool and composure. My mother would be so proud. I was ready for a sentence, baby. Instead, I wrote it all down. Oh, I was gonna cut you out outside your house for everyone to see. Wanted to try your friends, tell all your friends how cruel you were to me. Instead, I wrote a song about how you did me wrong. I could have cried at home and spent the night alone. Instead, I wrote a song. I feel much better now. Me and my girls are out and we all sing along. Instead, I wrote a song. Instead, I wrote a song. Let's celebrate, don't sit away. I thought my heart would break. Instead, I wrote a song about how you did me wrong. I could have cried at home and spent the night alone. Instead, I wrote a song. I feel much better now. Me and my girls are out and we all sing along. Instead, I wrote a song.
Yeah.
BBC.
Radio 1, Adele Roberts.
You are now listening to Young Shanks. Nostalgia.
Fly up town, I'm feeling down. I wanna do retail therapy. PP when it move weak. I need some female energy. My soul, I lost my breath. She got me breathing heavily. Toxic relationship with my queen, but me and the on chemistry. Told her that I'm a Gemini. Now she on Google checking the compatibility. She wanna see if I got the agility. She wanna see if I got the ability. I'm with. She wants. She killing me. ADHD. Fidget. I feel like I need. We had the party done. My bro get a box and step on it, make money off. One call away from my tent and take one call and they get to status. Hostile, but if it weren't for the I'll be popped down. Of course, I would've made an M1 tour last year if it weren't for the lockdown. They wanna beat now, we got the top down. What out when we had a beat down Honda. Shout out FK, I had no sponsor. Most of my people in the West, no thunder. Fly up town, I'm feeling down. I wanna do retail therapy. I'm a PP when they move weak. I need some female energy. My soul, I lost my breath, she got me breathing heavily. Toxic relationship with my queen, but me and this chemistry. Told her that I'm a Gemini, now she on Google checking the compatibility. She wanna see if I got the agility, she wanna see if I got the ability, huh? I'm where if she want, she killing me, huh? ADHD, Digi. Walking wardrobe look like a stock room. Mum said I'm materialistic when the boss that will cost. I'm buying my mum's a crib for Christmas. Living a movie but it ain't scripted. God is my witness, get out my business. Back in the day I had one pair of trainers. I wore that till it gave me blisters. None of my cats had whiskers. Check that if it's face familiar. When I came back skinny, I virus that nigga. Hands on getting annoying. I'm half asleep. I'm getting a call from Australia. 2 tour buses I'm doing up road. 1 team, 1 fill up. Fly up town, I'm feeling down. I wanna do retail therapy. I'm a PP when they move weak. I need some female energy. My soul, I lost my breath, she got me breathing heavily. Toxic relationship with my queen, but me and the chemistry. Told her that I'm a Gemini, now she on Google checking the compatibility. She wanna see if I got the agility, she wanna see if I got the ability, huh? I'm where she wants, she killing me, huh? ADHD, Digi. Fly up town, I'm feeling down.
Central C, retail therapy on Radio 1. Producer Harrison's chuckling to himself saying dogs are the best. So I feel like your pet shout outs are sounding great. Please keep them coming in. 03700 100 100. Introduce your pet, please. And then get them to do me a shout out. Get them to maybe tell me their name, where they are, what they're doing, how they're spending their Sunday if you can. And we are actually going to play these out during the anthems. Inspired by Long Boy the Duck. Okay, right. We're about to play Who Am I? Just after 9 this morning. What happens is we give you some clues and we try and get you to guess the mystery celebrity. We thought we'll give out some, usually we give out radio medals, so gold, silver and bronze. We thought we'd give out some platinum medals this morning. If you can maybe have a guess now and think you can guess who it is. I've just been trying, I think I've failed. I keep shouting out names and looking at the team's faces. We're not giving anything away. So if you want to have a try and see if you can guess who am I before we've even said anything, please feel free. 03700 100 100 and you can win yourself a platinum radio medal. Not a real one, but can you imagine a platinum radio medal? If not though, please on the way.
Still to come on Radio 1 at 11 o'clock. Radio 1 Naughties with Nat O'Leary. The greatest hits from the Naughties. But right now,
It's Weekend Breakfast.
with Adele Roberts. Radio 1.
Leave your keys if you're not coming home. Pack your bags for letting go. You're moving in, now you're moving on. There's no getting used to you being gone. You were down, now you're giving up. Just before I started, you quitting on us. Another year, just another light. Wish you'd call so I could say goodbye. And let you know I'll wait for you every night. If you ever wanna fall in love, if you ever wanna paradise, if you ever wanna be my one, I'll be waiting. If you ever want one more night, if you ever wanna make things right, if you ever wanna change your mind, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting. Never thought that you'd be good up. 'Cause with all the claim and the turn you felt, baby, if you don't cross the line, you'll end up right back where I'm standing. then you know I'll wait for you every night. If you ever wanna fall in love, if you ever wanna paradise, if you ever wanna be my one, I'll be waiting. If you ever want one more night, if you ever wanna make things right, if you ever wanna change your mind, I'll be waiting. If you ever wanna fall in love, if you ever wanna paradise, if you ever wanna be my one, I'll be waiting. If you ever want one more night, if you ever wanna make things right, if you ever wanna change your mind, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting.
One. It's a shutdown thing when I link with the road. Road through 25 whips on the road. I look smart from my head to my feet. Same time I think on my toes. You stick with the flows. I'm from Nottingham City. They're following with me. I'm bringing it home. They wanna know how I think with the flows. Top ends, I'm hitting my goals. And then I look down, left, right. Can't see nobody keeping up. Came in the game when I beat it up. Don't step to the figure, stop speaking up. You get a left, right, jab, hook, big combos and a haymaker. Won't wake up till a day later. It's crucial, I make paper.
Baby, you're not the only one with eyes on me. You might look good, but I pick up on anything. So when I'm out with my girls, looking at this girl, don't make me feel
Right with the religion, vibes that I'm bringing in. Take with a slice of the life that I'm living in. Rhymes I'm killing it, strike like Gillian. Take out MC, take out living in. Right with the religion, vibes that I'm bringing in. Take with a slice of the life that I'm living in. Rhymes I'm killing it, strike like Gillian. Take out your thing, now she's cheering. Me,
She with me, she mine, come with me tonight. She wants a good boy, don't want me to be alive. Be the guy, I know you feel the vibe. What a life to live, we don't need a reason why.
you're not the only one with eyes on me. You might look good, but I could go what I need. So when I'm out with my girls, looking out at the sky, come make me feel, oh baby. On nights I got you on my brain, and I don't know how to behave when you got that look on your face. Yeah, it makes me wanna say, oh baby, you're not the only one, only one. You're not the only one to go along, baby. You're not the only one, only one. You're not the only one to go along, baby.
She with me, she mine, come with me tonight. She wants a good boy, don't want me to be alive. Be the guy, I know you feel the vibe. What a life to live, we don't need a reason why.
BBC Radio 1. Radio 1. Yeah. Cause girls is players too. Yeah. Cause girls is players too. Cause girls is players too. Ladies getting money all around the world. Cause girls is players too. What you know about living on the top? Penthouse suites, looking down on the ops. Took her for a test drive, left them on the lot. Time is money, so I spent it on a watch. Hold on, low, he showing through the white tee. You can see the thong busting on my tight jeans. Okay, rocks on my fingers like he wanna wife me. Got another shorty, she ain't nothing like me. Yeah, about to catch another fight. Yeah, the apple bottom make him wanna bite. Yeah, I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up, if you don't know, let him know. If you broke, then you gotta let it go. You could have anybody, any money, no. Cause when you a boss, you could do what you want. Yeah, cause girls is players too. Yeah, cause girls is players too. Yeah, baby. Cause girls is players too. Ladies getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too. I go on and on again. He blowing on my phone, but I'm ignoring him. He thinking he the one, I got like 4 of him. Yeah, I'm sitting first class like that Victorian. Came a long way from rag to riches. 5-star bitch, that tastes so delicious. Let him lick the plate, yeah, I make him do the dishes. Now he on news 12, cause a bitch we're missing. Sheesh, about to catch another fight. Yeah, the apple about to make him wanna bite. Yeah, I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up, if you don't know, let me know. If you broke, then you gotta let go. You could have anybody, any money, no. Cause when you a boss, you could do what you want. Yeah, cause girls is players too. It's time that we let them know that girls is players too. Yeah, baby. Cause girls is players too. Ladies getting money all around the world, cause girls is players too.
Coyle Ray. Oh, great efforts. People trying to win themselves platinum medals for Who Am I Today, trying to guess who it is before we've even done any clues. Kerry in Cornwall, I'm sorry, it's not Ariel Free. Someone said, is it Barney Gregstock now? Gannon Ali from Highbury? Is it Sam Ryder now? Rich Nabo Fageni? Is it Gary Lineker? No.
If you keep wondering if somebody understands, darling, I don't understand you. If you stay awake at night, waiting for somebody right, baby, all your karma is you. Like, I would never hate you, but only if you want to. So much time, like, who knew? Music we got into, songs we fell in love to. Boy, this feels so wrong too. If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had. If we ever broke up, if we ever broke up, I'd call your dad and tell him all the things you said. If we ever broke up, but don't get emotional, cause it's not personal. It's just the way it goes. If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had. If we ever broke up, you're living in Wonderland. If you think I'll understand all that you put me through. If girls in white dresses and big winter weddings is something you want to be true, then pack up your drama. This selfish dilemma is something that you can undo. Like, I would never hate you, but only if you want to. So much time, like, oh no. If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had. If we ever broke up, if we ever broke up, I'd call your dad and tell him all the things you said. If we ever broke up, boy, don't get emotional, cause it's not personal. It's just the way it goes. If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything that we had. If we ever broke up.
Ray Stevens, if we ever broke up. Oh, right, quick. Quick. We're about to play Who Am I? Take your seats, please, for today's performance. Can you guess who our mystery celebrity is from the following clues? Nobody won a platinum medal. Oh, there you go. We had them on offer. We got them in for you. Oh, hang on. Our actors come into the stage. Here we go. Yeah, we had platinum medals for the first time ever, and you couldn't even guess. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. I'll have to put them in the safe until next week. Okay, right, to play along, 03700 100 100, that's our WhatsApp number. Please put your name on your guess. We're giving out gold, silver and bronze medals. You will get a gold for the first clue, silver for the second, and a bronze for the third. See if you can make the podium. I feel like everybody in the world's going to get on the podium this week. I've just found out who the answer is. I tried to get it in one go without hearing any clues. I thought it might be somebody from the Oscars. I was very wrong. Because our masterminds that make this game are usually skewed by the world, inspired by the world. But no, do you think anyone's going to get it wrong? No. Well, I think that from this first clue it might be a bit tricky. Okay, so best of luck getting yourself a gold medal. 03700 100 100. Put your name on your guess. Who am I?
I'm a California boy, but I spent a little bit of time in New Zealand growing up.
Go. Bold now. Wake me up.
I'm walking through a dream. I'm walking through the farthest place I've ever seen. Hey man, into a trap, then you walk into your youth. You're living all out loud with a pair of plastic boots. So won't you tell me if I'm in there? I need to know just where I stand. But it turns out my hand is less. Then maybe I'm a better man. So won't you tell me if I'm in there? I need to know just where I stand. But it turns out my hand is less. Maybe I'm a better man.
Foles, wake me up on Radio 1. Okay, so Who Am I is actually tougher than I thought. Hello to Becky, who says, right, Adele, I think it's Orlando Bloom. So California Girl is Katy Perry. And Orlando Bloom, who goes out with her because it said California Boy, filmed Lord of the Rings in New Zealand. Same guess as well from Steph in Southampton. Thank you for being our first timer, Steph, as well. Really good working out, but no, I'm so sorry. In the right area though. Hello to Natalie of Boston, walking the dog. It's not Bruno Mars. Ben and Jack have gone for Leonardo DiCaprio. No. Ryan Gosling says AJ. No. Jamie in Edinburgh says AJ Kappa. No. It's not Russell Crowe, but thank you very much to Ross. Thank you to Laura from Bath, who's gone for Hugh Jackman, and Matt and Emma in Derby's gone for Michael Bublé. No, only one person in the whole of the UK's got it right, and that is Lizzie from Manchester. Gold medal for you. Incredible work, Lizzie. You're the only person I don't think that's ever happened before. Okay, let's see if anybody can join Lizzie on our podium, but in second place. For a silver medal, 03700 100 100 on WhatsApp. Put your name on your guess, please. Who am I?
My bum bag and turtleneck are iconic.
It's not me.
Radio 1 Breakfast
With Greg James.
coming up tomorrow.
Hey, what's up? My name is Idris Elba, and we are going to be playing Sit Down, Stand Up on The Breakfast Show.
Listen tomorrow from 8.
We've been robbed of the silver medals. Amazing work, everybody. Okay, flying out now. Well done to Yasmin of Dumfries, getting Who Am I right this morning. Silver medal for you, my love. Well done to all the under 13 Exeter boys on the way to the football. Yes, you got it right. B, who's aged 11, well done. Jamie in Edinburgh, yes. Jim from Tyson. Sorry, I always do that stupid joke in my head. The moon of Jupiter. And also Harry the Young Farmer in Exmouth. Loads of people getting silver medals this morning. Omni, who were the ones that got a gold? You said that someone got in there before we played out the silver one. Which one? Oh, the farmer. Yeah. The farmer, yeah. Okay. Well done to the farmer. You actually got a gold. Well done. I need a different colour if they got gold. Thank you though to Jason Cornwall, who said, "Is it Scott Mills?" when we read out the clue, "My bum bag and roll neck are iconic." No, it's not Scott Mills. And Josh said, "Is it Ian Beale?" No, it's not. Right, you have one more chance to get on the podium for a bronze medal. Who am I? You have to be quick with this because you're about to get the answer. 03700 100 100 is our WhatsApp number. Put your name on your guess for a bronze medal. Who's this?
Can you smell what I'm cooking?
Go, go, go. Sue of Somerset, well done. She can smell what you're cooking. Hayley, Isaac, Eva and Ralph the cat in Torquay. Joanne from Northampton. Becky from Cheshire. And one more, Becca, Neil and Baby Reese, well done.
I am, of course, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yes, well done to everybody who got it right. And thank you to our actor this week.
This week's Who Am I was brought to you by me, Ori. Hello. And you can catch me on Early Breakfast every Friday in the month of March.
Thank you, Ori. We will.
We had our first date 3 weeks ago on Monday. He took me out for dinner, then he asked me back to his place. Mate, he was like 6'8" with huge arms and a fit face. Then he opened up his mouth and I was like, what? No way. What you so boring for? It's like talking to a dog. I swear I cannot be to do this anymore. But you look nice in this light. Don't tell me cause I just might stay for another glass of wine. I know how this ends. Oh, not another one. Here we go again. How can someone look so pretty but have nothing in their head? Oh no, another one. I won't do it again. I really should have slept on it cause I woke up in his bed. Pretty boys, they got nothing else to give. Pretty boys, they're too simple to think. Pretty boys, just do your thing. You look so pretty, so shut up and kiss me. That is no deeper meaning. That wants to be your mama. Don't care about your feelings. Just get under the covers. With my friend when we were having dinner. Just to tell them that I've met nobody there. Just to be like a rainy day in February. And luckily, talking to you isn't necessary because what you so boring for. It's like talking to a door. I swear I cannot be to do this anymore. But you look nice in this light. Don't take me cause I just might stay for another glass of wine. Oh no, oops, what? Oh, not another one. Here we go again. How can someone look so pretty but have nothing in their head? Oh no, not another one. I won't do it again. I really should have slept on it cause I woke up in his bed. You have so much potential. Oh, I could have been your very best friend and driven you oh so very mental. The time is money and you're not worth the spend. Oh, another one, she's doing it again. She likes the pretty boys that have got nothing in their heads. Oh, another one, she won't do it again. I really wish she slept on it because she woke up in his bed. Oh, another one, I'm doing it again. I like the pretty boys that have got nothing in their heads. Oh, another one, I won't do it again. I really should have slept on it because I woke up in his bed. Pretty boys, they got nothing else to give. Pretty boys, they're too simple to think. Pretty boys, just do your thing. You look so pretty, so shut up and kiss me.
BBC Radio 1.
She was part of the Air Force, I was part of the band. I always used my hand. And my imagination. I was living my best life, living my parents' way before the pain, penance, and verbal propellants. And my cancellation. Oh, yeah. When I fell in love with a boy, he was kind of lame. I was Rambo and he was Paul Verlaine. And my imagination. changes, the binges. I was coming off the hinges, living on the fringes of my imagination. Oh yeah, enough about me now. You gotta talk about the people, baby. Down somewhere right all night, it's time for you to play.
At the same time as doing that, we managed to bring inequality down. 2 million households out of absolute poverty after housing costs, including 500,000 children. So I think we've had some big progress, but I don't want to pretend we haven't had very big challenges. And I think looking forward, what people want to see is that we have a plan, which is what I want to show on Wednesday in the budget, to make ourselves one of the most prosperous countries in the world.
That we can trade statistics all day, but you know very well, given the immediate pressures, but also some of the long-term issues, as we've just seen, many people find it much harder to get on now, particularly the younger generation. And because wealth, so whether investments or things like money in houses, has grown much faster than wages. Is it fair that under more than 10 years of Conservative governments, it is harder for young people to make economic progress, to become prosperous people, if they don't have a big gift from the bank of mum and dad?
Well, we do have faced very big challenges in the global economy, but I do believe in a society where you have a safety net. And over the last couple of years, we've given every family in the country an average of £3,500 to help them with their fuel
I'm
bills.
asking about the big picture, where in the last decade or so, it has become significantly more difficult for young people to buy a home, and wages have grown more slowly than wealth. So essentially, the haves are having an easier time, the have-nots are having a harder time.
But that's where I'm disagreeing with you, Laura, because we have been giving help to people who have been struggling. And when it comes to young people, what they want to see is that we have exciting plans to grow the economy. Let me tell you something else that's happened in the last decade. We have built the third largest technology economy in the world, only after America and China. The largest life science industry in Europe that developed one of the 2 big COVID vaccines. Europe's largest film and TV industry. So in terms of areas that are going to create jobs for young people, give them a really exciting future, we've made tremendous progress, on top of which, when it comes to things like climate change, which young people care passionately about, we have reduced our emissions by more than any other advanced economy and become a global leader in green industries, in clean energy like offshore wind. So we've made a lot of progress, have been headwinds. But I don't pretend as a chancellor that we haven't had to do difficult things. In the period until the pandemic, we reduced the deficit by 80%. But that was why we could afford the £400 billion furlough scheme that meant that even after the pandemic, we've kept unemployment at historically low levels.
But let me ask you in a practical sense, though, because this is what it means for members of the public. We had an email from one of our viewers, Phil, who's asked us to ask you, what should I say to my hard-working graduate son? He has to live in London for his job. He's never going to be able to afford to buy a home unless I buy it for him. If I help him, how will I afford nursing home fees when I need them? What would your advice be to him?
What I would say is that there's no easy fix. If we want to create opportunities for people like Phil, then we have to create the best jobs. We actually have a record low youth unemployment. There are more jobs available for young people than we've ever had before. We have to do what it takes to bring down the cost of housing, and that's why we've got one of our most capable ministers, Michael Gove, on the case. And we have to show to young people that having weathered these very difficult storms, having grown better than many other major countries, we have a plan for the future. That's what I'll be talking about on Wednesday. How are we going to overcome problems so that we can give hope for the future to young people, which is what a Conservative government is all about.
Now, one of the things you'll talk about is childcare, and we've had lots of emails from viewers on childcare. Hannah from Oxfordshire says her partner's paid £20,000 a year. Once they've paid for childcare, they have £100 left over from that salary. The family don't get universal credit. So how are you going to help her this week?
Well, I'm a Conservative who believes in the virtue of work, and we have more than 1 million vacancies across the economy at the moment, and the the Brexit decision was a choice not to fill those vacancies with unlimited migration, which I think is the right choice. So on Wednesday, you will hear me put together a very comprehensive package of measures to break down the barriers to work. Childcare is one of them, and I particularly want to look at the barriers facing the 700,000 parents on low pay, on universal credit, who aren't able to work,
So
even
this
though they
is
have a young
exactly
child.
like this family, but they're not on universal credit. How are you going to help them? Will you help them, or only those on universal credit, the benefit top up, will get help?
Well, we would like to help everyone. It's expensive to do it. You can't always do everything at once. But what I would say is that we can make a big difference on childcare, for example, by paying people's help for childcare if you are on benefit upfront rather than in arrears. There's lots we can do, but it isn't just parents, by the way. It's also older people wondering whether they should retire early or not. It's people looking for work. We've got 1.5 million of those. We could actually fill every single vacancy just from that group. And then it's also the long-term sick and disabled, more than 2 million people. We should not be a society that forgets those people. They have an enormous contribution to make with the potential to work from home, with Zoom and Teams and all the ways that you can do jobs without actually leaving your house. We can actually revolutionize the opportunities for a group of people who have a real contribution to make.
So you'll be a get back to work budget. It might be something that you'll be saying on Wednesday, clearly part of your central message. But what also other people want in your party, and as we've just heard from your colleague Simon Clarke, they think that cutting tax would be the best way to go. And what some Conservative MPs think that your refusal to do so now actually makes things worse. So when are you going to make them happy and cut taxes?
Well, I actually agree with Simon. I want a low tax economy. One of the things I'm most proud of over the last decade is that for the first time in history, anyone in this country can earn £1,000 a month and not pay a penny of tax or national
When
insurance.
are you going to cut taxes? Because
That
they
is-
are at record
well,
levels now.
As I say, we have cut personal taxes. In the autumn statement, I cut business rates by an average of 10% for every business. Conservatives cut taxes when they can, but we also have to be responsible with public finances. It's very important that we remember that businesses need stability, and that means they need to know that we are being careful with the public finances. We're not going to run out of money, as happened under the previous Labour government, but within the bounds of what is responsible, we will always look to reduce the tax burden.
So a tip, a wink to the autumn, but not this week.
Well, I think you will see me doing everything we can within the bounds of responsibility.
Okay.
But what I think you will also see is some hope for the future, because I think we have fantastic opportunities in this country. There is a hard road to follow to get there, but we really can be one of the most prosperous countries in Europe, if not the world.
Now, one of the sectors that you've mentioned as providing huge opportunity potentially is tech and science. But in that sector right now, there's a lot of concern over the collapse of a bank in America, Silicon Valley Bank. Now, that funds a lot of tech companies. We know the Treasury and the Bank of England, you've said publicly already that you will help find a way through the situation. But will you guarantee 100% of the deposits of the companies who stand to lose millions?
Well, the first thing I want to say is that the Governor of the Bank of England has said that there is not a systemic risk to the financial system, so people should be reassured by that. There is a serious risk to some of our most promising companies in technology and life sciences. The Prime Minister, the Governor of the Bank of England were up late last night. We've been working through the weekend to come up with a solution. We want to find a way that minimises, or if we possibly can, avoids all losses to those incredibly promising countries. What we will do is bring forward very quickly a plan to make sure that they can meet their operational cash flow requirements.
Will that plan mean 100% guarantee of their deposits?
But you'll have to wait to see the whole plan. But what we will do is bring forward a plan to make sure they can pay their staff. That's the big ask we've had in the last 24 hours.
And I'd like to read to you and share with our viewers what one source involved in the discussions told me this morning. They said it all feels like it could be pretty terminal for UK tech. The Prime Minister is going big guns about creating a great place for innovation, but this Monday, at least 200 firms employing thousands of people will find they can't pay their staff or suppliers because the bank they had an account with has gone bust. Our our investors estimate 30 to 40% of UK startups could be affected. Now, I know the Bank of England governor says that's not a systemic risk, but that is a very real situation for those businesses and those workers. So I ask you again, will you guarantee 100% of their deposits?
You're going to have to wait and hear what the solution is, but that risk is precisely why the Prime Minister and I have been working at pace over the weekend to make sure that we have a solution. These are very, very important companies to the UK, a very, very important part of our future. Well, what I can say now, because we're still working through all the different solutions, is that we will have a plan that deals with their operational cash flow needs in the next few days, because we recognise that is important. But we need to find a longer term solution because although this is a bank most people won't have heard of, it happens to be one that's used by some of our most important companies.
Okay, let's talk. You knew this was going to come about Gary Lineker and the BBC. It's a big bust up between the BBC and one of its highest paid stars, but it is also for some Conservative MPs something that has really got them riled. Now, in your view, should Gary Lineker be presenting Match of the Day tonight?
Well, I don't think it's for me to say, and let me tell you why. It's because what matters, and I think what's come out of this, is the reason that we love the BBC. It's an incredibly important national institution, is because it's trusted for its independence and its impartiality. So I've got absolutely no idea which political party you voted for at the last election, and that is right. And what needs to happen as a result of not just the discussions about Gary Lineker, but also about the chairman of the BBC following the independent investigation that's now happening, is that we need to make sure we maintain that trust in the independence and the impartiality of the BBC. Now, I'm one of the people that the BBC scrutinises on behalf of the public, so it obviously isn't for me to say how the BBC does that, but it's very important it does.
But do you think that this row about Gary Lineker, and I know there you mentioned Richard Sharp, the chairman of the BBC's links to the Conservative Party, do you believe those two things have called into question the impartiality of the BBC?
Well, I don't want to say anything other than making sure the BBC maintains its reputation for independence and impartiality is the outcome that matters most. Now, I can disagree with Gary Lineker on small boats, as I do profoundly, but what really matters in all of this is that when you're interviewing me, people know that you're doing it on behalf of the public and not with a political motive, by the way, which I don't think you have at all. But that is the thing that needs to be protected.
But when it comes to Gary Lineker, though, some of your colleagues get so exercised by what is essentially a sports presenter who is not saying what he said online, on air. Why does it matter so much to people?
Well, we are a robust democracy. And if someone says something you disagree with, then MPs do what they can't do in Russia or China. They speak up and they say, I disagree with what that person said. But what matters behind this is something much more important, which is the way one of our most important national institutions works. And I think that's what we need to protect.
Briefly, I just want to ask you a different aspect of this affair. This has been a conversation that began around the government's plans for immigration and asylum seekers. Some of your colleagues are concerned that under this legislation, children might be detained. Now, that was banned under David Cameron, under the coalition government that you were part of. Does that ban stand, or could children be detained under this new legislation?
Well, we are making special arrangements for children, as the Home Secretary outlined. But I want to make this point, Laura. I am incredibly proud that under a Conservative government, we have had hundreds of thousands of families opening their doors to Ukrainians. We have given a bigger welcome to people from Hong Kong than nearly anywhere in the world, as well as doing an enormous amount for people from Afghanistan and Syria.
And
that
many people are very, very welcoming.
But that public consent for legal migration depends on dealing with the unfairness of illegal migration. And that is why I think it is so important that we tackle this issue head on.
But you said there'd be special arrangements for children. Does that mean you're ruling out a return to detaining refugee children? Are you ruling that out?
Well, the Home Secretary has made clear that we are going to treat children differently under these arrangements, and I think you'll have to talk to her about precisely how that happens.
Okay, Jeremy Hunt, Chancellor, thank you very much indeed for coming in. I know it's a busy weekend with that banking situation and also with your budget on Wednesday. Thanks very much for being here. So pressure on the purse strings and pressure politically too, not least from his rival, Rachel Reeves, Labour's shadow chancellor. Now, she's one of the closest allies of Keir Starmer, and she has been painstakingly trying to build the party's financial credibility and reset Labour's relationship with business. We've heard too, she's become rather well known in the city, where she's been making lots of contacts and working very hard, and she's here back in the studio. Good morning to you, Rachel.
Good morning.
Now, let's start with the BBC, and then we will talk about the budget at length. Your leader has said the BBC has not acted impartially, but the other day, Yvette Cooper, the Shadow Home Secretary, said that Gary Lineker's comments were wrong. Now, it's not very credible, is it, to have changed your mind like that?
Well, whether you agree with Gary Lineker's tweet or not, and I wouldn't have used that language, I think that it is perfectly reasonable that he could present the football commentary on the BBC at a weekend. And look, last time I came on this programme, Laura, we also started with the BBC. On the 22nd of January, I was sitting in this chair when the revelations came out about Richard Sharp. Richard Sharp, the chairman of the BBC, donated £400,000 to the Conservative Party, helped facilitate an £800,000 loan to the former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He is still in his job. Gary Lineker isn't able to present the football commentary. I think there is a sense of proportionality here. The Tories have obviously put a huge amount of pressure on the government to get rid of Gary Lineker. I don't remember those same Tory MPs crying about impartiality when those revelations about Richard Sharp came out.
Now, Richard Sharp has said publicly that he didn't do anything wrong, and there is an investigation going on into that. But do you think that the BBC and the Director General, Tim Davies' reputation has been damaged by how this has been handled?
Well, the BBC have clearly come under immense pressure from the Conservative Party to take Gary Lineker off air.
Do you know that beyond what backbenchers have said publicly? And do you have
just
evidence
look
of
at
that?
these letters, these tweets. Tory MPs are talking more about Gary Lineker than they are about the cost of living crisis, 7 million people waiting for NHS treatment, the crisis in terms of securing our borders and treating refugees with dignity, talking more about Gary Lineker than any of those things that matter on a day-to-day basis for our constituency. So under huge pressure, I think it is a shame that the BBC has bowed to that pressure. And I would urge the BBC to reconsider this decision, because I think it has now gone totally out of proportion.
Okay, well, let's see what happens in the next couple of days. Let's talk then about things that are very important to our viewers and to your constituents and what's happening in the economy. Now, you said this weekend that you would like Labour to follow something of Joe Biden's example, the American president who has put in billions and billions and billions of dollars into the economy. You want to put about more than 28 billion in a year to support the economy going green. Now, can you explain what that money would actually be for and how you'd spend it?
Well, there's clearly a huge imperative to get our economy growing. You set that out earlier in the programme, Laura. I see around the country, when I visit businesses in all parts of the UK, huge potential and huge ambition. But it is obvious in the growth, the investment, the productivity numbers, that that potential is not being realised today. And so I do take inspiration from what President Biden is doing in the United States. He's turning the Rust Belt into an electric vehicle belt, creating good manufacturing jobs in former industrialised heartlands, and getting businesses to invest in the UK, in the US. I want to see some of that action here in the UK. At the moment, Laura, it feels like we are in the changing room when other countries are in the global race, and we're going to miss out on that investment in carbon capture and storage, floating offshore wind, green steel, green hydrogen. Some country in the world is going to be the global leader in these future, in the jobs of the future. Why not Britain? We have so much going for us, apart from a government that is prioritising these investments.
But you're talking about £28 billion a year, which if you top that up over the lifetime of a parliament, I mean, it's about £140 billion. And I think to a lot of viewers this morning, that might sound like not just a lot of money, but a scary amount of state intervention. You know, that would be a big change in the economy. Should Whitehall, or if you're sitting in number 11 Downing Street, should you really be trying to pick winners in industry like that?
Well, the point is that other countries, the US, Australia, the European economies, in Asia as well, are taking a punt on these jobs and industries of the future. And the real risk here, Laura, is that in 10 years' time, we're going to be importing electric vehicles because we failed to produce the batteries here. We're going to be importing steel because we failed to turn our steel industry to green steel. We're going to be importing hydrogen and electricity because we failed at this moment to seize those opportunities. So the question is, what happens if we don't do this? The big risk is that we let other countries steal a march on us here in Britain and miss out on those opportunities and see those low growth numbers become bedded in. But let me just give you one statistic. If we carry on the route that we are going at the moment with our growth rates, the average family in Poland is going to be better off than the average family in Britain by 2030. I'm determined that that is not the case, but it does require action and it does require some urgency.
But some economists, and I know you were an economist by trade at the Bank of England before you became a politician, some economists and some politicians look at this, they look at what's happened in the US and that kind of intervention and they go, hang on a minute, that's going to take us back to some kind of era of protectionism when governments were looking after their own and this could somehow lead to the end of proper free trade.
Well, who's going to look after our jobs and industries if it's not the British government? And, you know, I know that Grant Shapps, the Energy Secretary, said that what the US is doing is dangerous. I tell you what is dangerous is sitting on our hands whilst other countries are acting. And I am determined that for Britain, we take advantage of our opportunities, our industrial heritage, our geography, our great universities, means that we have every chance of succeeding, but not on the path we're on at the moment.
There's a tension here, though, isn't there? Because many times we've discussed your plans for the economy, and you've been at pains to say, if you're a chancellor, you will watch every single penny very, very carefully. There will be no huge opening of the checkbook willy-nilly. You will have an ironclad fist, I think you once said, on the public finances. And then yet, here you are, putting forward a plan for tens and tens and tens of billions of pounds of subsidy. Now, doesn't that pull in the opposite direction? People might be confused about where you're really coming from.
Let me answer that question directly. I've set out a set of fiscal rules that an incoming Labour government would abide by. Get a grip of day-to-day spending, bring debt down as a share of our national economy, and then subject to that, invest in these huge opportunities. And we would make these investments our priority. It's why it's so important to get a grip of the day-to-day spending, especially some of the wasteful spending that we've seen from this government, because if we do that, we'll have the money for these investments. But these investments would be not crowding out business investment, it would be investing alongside business to get these industries off the ground. And the Office of Budget Responsibility, of course, monitor the public finances, have said this, that if we delay by a decade the actions needed to get to net zero, it doubles the cost. So a responsible chancellor needs to know when to say no, and I'm absolutely fine to say no to spending requests, but they also know when you need to invest prudently alongside business to take advantage of opportunities so that we can get out of this low growth, low productivity, low investment spiral that under the Tories Britain is in.
But in terms of how these subsidies would work, I think people will be wondering this morning, are you actually talking about the government employing people, the government spending money on building things? Like, actually, how would this kind of scale of subsidy work? Because it is huge.
I don't think of this as a subsidy. It's about investing alongside business.
Well, what does that mean, though, in practical
let me
terms?
tell you. So if you take carbon capture and storage, companies like Drax want to invest and are investing in carbon capture and storage, but you need government to invest alongside business to create that capacity for storing the carbon in the North Sea. If you take hydrogen, it is a new technology. Green hydrogen is a new technology. No country is doing this at scale. You need a partnership between universities, government and business to get this off the ground. I'm being guided here by what businesses are telling me about the opportunities, but also that this requires a partnership approach. So it's about governments, like other governments are doing around the world, investing alongside business to seize some of these opportunities. And under our plans for a national wealth fund is something that 70 countries around the world have, from Norway to Singapore to France. To invest as part of that national wealth fund in those gigafactories, in green steel, in green hydrogen, in renewable ready ports, with business, alongside business, because that's what they are calling and crying out for right now.
Now, let's talk about one business that's having a huge effect on having gone under, the Silicon Valley Bank we talked about with the Chancellor. Now, as we've heard, there are many firms in this country. It's not, a bank that we'll all have heard of, but there are many tech firms in particular who are worried now about what's going to happen when they open tomorrow morning because they're worried about losing their money. Would you push for the government to guarantee 100% of the money that those firms have with that bank?
Well, first of all, I understand why businesses are so concerned. I did a piece of work last year on how to make Britain the best place to start and grow a business. And one of the things that we said in that report is that the capital is too often available in the US and not in the UK. And this is a wake-up call that we have been over-reliant for that foreign capital for investment in British startups.
So guarantee the cash for those firms?
Well, look, we need to understand the full exposure of British businesses. But when the Chancellor said a moment ago to you, Laura, that we'll find out in the next few days what the government's intentions are, that really worries me, and I know will really worry startup businesses, because tomorrow morning they're going to have calls on them, whether that is wages, whether that is suppliers, whether that is their share prices or their investors saying, we no longer have confidence. So we need tomorrow morning to hear from the government how they are going to protect, whether that is guarantees, whether that is working with the US government on a rescue for Silicon Valley Bank. There are different answers to this problem, but we cannot let the British startup community pay the price for this bank failure, because it will be the British economy then that ultimately pays the price.
Okay, we just want to close with some quick fire questions for you from our viewers. So if we can do them, we'll get through a few. One of our viewers, Keith, wants to know: would the Labour Party commit to keeping the triple lock forever? Now, that's the guarantee for future state pensions. If you want,
we've made a commitment to stick with the triple lock.
That is true. Would you commit to wages going up in real times if you win the election? Sorry, in real terms if you win the election? Would wages be higher at the end of 5 years if Labour wins an election?
Well, you showed the statistics earlier that after 13 years, wages are lower now. Our plans to have the highest sustained growth with higher living standards in all parts of the country are absolutely about getting that investment and productivity to ensure that people's living standards are higher. That is our ambition. That is what we aim to do.
And would you promise that more people would own their home by the end of the first Parliament?
We made a commitment to increase home ownership, and that includes building new homes. The House Builder Federation say that the number of new homes built next year is likely to be the lowest in 70 years. But we need to bring back those planning targets for local authorities so that young people can have their hope and their future back with a chance of home ownership.
Okay, Rachel Reeves, it's always great to have you in the studio. I know it's a busy week with budget coming, but thank you very much
Nice
indeed
to
for
see you.
coming in and answering questions on such a range of issues. Now, before we see what the panel think, of course, we love hearing what you think. We do ask your questions if you email them in. You can do that, kuenssberg@bbc.co.uk, or if you're social media inclined, you can use the hashtag BBC Laura K. Now, Simon Clark, first of all, let's think of what Jeremy Hunt. You're not getting your tax cuts anytime soon.
Well, I would love to see tax cuts. I think that reducing our corporation tax rate rather than raising it would be the right thing to do. We saw AstraZeneca make a decision to choose the Republic of Ireland over. If you look at the results of lower corporation tax in the 2010s, we got more revenue in, we got more investment
got the lowest corporation tax in the G7.
We need to have lower corporation tax rather than higher.
Lowest, even with an increase.
And we've literally seen AstraZeneca choose the Republic over us. Their corporation tax rate is 12.5%. Ours is set to be 25%. I don't want to see that. But one stuff that I
Nadia has a valid point, doesn't she? You were part of Liz Truss's government, and when she promised tax cuts without saying how she would pay for them, it was a meltdown. Now, what Jeremy Hunt said is that, well, he'd love to give you tax cuts, but not if you can't pay for them.
Well, it's very important, clearly, that you do show how you will pay for tax cuts. I think it's very important that you don't underestimate the dynamic effects of lower taxes. That is to say that lower taxes do stimulate growth, and that you can't underestimate that side of the ledger. We also have extremely high taxes, and that's why we have that extremely low growth.
And yet the reality are being taxed, because
the richest
under
people
Liz
are paying
Truss's
more
government,
tax now than they were when Labour were in office. Income taxes are paid as a proportion by the top 1% are actually higher today than they
there
were
are things
under
that
Gordon
government
Brown.
could do, like, for example, equalising capital gains tax and income tax that would be over 15 billion. A 1 to 2% tax on assets over 10 million, that would be 23 billion.
These are the taxes which deter investment and enterprise. What we need to do as an economy is focus on the things which are really holding us back. So we do need to take on the NIMBYs. We need to actually address serious planning reform. I welcome what the Chancellor said about childcare, and I think that's a really important step forward, because I think we all agree that childcare in this country is just too expensive. Paying universal credit recipients in advance rather than in arrears will be a really good step forward.
Okay.
But I'd like to see tax cuts, frankly, for working families.
Okay, and Peter, I mean, you are now an executive at a big creative media company. I mean, what do you think of what we're hearing from our politicians at the moment about the economy? Is the UK a good place to do business?
I think what we'd like to see is a caring, fairer, better shared out use of resources and investment in the UK, so our workforce can work well, work from anywhere in the UK they possibly can. There's an irony, I think, that Gary and the other Match of the Day presenters are not presenting from Salford, from Greater Manchester today. It was a place that we moved, we moved half the workforce of the BBC across the UK, investment, jobs, the economy, media economy, all the rest of it. I'm not sure we do that now with the chaos, I think, in the transport system, in infrastructure. So the messages around HS2, around the lack of investment, around capital projects, all the rest of it, I think it's hitting confidence. And I think we need that back.
Okay, all three of you, thank you very much for now. We've had an email from Susan Woods who says, surely the more important question is why any licence payers funding goes to such an enormous salary for Gary Lineker. Maybe it would be good to let him go. And in a similar vein, Jim, who calls himself the White Van Man, says, me and my boys would do his job for 10% of the fee, and we'd keep our thoughts to ourselves. There you go. It's always great to hear from you. Now, though, we never let you go without a bit of something to cheer, as well as the controversies. It is the Oscars tonight, and whoever wins, one of the most amazing stories is actually how one of the movies got made. The World War I novel, All Quiet on the Western Front, was adapted by the Scottish writer and champion triathlete Leslie Patterson, but it only made it into a film after 16 years of hard work. She cleaned up at the BAFTAs, and she's heading again to the red carpet tonight. I talked to her from the gym in LA, as you do, before her 4-hour getting ready session for the awards tonight. And I asked her what's on her mind as she heads off to the Oscars.
Completely nerve-wracking, very surreal. Yeah, I don't quite know what's happening. I think it's all going to hit me when I start getting in amongst the red carpet and all that nonsense.
This film's had astonishing success now, but it took you 16 years to get here. Tell us about your journey.
Myself and my writing partner at the time, Ian Stokell, we optioned the book 16 years ago. And, it took us a couple of years to adapt, of course, because it's an incredibly difficult novel. And then we went on this crazy journey to try and get it off the ground. Different producers, different finance, different actors, the whole kit and caboodle. And here we are.
And Leslie, you read the book, All Quiet on the Western Front, at school, and then it stayed with you for so many years, including during your successful career as a triathlete. So you know a thing or two about endurance, don't you?
Yeah, and pain and suffering, that's for sure. I think it's one of those things that it just stays in your soul. It's like that fire in the belly. And, ultimately the triathlon training for me, it just kind of stabilized me in many ways, because it's so arbitrary whether or not you get a film off the ground. At least in sport, you say you're going to go run 10 miles, you run 10 miles and you tick that nice little box. So it was a very definitive thing for me to kind of wrestle around what was not happening in film. I hope to kind of lead by example and inspire people to keep going.
And you won at the BAFTAs. Do you think you'll win tonight?
There's so much love for the film. Maybe we could be the dark horse that runs away with it. So fingers toes, everyone crossed.
If you do, we hope you don't get cut off like you were during your speech at the BAFTAs.
You get 45 seconds, that's it, and there's 3 of us. So really, you can't say much before the old music starts playing. So we'll see if I get even a sentence.
And after all of this success, what are you working on next?
We have a great project, a psychological thriller set in the Highlands of Scotland in Glencoe. So I can't wait to do my wee run over the mountain and then get on set. I think that would be my perfect day. But we also have a really amazing historical epic set in Ghana in the 1900s that I'm secretly hoping to get Idris Elba on board for. So we'll see if that pans out. His mother's from Ghana, so I think it would be a perfect fit.
Well, you never know. Maybe Idris will be watching this morning. All you three, any tips for the Oscars tonight, Nadia?
Oh, well, I'll be crossing everything for Leslie tonight. I would say pick a hype song before your speech.
Oh, classic.
I've got a great playlist. Gigs Talking the Hardest is my favourite.
There we go. Peter, any tips for
I
tonight?
think Leslie Patterson's extraordinary. It just shows how an individual can make a difference. She's astonishing. So credit to Leslie and the team.
Simon?
It's an amazing film. I watched it, and it's not one that leaves you quickly. It's I'd recommend it to anybody.
Well, let's see what happens with all the gongs tonight. All three of you, thank you so much for being with us. It's been great having you with us, and also hearing from the force of nature that is Leslie Patterson. And whether you've been wearing Hollywood sequins or your gym gear or you're still in your jammies, thank you so much for watching. What a morning when the BBC is stuck in a skirmish with its highest paid star over his view on the government's plans for immigration. Whether you have picked a side, it is a mess. And again, politicians have jumped into a row about something that's happened on social media, while both parties are jockeying to find convincing solutions for the serious long-term problems in our economy. In the next few days, that list of priorities might shift around a bit. My friend Jo Coburn will have the budget live on BBC Two and BBC News on Wednesday, so join her then, and I will see you next Sunday or on the iPlayer. Goodbye till then.
Welcome to a place that is astonishing. Nature in these islands, if you know where to look, can be extraordinary. It's not far, it's home. Welcome to Wild Isles. Starts tonight at 7 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Now on BBC One, Politics South with Peter Henley.
So winter returned and it was the big freeze this week, but hopefully we'll enjoy some heated discussion. Welcome to Politics South. On this morning's show, we're going to be talking about this week's increase in rail fares. Is it reasonable when the service is so bad? We're going to be meeting the Dorset GP, who says there's no such thing as winter pressures anymore because the pressure is on all year round. And sewage discharges into our rivers. It's disgusting, it's a health hazard, and despite record fines for water companies, it keeps happening.
When we stood on the banks of the Itchen watching the effluent pouring into the river with sanitary towels, baby wipes, condoms, all this pouring into this beautiful triple site of scientific interest, it was heartbreaking.
All that coming up. First, let's meet the two politicians here for today's show. Caroline Horrell is the leader of the Conservative group on Winchester Council, and Jason Brock is the Labour leader of Reading Borough Council. Welcome to both of you. Both commuter areas, lots of people travelling up to town, or used to. Maybe they're all working from home now. What do you think, Caroline, about the increase in fares, 5.9%? People getting value for money from Winchester?
Absolutely not. And I think if I were a commuter, I'd be complaining loudly. We've had alterations to the timetables. We've got literal devastation, for example, less trains coming through and stopping. One of the villages that I represent, I don't think it's necessarily good for money. I came here on the train today, it was late, so that reliability, that reduction in service, I think is disappointing. And a lot of people have enjoyed working at home, happy not to be commuting 5 days a week. And I think The train companies are seeing the net effect of some of the decisions that they've taken.
And the train companies, which are now pretty much run by the government, aren't they? That's the nationalisation Labour hoped would improve things.
Well, not in the form that it needs to be, but you're right, Peter. I mean, it's not okay for the government to just keep saying this is an industry problem that the industry needs to fix. I mean, fundamentally, across the country, this system has become utterly chaotic. Cancellations are up, punctuality is well down. I think in the last quarter, only 62% of trains actually arrived on time, which is an extraordinary statistic.
And the cost, £6,000 from Reading to London for a season ticket.
And you say at the start, value for money is what people look for. It's what people look for in all things. The system and the rail operators are not providing value for money. We need to go back to basics with this system, redraw the way in which it works fundamentally and make it fit for purpose in the 21st century. It's going to need a lot of investment, but it's really important that we do that.
And I think in our drive with climate change, people want to give up their cars, not have to drive. They want to use the train and public transport, but they're only going to do that if it's reliable and cost effective and is value for money.
And despite that increase in fares, we see that investment actually rolling back. Fewer electrification projects, new rolling stock orders have been cancelled, so people are still travelling on out of date, very uncomfortable, cramped trains like the one I was on here today. I could barely get my knees into the seat. And people don't want that. You know, demand for rail is really price sensitive, and people also look for comfort and excellence in terms of service.
You think about the young as well.
Yeah.
You know, they need trains and buses because that's the way that they can actually access services.
You two are finishing each other's sentences. I hope this doesn't continue for the whole programme, but it shows how united the South feels about its train services. And yet all I hear on the news is people in the Midlands and the North saying, oh, it's much better in London than the South East. You know, where's our investment? We're not going to get it with the levelling up agenda the way it is.
Well, I don't think either of us are probably decrying the issues that exist in other parts of the country. They're clearly very significant, but that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't necessarily then endorse the service here if we don't think it's actually good enough for
So
our
we do need a fresh start.
I think we need to just look at that financial equation, what's being invested, what people are expected to pay, and do they get a good service? It's a very simple equation if you get it right.
The model's broken, as I say, but it's wonderful that the Conservatives are agreeing with Labour now.
Let's see if it continues for the next half hour anyway. If you've tried to get a GP appointment recently, even if you've tried to get through to your GP to make an appointment, you'll know all about the pressures that system is creaking under. According to analysis by the Institute for Government, the number of fully qualified GPs has fallen by 7% since 2016. And in that time, the number of patients registered with GP practices has gone up by 7%. And more than 1 in 5 GPs under 30 quit the profession last year. So what's the view like from inside the doctor's surgery? Dr. Lisa Naylor is a GP in Poole, and here's a glimpse into her life.
Winter pressures just don't exist anymore. Hi, it's Dr. Naylor here from Shawmut. What used to happen was things used to get a bit better in the summer, so you'd get a bit of a respite and everybody would take a little bit of a breath. Actually, pressures have been consistently high since the pandemic started, and we're consistently working above the recommended number of patient contacts because that's the only way to get through the work. There are more patients registered with GPs now than there were 5 or 6 years ago, and there are less GPs than there were 6 years ago. And the impact that that's had is that it's meant that we have to make sure that the right people are seeing us, and that comes across, I know, for patients as though there's a barrier to seeing us. That actually saves patients time coming up to see us. So a lot of our younger patient population really like that because they get treated and sorted really quickly without having to come into the practice. Knee pain, hip pain, shoulder pain. We now have a team of physiotherapists who work with us, and actually you're far better seeing the physiotherapist than coming to see the GP in the first instance. We also have a mental health service within Shaw, and that's one of the advantages of working at scale, is that we can have these specialist services. It's frustrating because we know that there's a difficulty in getting appointments, and so it adds to the waiting list, unfortunately. But it's not that I sit here twiddling my thumbs. I've got a huge amount of paperwork to do. So when a patient doesn't turn up, it means I can get a bit of a head start on that. One of my patients this morning was a typical patient that we're seeing at the moment who has been referred to the hospital in March last year, but has not yet been seen and is coming back to us with the same problem. I can't sort her out. I'm trying to keep her as well as I possibly can, but that's increasing our workload in primary care. In 2017, we were promised 5,000 new GPs. I don't know where they were coming from. They haven't materialised. And actually, the number of full-time practicing GPs has gone down. So we are about 8,000 GPs short across the whole of the UK. We are feeling that the people in power are not listening to us and are not coming and looking at what is happening at grassroots level and the impact this is having on the patients, but also on the staff. And if we do not look after our staff, there is nobody to care for the patients.
From Brock, Wes Streeting's had some strong things to say about GPs. And the need, I guess, to make, as you were saying with the railways, a big change now. What do you think?
I think, look, there's a real crisis in the NHS and more funding is required immediately, but there's a huge structural issue as well. We do need to be training and recruiting more doctors. We need to be working on retention. It's unsustainable with so many people leaving the profession. But it's kind of indicative that fairly recently, the NHS went for a major national reorganisation, developing these integrated care systems up and down the country. But the system is under such pressure and in such a state of crisis that there hasn't been any opportunity to try and take advantage of what that might mean to make social care and healthcare more joined up, for example.
Well, so your idea isn't necessarily going to work either. I mean, the government wants 6,000 more GPs. Doesn't look like it's about to happen. Wants more appointments. The integrated care system, I mean, how could you ensure that changes happen whilst the system is under pressure?
Well, there needs to be immediate work to relieve that pressure in the system, and that is not as simple as just providing funding. I accept that. This is not going to be an overnight thing. The training, the retention work is really key. We are going to have to find ways of attracting staff in a very immediate period, and that is likely going to mean bringing people in from overseas, and the NHS will have to do that, and we as a country need
that's morally right.
I think that's what is needed in the immediate period. You cannot allow healthcare to be in this consistent state of crisis because it's people's lives. It's people's lives. We need to do something about it. We need to act fast, and we need to have a longer term sustainable plan to make it work.
It looks like a lot of these targets are going to be missed. And that doesn't reflect at all well on a Conservative government and Conservatives from top to bottom. You must get this on the doorstep.
Yes, we do. And I think the first thing to say is that we should be hugely proud of the NHS, GPs, all of our healthcare workers who are trying their absolute best to manage what is a difficult situation. So we should say well done to them.
We should, and 1 in 5 GPs under 30 are saying that they would quit. That's not right.
No, and the whole issue is not just about money, because more money is going into the NHS. It's about some of those other factors. I'm looking forward to the Prime Minister's primary care package that's due, that maybe will look at some of the issues that are affecting GPs. We've had the backlog investment to try and get people's waiting times down, the emergency care package that was put in. So we are trying with some very constructive things to make a difference. But I accept that it is a very big issue. We all have to work together. It's better, I think, if there's cross-party cooperation, because the more joined up we can be in our caring system with social care and the like, then the better, because councils are under pressure on the whole social care issue and the links into hospitals and that connectivity. So we have a real duty, I think all of us who are involved in any political situation, to keep acting very positively around that.
With more urgency perhaps, because some of these things should, I accept COVID has happened, and there's still those pressures, but this should have been done ages ago. Now, I'll come back to, it therefore reflects very badly on a government that's been in power for so long.
Well, I think we've all forgotten how dramatic COVID is. We've suddenly got very short memories. I mean, that was like a national world crisis. It was like a declaration of war on us almost, and all that we had to go through. And the NHS really had to pull us through that, and all the efforts that they made. We're catching up. We've got some backlogs as a consequence of that, and we're making real efforts to actually put money in to trying to bring those waiting lists down. I know the trust that oversees Winchester and Basingstoke has made real efforts in improving that recently. So they're on a path, and we want everyone to be in the same case.
These pressures were there before COVID as well. I mean, we went into COVID without sufficient resilience in the system. And indeed, that disconnect that still exists between healthcare and social care continues to affect both in a really negative way. I mean, some of the funding the government has provided to the NHS to try and speed up hospital discharge is a great idea. But in practice, it's having a really adverse impact on social care services provided by councils, because it's distorting the way that those
just because more money's being paid
because of the way the NHS is commissioning those. Yeah. Because the NHS is not the best commissioner of social care services. Councils have been doing it for a long time. It should have been much more joined up. But in a rush to try and do something, the real obvious opportunity to try and promote.
I hear them saying in Oxford, they were saying they're just throwing money at the end of the year to try and get rid of it all before the new financial year.
Well, and again, I think the public would be cross with us if we weren't trying to take some very practical actions to try and improve these things. And as I say, that's why I'm looking forward to the Prime Minister's primary care package that's due out momentarily. So these things are key. Whether they'll solve everything as quickly and as effectively as everyone wants, because we have a more fundamental issue here, don't we, about how the whole service works, health and social care. That's a very big political issue that we all as a country have to address. But in the meantime, please don't actually think that some of those efforts are not actually worth it. They are. They're making a difference to people. People are having their waiting lists, their waiting times reduced, better access, hopefully, for in the primary care system as we come forward on the new proposals. So I think that is really important.
But it's not what people want, it's what people need. I mean, it is completely unsustainable to be having people waiting hours in ambulances to access accident and emergency departments.
And choosing to go to A&E rather than doctor's surgery. So going back to the GPs who we saw there in the first place, people just aren't not able to get through to get the appointment.
But I think GP practices, and I'm registered with one that has done exactly as the film just illustrated, actually brought in other healthcare professionals into the surgery so that you can see the physiotherapist, you can see someone who has expertise in pain relief.
Those are some of those new ideas.
Those ideas are really important because you're not having then to access the hospital system. You can do that in your GP practice, and they can manage it more effectively with very skilled professionals in those areas. So that's a really important differential. And if you're at scale in a practice, you can do that and offer that to your patients. And people are getting used to telephone consultations and the like, corresponding in a different way, particularly young people. They're getting used to that as a way of doing business.
Once we're through the backlog, we won't believe it though. Once we're through the backlog, maybe some of those new ideas, but there will be space to make them happen everywhere. Right, still to come on today's Politics South. It was the big freeze this week, but will the Chancellor be freezing funding for when he unveils his budget on Wednesday? Now, the rivers around the south are some of the glories of our natural environment, but take a walk alongside them at the wrong time and you could enjoy the sight of sewage, sanitary towels, all kinds of effluent spewing into them. Our Hampshire and Isle of Wight reporter Emily Hudson has this report from the banks of the River Itchen.
It's just after sunrise, although the sun hasn't actually risen. It's about 6 degrees, pretty grim weather, and these ladies are going swimming.
So the river is a really important part of our lives. We use it to swim every day. It's good for our mental health and for our physical health, and it also brings us together as a community.
The cold and rain has me shivering on the riverbank, but it's not the weather which bothers these hardy souls. It's what could be in the water, sewage.
When there has been heavy rain, we know not to put our heads in. We know not to drink the water. We know that we have to take precautions when we get home in terms of having a very effective washing our kit, making sure our hands are very clean before we eat anything.
The swimmers aren't the only ones who are worried about the River Itchen. Paul walks his dog Lacey here every day, and is a volunteer river warden.
I've always had an affinity with it. There's the swans, there's the migratory fish come up, salmon, sea trout, and so on. I love the Itchen because it's where I was brought up.
But earlier this year, both saw the river in a terrible state.
When there's a deluge, the storm drains and the sewerage system mix. They overflow in front of the garden centre and come straight into the river.
When we stood on the banks of the Itchen watching the effluent pouring into the river with sanitary towels, baby wipes, condoms, all this pouring into this beautiful triple site of scientific interest, it was heartbreaking. And I've never felt so helpless, knowing that we were stood there wanting desperately to do something, wanting to be able to help, and that actually, a company was putting profits above public health and above the wildlife.
Water companies have obviously inherited a Victorian system, but they just seem to milk it for dividends to the shareholders, where they should, in fact, be replacing it over a long period of time. But if you're appointed as chairman or CEO for a 3-4 year tenure, you're not coming up with a 50-year plan to replace all the sewerage system. And therefore, everything is just very short term and nothing gets done.
That anger is directed at Southern Water, the company operating in this part of Hampshire.
The most important things to us are the quality of the water that we provide to our customers and the impact that we have on the environment. As far as profits and dividends are concerned, we have not paid a dividend to shareholders since 2017. Any operating profit that we have made has been reinvested in the company. So I get people's concerns, I get the accusation, but actually in our case we are reinvesting in providing the best service that we can.
But there's no denying the company's history on these kind of spillages isn't great.
In July 2021, Southern Water was given a record £90 million fine in a criminal court for breaching environmental laws. The company admitted nearly 7,000 illegal spills of raw sewage into the sea and rivers as a result of their negligence.
Those incidents had happened between 2010 and 2015. Investigations to get to court took years. Southern Water says things are improving.
Cultural change in the organisation, a massive change in personnel, and then more recently, a huge investment in our infrastructure.
People don't believe you're telling them the truth. How are you going to get over that trust issue?
Trust's hugely important, isn't it? Where we cause pollution, we are absolutely transparent about admitting it. When we do make a mistake, is getting out there as quickly as possible to rectify it. But I think we all know that trust is very easy to lose and hard to earn. So we are working tirelessly to re-earn the trust of our customers.
Rachel says there's one quick fix which would help build trust: a website or app for rivers, like the one which exists alerting people at the coast about sewage.
Southern Water don't need to spend any money to make this situation better. They could add rivers to the Beach Boy app so that we would be alerted when there had been a sewage overflow into the river, so that we wouldn't be risking our health. People could make informed decisions. They could also open a social media channel where they made that information available, and all those measures would be for free.
But Paul thinks
in response to resident inquiries to floor, senior or staff on the medical hub, pharmacy, GPs, nurses, family and friends, please press 1.
Good morning, Butterfly Care Home. Sonia speaking. How may I help you?
Can I speak to Anne White, please?
Yes. Your name?
Gordon.
Yes.
Hello, Mum.
Oh gosh.
You all right?
Not too bad, thank you.
That's good, Dad.
How are you?
I'm all right. I'm watching television.
Is Mum there?
No,
Where is she then?
I don't know.
fence?
I live on my own, Mum.
Oh, you live on your own?
Yeah.
Yeah, time you had a girlfriend, isn't it?
No.
And she Brian.
I've not seen Brian for years, Mum.
No, it'd be nice to see him again, wouldn't it?
No.
Why not? People are friends,
Yeah, I know.
so why not?
I don't know, Mum.
We could find something else and girlfriend. I don't see harm in that.
You tired?
Hey?
Are you tired?
Yeah. I'm tired. That's how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah. How you feeling then, Mum?
Hey?
How do you feel?
Oh, I ache.
Oh, you're aching.
Yeah.
All right.
It's some
Yeah.
That's good.
You watching telly?
Yeah. Yeah, I like to watch telly.
Yeah. Lee's coming to see you on Tuesday.
Yeah?
Lee.
Oh, yeah. I feel a bit.
Yeah.
Don't know why, really. Do you watch the telly?
Yeah, I'm watching telly now.
What are you watching?
NHS. Can you see the NHS?
Eh?
Can you see the NHS?
What about?
On the telly.
Yeah, I watch telly. Oh, I know what's going on.
Yeah. You had any tablets?
Yeah, every day.
All right.
Nice day today.
Yeah, the sun's shining.
Yeah. It was bad last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, cold.
Yeah, don't know why. A bit windy today too.
Yeah. Lee's got your jacket, Mum. Your coat.
Eh?
Lee's got your coat.
Oh, Lee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I don't have that very long.
I know.
I like that jacket.
Yeah.
You should know where it is now. Normally, I just sit down for a while, but I do work, don't I?
Yeah. How's your walking?
Oh, I'm slow. I'm a bit better than I was,
Yeah.
you know.
You're not talking much, Mum.
No, I keep taking off.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. But I'll be alright.
Yeah.
No, I go like that sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
Better not just goes off to sleep.
Yeah. What did you have for breakfast?
I think.
Weetabix.
Yeah.
I had a bacon roll.
Yeah. Better than nothing, can it?
Yeah.
You ought to meet someone, God.
I'm all right, Mum.
As long as you don't mind.
No, I'm all right.
Two more people with earbuds out of me. And they're asleep.
Yeah. Well, as long as you're all right, that's good, Mum.
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just a bit tired today.
Yeah.
That's all. Are you eating?
Yeah, I had a bacon roll. Do you like bacon, Mum?
No, I'm not overly keen on it.
Oh.
That's how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then goes off.
Yeah. That's probably your tablets, Mum.
Yeah, I know. Two things in one.
Yeah.
That's the first time ever I've done that.
Yeah.
So what are you doing today then?
Bit of sunbathing. Sit in the garden.
Yeah. I keep dozing off.
You're tired, aren't you, Mum?
Yeah, damn right I am. Worn out. Don't know why.
Yeah.
Nice day, isn't it?
It's a nice day.
Thought I had a bit of a sleep.
You can have a sleep.
Yeah, I don't stay. I get tired.
Yeah. When are you going to lay on your bed, Mum?
No, I don't watch telly.
I want to watch telly.
Yeah, then I doze off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what have you been doing today?
I've been outside. I've been watching telly. I've been listening to the radio. Have you heard from Russell?
I can't remember now.
All right.
What then?
Mark hasn't phoned you, has he?
No, that's because she's in charge of the phone.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't normally do that. But it's wrong, really.
Yeah.
You'd have thought she would have
Hey?
well, you'd have thought she would have come and seen me, wouldn't you?
Who?
Lee's girlfriend.
Lee ain't got a girlfriend.
No,
Mark.
Mark, yeah.
What, Lisa Tarry?
Eh?
You mean Lisa?
No, his girlfriend.
Yeah, Mark's girlfriend's Lisa, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. But everybody asking.
Yeah.
Me. They having it.
You having a roast dinner at dinner time?
Probably.
Yeah, nice roast chicken.
Yeah.
I can hear your telly. It's loud, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Daddy? Oh, sorry.
You're all right, Mum.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm finished now. Yeah.
You gotta go now, Mum.
I'm sorry. If you want anything.
She's gone. She's gone.
Welcome to the O2 messaging service. The person you are calling is unable to take your call. Please leave your message after the tone. To re-record your message, key hash at any time.
Hello, Lee. I've just phoned Mum. She's had her tablet, so she's a bit tired. She's watching television. Yeah. She sounds all right. Give me a call if you can, all right? I'll speak to you later. Well, it's been 9 hours and 53 minutes, so I'm going to give it 7 minutes and I'm going to go. I'm going to end the broadcast. Yeah. That was Mark Gregory phoning me. He's a mental patient. And he phones me up. I'll give him some T-shirts, a cap, a cup, a mug. When I met him in Melbury Lodge. And as for my doctor, I got to wait a month before I can see my doctor or have a telephone conversation with my doctor. about my fat. There is a vaccine out, a new one, an injection into my stomach. And the side effects are it makes you sick. But I want that because I want to lose the weight because I was slim before I got sectioned. And my mum sectioned me. Yeah, she did. And I couldn't get any way, I couldn't get away from the NHS. NHS was sectioning me. I've been in Brighton, Weston-super-Mare, Winchester, Basingstoke, Southampton, a few other places as well, section units. They kept giving me sodium valproate and other tablets as well. NHS, they're just terrible. They're really bad. They will lock anyone up. I remember in Melbourne Lodge, there was a nice lady, business lady. Her phone was taken off her. I got her phone back. There was a nurse in there, a sectioned, a nurse. NHS are terrible. We've got 5 minutes, 4 minutes. 4 minutes on the end of the broadcast.
Loads. I've had 35 to stay in my house and I work in drop-ins. And the people I meet are fleeing, not just war, but persecution as well. They're fleeing all sorts of political, religious, because they're homosexual possibly, and a number of reasons that people are fleeing, and they are genuine refugees, and they need our help.
Dominique.
Look, I would love if we could help the whole entire world, but the fact of the matter is we cannot, especially in the economic context of today. Even in Cornwall, there was a story yesterday about the Home Office wanting to increase their little village of about 1,300 people by 35%. And they came out and said, we don't have the facilities, we don't have the capacity. That is the same story in many areas of the UK, where we just don't have the capacity. And I don't think it's... Can I finish? I don't think it's unreasonable to ask the government to reduce the number of people coming here illegally. Because we need to...
What are they talking about? I wonder what they're talking about. I don't know. I know this is the police. On Monday, I've got to do my fingerprints and my photograph and my DNA. This is the police. They're shit too. They're rubbish, right? Because they side the NHS and they work together. And I was pissed off in Basingstoke, and I said a few words, and I got free. But like I say, now I've got to do a photograph and fingerprints. Absolute bullshit. NHS and police are shit. They're shit. Okay. All right, Lee. You're right. I just spoke to Mum. Yeah, she's right. She's a bit tired. She's watching telly. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I just said to her to go back to bed, and she says, no, I'm watching telly. Yeah. What are you doing today, then? Anything? You going out? Oh yeah. Oh, you've been invited for dinner? What, Becky's? Becky's. Yeah. That's all right then. I'm having a Toby Carvery. I'm having a Toby Carvery. Toby Carvery? Oh no, you're having casserole. I'm gonna order Toby Carvery. Yeah. I've got to go to the police station tomorrow. Yeah. It's only because of that Basingstoke section unit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It won't happen again because I'm discharged now. Yeah, in the section unit. Oh no, yeah, but what they're on about is just when I went to Basingstoke. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. No, I know. But now I'm discharged, so I won't be saying anything like that. All I said was nigger and stuff like that. Yeah. I was pissed off. I was in the section unit. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, what do you think about Gary Lineker? He said something on Twitter, and BBC won't let him do his programme no more. Crazy, isn't it? I know, it's mad. It's mad. Yeah. Yeah. You still got cough, anyway. You still got cough. Are you smoking? Is it a joint? Oh, you're lucky. Yeah. Wish I had a joint. Yeah. I do smoke a lot. When I get it, I smoke it. Yeah. It's just the taste of tobacco. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to lose weight. No, I've got to see my doctor. I've got to get him to give me an injection. It's a new vaccine. It's a new injection, right? And it makes you lose weight. But I can't talk to my doctor for another month. This is what's the time because they keep saying next 13th of April. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah. Is it? All right. They won't see me though because I'm too far away. Have they? All right. Yeah. I know that's the problem I got. I got teenagers. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. All right. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. When did you last see him? Oh, did you? How is he? Oh, did you? Is he better than he was? Do you reckon? He's got to have an operation. Oh, he's still smoking. Is he smoking cannabis or weed or anything? Just rollies. Yeah. All right. Has he? How's Sue? Is she? No, not really. I used to drive him around. I used to drive his family down to Maybush. Are they? Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. When I have my photograph tomorrow, I'm going to tell them straight. I said the NHS and police work together. NHS and police work together. They actually do. They work together and they go and section people left, right, and centre. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I don't even bother with them though. I've not said anything about Rachel. Not lately. Yeah, I know. Yeah. 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 That's it. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It is crazy. You've been free all the time, haven't you? You've not been sectioned at all or anything. Yeah, but I mean, I got sectioned because Mum's got me sectioned. No, what it was, we went to Desborough House and Mum got me sectioned. The first place I went to was Malbury Lodge. No, I've stopped all the medication some time ago. Wow. Chocolate bucket? What's that then? I don't know about that. Oh, you're going back years. You're going back years. I was hanging around with Mark Dunn then. Mark Dunn. Yeah, me and Mark Dunn, we went and smashed the window and got into the shop and got loads of stuff. Yeah. That was years ago, though. That was many years ago. Crazy. Yeah. I was a teenager then. Yeah. Yes, I did. I sold my sandwiches and I went to the tuck shop. There was a tuck shop where they sell crisps and sweets and stuff in the school. And I sold it because I was getting loads of sandwiches. Mum was giving me loads of sandwiches. Yeah. Huh? I don't know. Yeah, I know. I'm 56 this year, Lee. Yeah. In August. You 52. Yeah. Crazy, isn't it? We all get old. I've got to sort my stomach out. I really have. And my smoking. I do smoke a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I like Jeff. He used to shout, didn't he? I remember you and Jeff come to Melbury Lodge to see me. I was Jeff, like that. It's great. And we sat in the car park and smoked some cannabis. Yeah. Has he got rid of his car? All right. Yeah. Has he? Yeah. Mad. Yeah, it was in breakfast. What are you gonna have? You still got Chinese? You had Chinese, and Mark Gregory, the patient from Malbury Lodge, he had Chinese as well. He lives in Havant, and he paid £9 for a Chinese. Yeah. Haven't now, Lindy. Haven't now, isn't it? Yeah. You have to put it in the fridge then. All right. Yeah. I've had bacon rolls for breakfast. Yeah. I like cheese sandwiches. All right. Yeah. You better get a kettle, wouldn't you, Lee? Yeah. I think Mum wants her coat, by the way. No, but she likes her coat. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Lee. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I will. I'm going to have Toby Carvery. I had bacon rolls this morning. And I've been having pot noodles. Yeah. 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 All right, Lee. See you later. Bye-bye. That's my brother Lee. Right, I'm going to say goodbye. I got shit to do, I got things to do. Yep. I'll see you later.